Hello, Daniel, Berry Sport and Highlights. Happy Friday. Cheers. Just trying something. Come on, that one. Channel. Get back on that one. Oh, that's on that one now. You all right, Daniel? You all right, Crow? I was just trying something. My neighbours, I've got to tell about neighbours. Bloody hell. Oh, that's the idea. I'm talking to the wrong one. On my phone here. You all right, Crow? You've done some good videos, Crow. I mean, it's 12:30. Might sort about if you wanted tonight, but I've been watching your videos. Really good videos. Really good. I give them likes. So I just thought I'd do something. If you want to come on, we could stay on and go on private if you want to. I mean, I'm not going to stay on late, but you could go private or something. It's up to you. I'll send you a link on this one, and then we'll figure. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what. I watched a couple yesterday, last night, and I watched the other one today, the 13-minute one, and Barron wasn't it in the other one? That was really good. That one. All right, following your car. Wow. No, they're good videos. All right. Um, on. I'm going to do this now. Yeah, Rich, you all right?
Hello, mate. Can you hear me?
Yeah, nice and clear.
You can delete that link, Darren. I was just typing it into
Yeah.
chat. Like
What,
it's this,
what,
this
what I'm
time
going
of
to do?
night of a Friday night. You never know who's
Yeah.
about, do you?
What I'm going to do, right? I was actually looking at something. I actually started live, right? And I put my channel in, so I can maybe send that on WhatsApp in the future, like ones like this. I can in the future, you know.
That's a good idea, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I honestly think I've been thinking about this for a while, privately thinking, what's the next step from YouTube, because there's so many restrictions of what you can say, what you can do, how you can
Yeah.
act, and everything, right? That it's all pointing to Kick, if you see what I mean. Everything's sort of pointing to Kick because everyone can relax in. You can
I
play a
don't know what
few
kick is.
music that you might like or a few videos that you might like on a basis we can all analyze it for the sake of
What's
art or something, you know.
what's what's kick? I ain't got a clue. What's kick? I ain't got a clue
All
what
it
it is.
is, Darren, is just a platform that's more towards people going live on it. That's it. There's not as many copyright things. Obviously, there's restrictions. Don't get
Hello,
me wrong.
Adrian.
It's
Hello,
not
Adrian.
lawless or anything like that. It has got restrictions, but not like YouTube. And a lot of people are using it now. Like Dave's experimenting because he's had so many problems, as you well know. But the thing is, it's trying to get people to move over to Kick because I'm a bit like you and everyone else. Everyone seems to think like, oh, I don't want to make a change, and when I do, I don't know what I'm doing on it. But that's a normal, if you see what I mean. But once you move there and sort of look, you go, actually, it is a good platform for this thing. It
Yeah.
wouldn't be good for me sort of putting pro videos on there because I'm not even too sure how it works in that
Well,
respect. That's more
Rich,
YouTube.
do you know what they done? You know what they done, right?
Go on.
I put you applied on it. I put hello, Adrian. Um,
Hello,
I
AD.
I put a video up. I done a 1 minute video
Mm.
last weekend. I think it was Sunday or what that was. Anyway, of the sea coming in, the rough sea. You comment on it about the
I
sea,
remember it well. It's well
right?
choppy, Darren. I was quite
It
impressed by
was.
it.
It was
Yeah.
bad, right? Anyway, what happened? I looked at it last night. I was out all day yesterday. I looked at it last night and I went 200 and something views. What's going on? When I pressed it, they've only put an advert on my video, YouTube.
Mm, yeah, well, you don't get paid for it, do you? It's not like you're monetized or anything.
No, they're
So
making money, aren't they?
you see what I mean here? Because now you're in a situation where you get trod on. Because how do you sort of appeal against that? Because I'm like you in the way you see it, because you're a bit offended by it. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, you'd be hit by it, wouldn't you?
Hmm.
It'd be a copyright strike. But now
Yeah.
you've got to. Do you know what, Darren? There's a feedback option on YouTube, and I've always wondered who the frick uses it and what do you put on it? And you must have accidentally clicked on it a few times. You can sort of not interested in video, not recommend channel. Then it says feedback. So you could sort of write to YouTube and say, oh, yeah, this isn't relevant, or I think this is obscene or something, or
Yeah.
whatever. I don't know if feedback's one of them options that you can give to YouTube over that.
Hmm.
But
Yeah, it's
who am
strange, isn't
I?
it?
Well, everything is in the year 2025, mate.
It's
Nothing's
fucking strange,
logical
yeah.
anymore. You know, it is. It's just this strange, crazy world that I just don't really get. I'll tell you, for instance, yeah, um, I'll go into the co-op and I just want, say, like about three items. I'll go, right, I need some milk, I need some semi-skim milk, a pint of, and I need some seeded batch wholemeal bread, and I'll need some, cholesterol-free butter or the cholesterol low butter. So I'll go there and I'll guarantee that the shop will be full of every item apart from them three that I want. If you see
Hmm.
what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. This
I know it's
video's
crazy.
do you know what? It took me 47 minutes to upload that 13-minute video of me randomly chatting with Gabby and then
How
showing
long?
47
Full,
minutes. And I'll tell you
Yeah.
why it is, Darren. I tried to explain to my friend who's a bit older and not tech savvy, with everything that you've got on your new phone. Say, for example, I give you the latest Google phone. God, Rich, it's amazing. The video quality, the stability, the everything about it. But with everything good about it and the resolution and the 4K and 120 frames a minute, that's like treble the size of a normal HD video, if you see what I mean, before you've even started to edit it and put slow-mo or whatever onto it. So when you go to upload these things, it takes, 3 times, 4 times as long because it has to go through all the filtering, the AI, all the processing, the amount of stuff that goes into it, and it takes
Yeah.
ages.
Yeah.
47 minutes, Darren, for 13
Yeah.
minutes worth of video of a bloke talking about a crow. I swear to God, even I was laughing because I was just watching it going, Jesus. I could have drawn a cartoon of the whole event quicker,
Well,
and
I,
sent it
I
to
done that.
someone.
I done that one the other night. It's 1 minute video, and I think
Mm.
that's about wasn't long. I think it was about probably maybe about 20 minutes, half hour. If that was 1 minute video,
One
it was.
minute.
Yeah.
1 minute. Did you check the scale of the video? Sort of what sort of was it 720 or 1080 or 4K or something? Because this is relevant data. I know it sounds like nerd shit, but in this day and age, to know these things is essential. It absolutely is. As you can get just daylight robbery where you go and buy a camera,
Yeah.
you go, oh, it does 4K and everything from Temu for 150 quid. Then you look at it, it goes absolutely diabolical. And then
Mm.
compare it with something like a GoPro, it's like the image quality is unbelievable. It's like eating mud to, peri peri chicken. It's
But
a massive league of difference.
as I was saying, like just in a day, you've done some really good videos, really good footage. I said it
This
to Tony
one's
tonight.
this one's a better one, Darren. And to be quite honest, if I showed you my phone and just went all through of the stuff that's in there, honestly, I've got absolutely loads of videos. But I will say that at the times that I've had the most amazing stuff happened, obviously I ain't videoing. If you see what I mean, because it just
Yeah.
sporadically sort of happens and things happen, and by the time you've got your camera out and started to film it all, it's all gone. All mistakes are made. A bit like the time that I was out for a lovely walk with Gabby, and it only lasted about 3 minutes before her head went up and tilted and all her feathers plucked up and that. And then she tilted her head again. There was a call in the distance and she took off and she joined a load of other crows and they attacked this kite and I had it all in 4K HD and I was stabilized a whole lot, but the sun was in my eyes a little bit and I didn't
Mm.
have my glasses on, so I had bad glare in my eyes trying to focus on the screen and all of this because, I had to zoom in a little bit to see him attacking the sort of kite and everything. It was amazing. And
Yeah.
after I'd sort of finished 5 minutes of filming this, I thought, oh, I've got to look at this. I'd love to see what this comes out with because it is a good camera I've got on the phone. And I took a photo, and that was it. So you know where you go onto your screen, you take a photo. I
Yeah.
actually thought, I was looking for the viewfinder and everything, thinking I was filming, and it wasn't. It was just it was on the wrong setting. It was on picture setting instead of video. So I didn't record anything. I was so fucking honestly, mate. I was so gutted of the whole thing because it was just purely amazing. Even Attenborough when he goes, "Ooh, that would have been a good catch."
Yeah.
It was just amazing. I lost a whole lot of it. And the case,
Oh,
that only comes around rarely. If you see what I mean, I was in the right place at the right time, etc.
yeah.
But I missed
Yeah.
it. I missed it.
Well, I'll probably do something Sunday night with all the others when they come in. But it was like on Sunday, no
Mm.
Monday, right? I was on the train. I know you probably. I don't know if you watch his channel. I put in the community post about a walk on the wild side.
No,
The one,
what you posted that on your channel, did you?
yeah, on the community post,
Well, isn't
right?
it funny how some people don't get notifications, Darren, for anything that people do, even though they go to settings, assuming they haven't done their subscription settings right? Because on mine, on yours, I've put you for all. So if you
Mm.
put any posts or any community things, I get to hear about everything. Guess what, mate? I only just uncovered you live tonight by accident. It's not like I got posted or anything. So you don't
Yeah,
know this unless people tell you, do you? You just
yeah,
assume they get a little notification, go, oh, Darren's live, oh, come on. I didn't. I found you by accident.
yeah. I just pressed it. But what happened? I pressed the hit. It wasn't into the channel, so I thought I could do that privately. So that's good to know that. But what happened
Yeah,
was, this community. So what happened was, we'll talk about putting sign up with loggers comes on, but he has commented. But so this guy's got a big channel on YouTube, Walking the Wild Side. So what
oh, I
happened?
know Walking the Water, the bald
Yeah,
fella.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
he's a
what
lovely
happened?
guy. He's really
Yeah.
soft and placid and well into everything. He's nice, that geezer. I forget what his name is.
It's Stephen.
Is
Stephen.
it Stephen? A
Yeah,
little beard and a little
yeah.
beanie hat, sort of. Yeah, I know him.
So what happened? I was on the train on Monday, and I just happened to get through the barrier, and I thought I got in this carriage, and I thought that's that Walking the Wild Side. So I sat down the train.
No.
So anyway, I got up. Then when you get that thing to go up and go and ask,
Hmm.
right? So I said, "Excuse me," and I recognised him straight away. I said, "You Walking the Wild Side, Stephen?" He went, "Yeah." So I said, "Oh, I said, I watch all your videos, lot of years, which I have."
Oh,
So I was at a chat, so I said to him, "Can I have a photograph done?" So I went,
of
"Well, of course you
course.
can."
That's
So anyway,
awesome.
what happened? I
Right,
said
I'm
to him, I
on it.
said, "A lot of the regular ones have got my little channel, follow you and that." And he was laughing, and he said, "I look smart today." I said, "Here, you got your baseball cap on."
I'm just trying to find him on your right. So
It's
posts.
on the
There we
community post,
go.
yeah.
Oh, after going to Blackpool for a few years now and seeing if
Yeah,
I
that's it.
can
That's the one.
in this video. Look, I saw on the train. Thanks,
Yeah,
Stephen. Good seeing you.
yeah,
Oh, I'll be damned.
yeah. So I
Right.
did speak to Loggers the other day in the chat, but I'll put it about Sunday night or something probably because it'll be on Sunday night. And then,
No, I haven't seen these
yeah,
posts, mate. I'm just a bit confused how I can have you on subscription for all and not see these posts sort of thing that you've posted up. No wonder. Hold on, right, here we go. Start giving you the likes you deserve. Oh, strangely enough, Darren, just as I've put a thumbs up on your post of Walk on the Wild Side, I put it up to 11, mate.
yeah, yeah. I
Bit
did
of a
see it
cheat,
earlier.
bit of a
It's on
bit of,
10,
well, I'm just
and
saying.
what happened?
Just saying
The
about that number 11 following me around, I go to put the number up, it coincides and being number 11 on your post from Crow 11. I
what I'm
might.
gonna do, I'm gonna do some more videos in July. What I'm gonna do. I'm going on another boat trip again in July. So I'm not gonna. Last time I hit the live button, so I'll probably do some videos. Let's just see what they do. So I couldn't believe that about that. The rough sea coming. I thought, what they done? They put the adverts. I couldn't believe it.
Sorry, I'm just making a comment on your thing. That was all I
All
was
right,
doing.
okay.
It is a
That's all
nice
right. Right,
photo.
live on
Who took
Darren's.
the photo? Who took the photo?
Um, what it was. I think he must have been going to some sort of a. I don't know. 'Cause he's one of the YouTube people there, so he might have been going to some sort of ceremony somewhere or something. And it was. I got one. There was about four of them sitting there, and there was a couple on the other side. So about eight. So I was one of the guys. He took it for me.
Yeah, it was a good, nice, clear photo as well. Got
Yeah,
good
yeah.
sunlight coming through from that right hand
Yeah,
window.
what happened was he put the thumb up, so I just put your thumb up.
Mm.
He put the thumb up, but he put the thumb up. He did, so I just put it up. You know.
Trains are a nice way to travel, Darren, aren't they? They're nice and
Yeah.
relaxing. You don't have to worry about anything. You can just relax, read a paper, listen to some music, play some games on your phone, do some editing. It's just, I love trains, but do you know what complicates it, right? I'm not savvy when it comes to like, say, for example, my car had broken or was in an accident. I couldn't sort of afford another car and I needed to get places. I'm not competent enough to sort of say, I need to get a bus to here and then a transfer
I
to
tell
here,
you
then
what.
to that
I tell you what,
train. And
mate. I tell
yeah,
you what. When I came through the other day, I actually come past. I think it was Milton Keynes, maybe Central or something station. I
I love
came.
the way
It
you
goes straight,
say
just
that.
coming straight
You,
through.
you, you
Yeah.
say Milton Keynes like you're a local. You know, like if it said Milton Keynes, Milton Keynes. I
No one
swear to
takes.
God, you sure you never lived there?
No. I've been there once. Years ago. I went there years ago for something. I went years ago for something.
Mm.
I can't remember what it was even now. Long time ago.
It ain't very far once you get on the train,
No,
Darren, is
no,
it?
it's
What is
not.
it,
Yeah,
40 minutes up the track or something like that
yeah,
from you? You know, it's
yeah,
even getting to places like Leicester or Birmingham, it's only about 30,
yeah.
40 minutes on a
I
train.
actually,
You get in the
when,
car, it's an hour and 20.
what happens is, right? See, the train coming back, it only stops at um, Wigan and Warrington, but actually, it don't stop at Crewe going up. But what happened was, I came through lots of places. I even came through part of Birmingham as well, about Birmingham as well.
Okay,
Yeah,
see if this uploaded.
I think I just got a
Yeah,
comment
it
from.
did. Yeah, it did.
Yeah, I just come on screen there.
It did. Jesus Christ, these lights go. That's Chloe. She's a lovely girl, she is, Darren. If
Who's
you see
that?
that comment underneath that video uploaded, Chloe, she's a
Okay.
great girl.
Oh, yeah.
She's a great girl.
No,
Very
there's good
clever,
people.
incredibly wise, and she lives in America.
That's good
And some
people, which it is, ain't it?
oh
Yeah.
yeah, definitely. But the thing is, like they have such great yards in America. You know, when they go to their sort of houses and they think they're just normal houses and they go, oh, I'll show you my backyard. You go, "Don't- you could have two games of football, independent. That's massive.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like, about three sort of ride on lawnmowers. You go, I'd actually really enjoy cutting the lawn if I had to sit on that lawnmower with a little Budweiser or something, little
Yeah.
straw hat, pottering around the garden and stuff. But I can't believe some of the sizes of the houses in America just look amazing.
Yeah. It's like everything else, and when we live in these cities, you just see this. Even myself, last weekend into this week, when you see the stuff, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Which it is.
Mm, yeah. But all them video, I've just got loads, and even today when I went out for a walk, I uncovered another little fledgling chick, and I thought, hold on, this is on Gabby's area. What's all this about? And I thought, hold on here, if this is on Gabby's area and this is a chick from another brood, I don't know what my crows would do. They would like to sort of swoop it and attack it and clear it off as though like it's the other crow's responsibility and it's trespassing. Basically, I'm not sure what they'd do, Darren. I'm not even too sure if they'd peck it to death or something. I'm
Yeah.
sure my
What,
crow wouldn't do that, but
what I want to talk about as well. I mean, I'm
mm,
glad you're on. I mean, I put it Sunday night and stuff. I tell you what, that video, and I still follow up today with the rabbit. That was really that rabbit. I mean, I so hope it's okay. That rabbit, look, rabbit, you done.
yeah, my son was quite concerned about that as
Yeah,
well. He
yeah,
was sort of trying because I honestly think it's got early signs of myxomatosis. I did sort of check it out a bit, checked its eyes out, and I was hoping it was dehydrated, so I had to try and find a little plastic cap to hold some water,
yeah,
then find the
yeah,
water to put it in because we hadn't had any rain at the time. Then it was dry, so I was just assuming it was dehydrated and hoping by the time I did that, and then I had to give the crows a slip as well because I didn't want them seeing me with this rabbit because they'd look and go, "Oh, there's a rabbit there," and as soon as the bats turn, they might swoop and attack it. A bit like like I said about the little fledgling trespassing from someone else's brood. But
mm,
I managed to do it, mate, and sort of I assessed it because I was really contemplating to take the little guy home and then ask Chat GPT how to look after a baby sort of rabbit and what
yeah,
foods you need to put into a bowl and then you need to process them down and then if the rabbit wasn't eating I'd have to go and get a little pipette thing and force it in its mouth and do it every 3-4 hours or something. But I sort of assessed it and I looked at its eyes, and usually with myxomatosis, I'm sure but it attacks
mm,
their eyes and their inner organs. So usually
yeah,
their eyes start all puffing up and they can't see. Do you know what? I just wish that the person who invented myxomatosis could have had a dose of it if you see what I mean, because it's like about
Yeah.
4 months of like the poor thing just like dying in agony. You know, it's like to take a bullet from a rifle's a lot different. If you see what I mean, it's quick. I wouldn't say it's painless, but it's painful for about 5 seconds, and then it's all dark. If you see what I mean, if they had to get rid of them, but it's just a horrible virus. But he looked all right, Darren. And you know, when I
Yes.
picked him up, he started to kick a bit, but was
Yes.
incredibly weak, mate.
Yeah.
Incredibly weak. You know, when something's trying and it just can't. And when I put him underneath the building, he couldn't sort of handle his weight as though he was sort of so exhausted, you know, and he sort of locked a bit and then sort of sat there as though trying to recuperate some strength. But I just thought he was so tired that he just fell asleep in an awkward place and was going to wake
Yeah.
up and go,
But
oh, bloody hell,
I mean,
you
I mean,
know.
luckily enough, that area looked like an industrial estate, didn't it? It didn't look like a main
It
road.
was.
That bit,
It
yeah.
sort of was, mate. It was out the back of an airport, and really, I don't usually go that way. The only reason that I was walking that way is because I was with Moochie, and Moochie was following me around. And I like seeing crows that I haven't seen for a few days. It's delightful. In fact, they show the same delight when they see me, as I was saying, "There he is," and they come down, they're wagging their tails, and they're all excited and that because they haven't seen me for a while. And then they follow me around, Darren, just like all the other crows do, like
Yeah.
friends, you know. And I sort of sit and I talk to them and all of this. And when I come across this one, I thought, oh, wrong time. You know, it's like, even though it's lovely to see a little rabbit, you know, not with them crows about, because I can't trust a wild crow. You can never trust a wild animal. It's a bit like a fox and the chicken. You know, and then you nip down the shops and come back and the chicken was dead. You go, what do you expect? It's a wild fox. You know, it
Yeah.
might have
Yeah.
behaved itself in front of you, but it's still a wild, sly fox. So, but I was, you know, at least today when I did go back and check and sort of took a torch and looked under, there was a load of rabbits that sort of scarpered and they've made little tunnels underneath where that building is and stuff like that. So, and I didn't see him. So whether he's
Yeah.
gone a little old to recuperate and that,
Hopefully,
but
yeah.
the
Hopefully, he's
thing
okay.
is with
Yeah.
wildlife, it's cruel, mate. It's not as though his parents are going to
Yeah.
bring him back a container of water and nurse him back to health with some night nurse and that. He just sits there shivering, convulsing until he freaking dies, until he can get
Yeah.
himself up and start, you know, getting some water and food and finding natural things that rabbits do to survive. It's a harsh world, you know, for
Yeah.
these little
Yeah.
creatures. Even that fledglings and stuff, they've got a harsh world. They've got to learn to fly, and they've got to learn to fly quick. Else it's a
Yeah. Yeah.
cat or an eagle or a fox or a badger will just take it.
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, it's lucky you was there. I think it was when I was watching it last night. I think, wow, because if you wasn't there, imagine if it'd been there. I mean, you got to think with
Yeah, wouldn't have
vehicles or
lasted
some
longer.
yobs or something messing around. Yobs because
Yeah,
just kicking around is horrible to think about it, which it is. You have to think the obviously negative side, but you done it good. You put it under that like portal cabin, whatever it was, which was really
yeah,
good.
yeah. But I can only categorically say, in all fairness, that I trust Gabby. And
Mm,
Gabby understands nature and the relevance of it. Yeah, she will chase off jackdaws, and no doubt the jackdaw was a bit slow, and Gabby caught up with it. She'd give it a good pecking and a good clawing in its back to let it know. But Baron would actually kill him. And I've seen
yeah,
Baron out of spite, and this is hand on my heart true, because I could paint a different story and how lovable and everything is, but it's nature. Nature's got a weird way of turning, a bit like a man who's 70 years old and always been nasty, and then one minute you find out he's a serial killer. If you see what I'm saying here. So I'm walking around with Baron. He's been perfectly well behaved. He's sort of fluttering and walking alongside me, flying up, talking to me, the whole lot. Everything's nice, right? And there's a little bird on the path, and I would say it's some sort of finch or something, just minding its own business, just fluttering around with a few others. Baron took straight off, flew like a F-22 fighter plane, hit this sort of bird head on like a hawk, yeah, picked it up when I tried to shoo him away from it and get him to leave the bird alone because it hadn't done anything wrong. It was just a smaller bird on his territory and he saw it. And then he took off with this bird, and because it was so heavy and it was wiggling a bit, he dropped it about 30 foot away. So by the time I'd caught up with it and tried to shoo him off and called him, all names under the sun for being such an idiot because he didn't need to. Because I was feeding, it's not like he was hungry, Darren. I was feeding him peanuts,
Yeah.
so he had no right to attack this bird for no reason at all because it's not as though he was hungry. If you see what I mean, it was just a literal spiteful, territorial, sort of dominating sort of thing in how nature is. And by the time I got over to him, and this was 30 seconds, 25, 30 seconds, he had nailed it down with his claw, hit it 3 times in the head with his beak, and then flown off as though nothing had happened, then sat in a tree looking down at me, inspecting this completely lifeless dead bird, which was alive like 25 seconds before. It happened so quick, and I've got it on film. I've got it all on film. The thing is, I didn't want to upload it because there's kids that watch it. I know nature's cruel, and sometimes it's good to know that Santa doesn't exist rather than he does. If you see what I mean in the real world, it just helps you a little bit better to fables and people pulling wool over your eyes of fantasies and stuff. But there's always a dark side to everything, a bit like cats and dogs. If you see what I mean,
Yeah.
cats just
I mean, cats go
hunting.
the benefit of birds,
Correct.
any birds, don't they? I mean, I've seen them, right? When I've been at work, I've got a couple of cats, right? And what happened was they literally wind up magpies, but magpies fight back, and they come down and swoop at these cats. They do.
Yeah. And it's not like they're hungry either, Darren.
Mm.
So you've got a strong point here. It's exactly what I'm saying. But that's how fascinating
Yeah.
these creatures are. Unless you study them, you wouldn't really understand what goes on. It's a bit like doing.
Yeah.
I'll take a good example, right? Whenever I get a phone and whatever manufacturers say about it does this, it does that, I put it through a good test, mate. So wherever I go and the lighting's really good, I go, right, I'm going to switch it on to 4K, 120 frames per second, and let's do some macro. So you just pick a bit of grass sitting on the ground and that, and then just zoom in and zoom in and zoom in. And then you see like a little ladybird or something, and you focus on that, and then you look in the background and it's like a jungle of life. Like you see a tiny little worm sort of going about, the little spider scuttling. There goes an ant, there goes a tiny little creature that is sort of like a mite or something. You go, there's another world down there. It's crazy. But
Yeah.
I tried to maximise the potential of lenses and cameras. In fact, like to get the most out of whatever you're trying to film. But I'm still thinking about upgrading the phone now.
You you I think you said to me a long time ago, but recently you said to me that she knows about different cameras,
Yeah,
don't she?
yeah,
Lenses, don't
yeah.
she,
Well,
Gabby?
not lenses. She knows the difference between me being on a phone and holding it in my hand to
Oh, right,
me
fine, yeah.
putting, say, for example, food down and enticing her over, and then me walking away and leaving my phone on the bench as though she knows humans have them phones in the hand on the pocket and they don't leave them. And then she'll look at it and she'll go, there he goes, what's this about? That's still there. Why is he walking away? And she won't trust it, mate. She's just, and just silly little things like that. You go, fucking hell, this is beyond awareness. And then watching her solve out problems and stuff. So, say, for example, a road cone, and I bounced a peanut on top of the road cone and it had an open bit in the road cone, right? And she flew up and knocked the peanut and it went down the hole in the road cone. She would walk around it, look up and down it, sort of walk round it some more, fly on top of it, look in the hole, study it, and you can watch her for about 10 minutes before she started to think, well, if I jumped at it and started pushing it, it'll fall over and then I can get it. And she, honestly, it's fascinating to watch her brain work and stuff. But again, they're just like human beings, Darren. It's like not everyone's like me and you, if you see what I
Yeah.
mean. They've all got different characteristics and personalities,
Yeah.
just like dogs and cats. And out of 14 crows that I know, I'd say that only 3 have massive potential, which is Gabby and Spooky. If Spooky can keep up with the lessons he's been told, I'm telling you, he's going beyond Gabby. He is.
I mean, the
He's
thing
like
is,
he's clever. is a clever crow and brave at the same time.
You would, with animals, with the crows and everything else, but even like the budgies, all of them, carriers coming, the others coming, Kirsty and Tasha and that. But the thing is,
Mm.
it is animals have got more sense, I think, than humans. Anything, any
Yeah,
animals got more sense than
but
humans. Yeah,
but even like if you ask Tasha or
yeah.
Kirsty and just said, "Have you got a favourite one?" You don't like to say because they're all got different
Oh no,
personalities,
that's
and
right. Yeah,
some can't even help the way they are in personality, but others just a little bit more sentient. Darren, like
yeah,
a budgie that gets back in the cage is frightened to when it sees a hand, to another budgie that knows that hand puts a seed in the water in the tank and jumps on your finger and then starts looking up at you and talking.
yeah,
There's massive differences in them, and it's hard to tell people because they think they're all the same. So if I
yeah.
told someone how to conduct training a crow, you might not have the right crow to train. You could have a fairly thick one. So you could be sort of sitting there going, hello, crow, putting bread there, and it's just looking at you going, what the freaking hell is he doing? Because crows naturally don't trust human beings. So for a
Yeah.
start, it wouldn't be used to you throwing down, bread unless it was studying, other creatures picking up bird things out of, bird tables in gardens. It'll just look at you and not trust you, think it's a trap.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I see. That's what I was thinking. Where I even live, I've seen them outside where I live, and you think they just go away from you. And I think so. When I see you over the time seeing your stuff, and even now, obviously, I just look at them and like they just literally they see you, and they just like go
Yeah,
across
they
there,
know
and
me.
then
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, you
they
see
won't
that?
come near
You
you.
see that video that I've uploaded, right? Just about 10 minutes ago, right? I had
Yeah,
to go looking for Spooky because I went to his area and he wasn't about. So if he was in a vantage point wherever within a say 300-meter radius, he would know my car. And he'd fly to another
yeah.
vantage point, confirm it was my car, and he'd swoop down over my car and alongside it and that and glide to let me know that he was there, and then land right next to my car. And he does it time and time again. And today, after I saw Gabby, and by the way, Gabby's got a little fledgling now. I'd have done some video of that and how Baron reacts as I like calling, as though warning, don't get too close to the sort of chick, as though letting even me know that he knows that I'm there and to be respectful. But it was a very good video and a very good outing today, all done within about an hour, I would say, of each other. So I got
Yeah.
confirmed I was a crow granddad again for the second time because Gabby had a litter last year as well, which had already flown the roost. They've moved on to a different area, and now she's got another sort of little chicken. It looks like just one's survived out of I don't know how many she's had, so she might just have one chick this year.
All right.
But
So,
honestly,
so
some of the stuff when they fly next to the car is just stunning and amazing, Darren. They
so
literally in glee, and they know that you enjoy it as well.
That that that's what's fascinating, what you just said earlier about your car, right? They
Yeah, they
know,
know.
like,
Yeah, they
yeah,
know my car. They know different.
mm,
They know my car over, say, if you drove the car like mine with a
yeah,
different registration plate in it, they'd know the difference. So you could, I honestly could do an experiment. You'd go, well, no, that's just, well, I'd like to call you out on it. You go, right, I'll change the number plates of the car. You get in my car with your glasses, with no hat on like me, right? And you drive up the road, and I'll keep an eye on Spooky from a distance with this telescope filming, and then he won't do anything. And then I'll get in the car and then drive past him. And then by the time I've got past him and he's realised it's me, he'll swoop down to another vantage point to take a better look to confirm it's me, and then fly to another point. And then once he's absolutely 100% it's me, he'll fly across and over my car and next to my driver's side window as though to literally look in, as though two fighter pilots coming next to each other and one looking across and giving the thumbs up or say Russian or
yeah,
American. It's just
yeah.
fantasy. But honestly, I could make my own documentaries about this. Kids would
It's, I mean,
absolutely
honestly,
adore it.
I mean, as I said, I'm not being funny. Since I said last night I was out all day yesterday, didn't come until late last night. But I was
Mm,
watching a bit. Actually, I shut up, went to bed last night. And the thing is, when I was watching, I thought I watched that one today, which I did, the 30-minute one. And what I watched last night, I did put comments down. I went, "That's about some people didn't see the comments down. Then you replied. I was just about to go to bed when you replied to me, and I went, "Wow, that's amazing!" Which it was just so fascinating, which it
mm.
was.
Yeah, she is. All of them are fascinating. And
Mm,
I don't, I'm no real professor, but the only time you can actually be sure of something is when you sort of experienced it. And then, even if you've
yeah,
experienced it, you can say something, but to say something without proof is just waffle. If you see what I
yeah,
mean, it's a bit like I
yeah.
can say I can summon UFOs. You got any video of it, Rich? No. Do you see what I'm saying? He just go, well, like, I've got a pet crow. You go, is she come over? Yeah. She knows her call. We go, is that the only crow you know? We go, no, I know 14 of them, and generations of them. So just, I tell you now, they definitely talk as well. Like they've got some
Yeah, yeah,
communication, community sort of thing, a bit like, they could attack each other for trespass, but if an eagle come over, they'd all fight for the same cause, if you see what I
yeah,
mean. And
yeah.
they'd unite and see off the kite and, and then magpies, jays, rooks, jackdaws, they all take off.
I was just going to say that. What about? I know you're doing filming. Now, what about magpies? Do you see? Obviously, you see
Yeah, I
that.
love
Obviously, loads of them,
magpies.
aren't
I
you?
saw one today, and to be quite honest, it's a bit of, because there's that saying, isn't there? One for sorry, two for
Yeah,
joy,
yeah,
three for a girl, four for a boy, five for silver, six for gold, seven for a secret never to be told. But he's always on his own, and he always hangs around Spooky and his partner all the time, as though like waiting for them to find food and him watch, and as soon as they're off, he'll come down and investigate and pick up the pieces. And as soon as I'm on the area with Spooky, he takes control, like the dominating male. So if that little magpie, sorry, is hanging about, he will shoot it away out the area as though he's got the rights for everything that I supply him.
mm,
So I have got a magpie as a friend, but I'm not allowed to get close to him or be friends with him because
right.
I'm friends with crows, if you see what I mean. They
Yeah,
won't allow him to. Isn't it funny?
rivalry,
Isn't it funny?
rivalry.
This
Yeah,
is how communities work, you see.
yeah.
Even though he's accepted and he can hang about, if I wasn't there, no doubt he'd be right next to him picking ants off, some tarmac next to him. They wouldn't argue. But when it comes to
No,
this sort of things, it's completely different. Politics come into it and,
no. I mean,
areas and stuff.
I mean, it's what we say in life is we say about territory areas, and you said politics and internal fighting. It looks
Yeah,
like it's there
yeah. They've
it
got
looks like them.
politics. They've got politics, and this is what people don't understand with these things and their community and statuses and politics and stuff. You know, just like
Mm,
humans. But
mm.
it is fascinating. It is fascinating. I'll give them that. But
But we're all like we're all separate, which we are individuals, how we think and that sort of thing. So
yeah,
the same thing. They're in that world, which they
yeah,
are, and they're thinking the same sort of thing in their minds, aren't they?
yeah, yeah. It's the sort of thing that Gabby could go out for a fly one day and sit in a tree and get shot by a farmer who hates crows because they eat
Yeah,
stuff. And you just go,
yeah,
well, he hasn't
yeah.
got a clue what, Gabby's like as a personality. And she isn't the typical sort of crow. Or if
Mm,
Gabby, say, for example, started to think, oh, well, this human's nice, maybe all humans are nice. And I'll go and, you know, hang about them and see if they're as courteous as this man's been to me since I'm a baby. And not all humans are the same. They'll throw
yeah,
Coke cans at her, shoo her away,
yeah,
feed her bits of Mars bar and that. You can poison her and stuff and feed her
yeah.
crisps and all of this shit. It's not very good. So I tried to keep a bit of a distance when she's with me away from other people. But
Yeah.
in studying her, she's not too bad with people, but is well aware of her senses when they're near and she's with me, when she'll trust me. But then when someone else is walking past or in nearby, she'll look at that person and be on edge until they get out of sight, and then she starts to relax a little bit and comes closer and all of that sort of stuff.
mean, that's what it is. You see, the thing is, what you just said. You're, as I said, I was on Tony's day, and I was talking about it. I say brilliant videos, and Kirsty put your channel up, which I know she does. But the thing is you're
Oh,
right.
did you
It's
what today? What on
yeah,
Tony's? I
yeah.
missed
I was
Tony.
in there.
Really?
I was in there early tonight, and she was chatting to me, and I said about I've been watching your videos and that 'cause like late this evening. Just put your channel. I said it was really good videos and that. But the thing is, what you just said. It's other people, what you said out there, who are not so bit watch, but people like what you said in your area where you live, they could be
Yeah.
literally total morons, couldn't they? With being
Yeah.
abusive. Yeah,
Well, one of my best friends is I uploaded a video about me and a friend in his garden. He just built this little pond when his kid was about, I don't know, 2, 3 years old. To see if tadpoles turned up. A little nature pond, not very big, just a tiny
that's
little
come up
plastic
tonight. I
thing.
was watching that
Yeah.
tonight.
And then I
Yeah,
said to Toby, I said, I said, how's that little pond going? He goes, oh, mate, I couldn't be more happy. He goes, it's really thriving. It's its
yeah,
own ecosystem. He said, there's toads, not toads, frogs, frog spawn. He said, there's all manner of these tiny little shrimp and everything. And he said, there's newts. And he said, he thinks it's great crested newts, but he couldn't confirm because he wanted to leave them alone. And I was sitting in his place and drinking beer with him and going, do you know what? Have you got a colander? And he goes, yeah, that's what I used to get the leaves out. And he said, in fact, I need to get some leaves out of it because if you leave the leaves in there, they drop to the bottom and they start to decompose. And sometimes in a little water source like that, it can end up poisoning the water, say. So he likes to get them leaves out and keep it clean. And the same thing, I thought, oh, I hope we get that little amphibian, to get a little newt out, a little salamander. And but unfortunately, it wasn't there, so it must have gone under the rock because he said it sits on the side on the shade. And there's this tiny little crack in between this rockery, and it goes in there. But I
yeah.
love newts, Darren. I love
I,
them. I think they're just
I,
amazing.
I, I was watching that video. Funny enough, tonight I was watching. It was really good.
What the newt sort of clearing out. I wish there was a newt that was found. I really did think we was going to
Yeah,
pull one out because if there's one, there's got to be another. Mostly, if you see what I mean. And even if there wasn't the chances of a newt, there was a 10-15% chance there'd be some frog spawn or a little tiny frog that was pulled out and stuff. But unfortunately, you didn't find anything apart from tiny little shrimp and just weird little creatures like moving little worms, and you just wonder where they come from, bud. We just think
yeah,
put a bit of plastic in, put some tap water in that's been, it's got bleaching agent in, hasn't it? It's got fluoride and everything,
yeah.
and just leave it for years on years and years and then come back to it. You go, bloody hell. If you looked at that under microscope, it'd be thousands upon thousands of little creatures upon the little droplet of water. It's
I
your
know.
own little ecosystem. But Toby's a great lad. But in fact, Darren, even though that we're friends, right? I'm a Liverpool supporter. He's Man United.
Yeah,
He's got loads of guns as well, and
right,
basically he goes shooting rabbits and crows and all of this for money.
right.
So he's actually paid to shoot vermin. So there you go. There's two sides of the fence there. So
I
even
know.
though he's got his politics in football and shooting and stuff, and I'm completely the other side of the fence, a completely different opposite football club and politics on sort of shooting, we're still friends. There you go.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
That's how to live and let
it,
live.
it was funny last weekend. I mean, I'll talk more on Sunday night when
Mm.
I do a regular one, probably Sunday night, and everyone to come in. But we had, I mean, I was doing that little Blackpool out and about video. I mean, I was talking, so I've took the camera off and put it on the floor. But what happened was, I actually focused on some pigeons in the high street.
Yeah.
And we've had this discussion last year with Kirsty. She probably watched it back. I said, not being funny, like people complain about pigeons, the mess. You've seen probably videos where they've literally been in the building, they've literally really
Mm.
crapped everywhere, which I have, and you have to have specialist cleaners to clean it up and disease and that sort of thing, which it is. But it's that argument where it's nay or yay, where some people say, "Oh, leave them alone," but you could say the vermin side as well, couldn't you? Two sides, couldn't
Yeah.
you?
Yeah. That's
So
true.
it's that win situation sometimes.
Yeah, that spooky follow in my car's got 237 views already. Yeah, that's like what? That's what's that been? 10 minutes?
Yeah, that's good. I mean, as I said, you were at the other one with the. So that's good. I mean, I
Listen,
don't.
it's never going to be for money, buddy. Ever.
No,
None of
I'm
my
not.
stuff is
Look,
ever
look,
going to be for money. It's going to be
people,
complete. Listen. It's going to be
go on.
completely copyright free. So, say for example, you wanted to say, "Oh, do you know what? That little bit of Gabby coming down with the winds. You could take that. You wouldn't even have to ask me for it. There's a freedom of YouTube of giving back something I've got for nothing. If you see what I mean.
The thing is, what I've always said, right? I always say about and about. So I'm going to do something in July, some videos in July. But as I said, like it's a bit of fun. It's what you said, what you're doing.
Yeah,
I'm not.
that's
I
it.
don't want money. My girl's mum. I don't know money for anything. I just want
No,
people to like it. It don't matter me or people want to
that's
put.
right.
It's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what it's about, isn't it?
Because I'm monetized. I'm not worried about bloody monetized. I'm the bloody hell. I'm not monetized. I don't care. It's the people that take part. I always say every week or whatever they do or put comments. That's what it's about.
Yeah, I get you. I get you.
But what I've got to do on the Sunday, I've got a lot to say about. I mean, long as I probably watch it back, I've got a lot to say about the hotel on Sunday, and it got worse. It got
A
worse on the Monday
hotel.
morning. Bloody hell!
Oh, excellent. Did you do sort of like a video review and sort of that sort of shit of the
Well,
hotel?
what happened? What happened was, see,
You're going to say yes.
sometimes I bloody forget, right? What happened was, I mean, I'll talk about it a little bit now. As long as I probably watch it back, I know obviously, what was it, Saturday night, wasn't it? I think it was. What happened was, right, on the Sunday, I was out all day. I was out all day. Went to a place, market, and bits and pieces, right. Anyway, I've come back late in the afternoon, right.
Mm,
So what happened? I had to drop some stuff off in the room because I had, because as I said before, I think last weekend, I've got friends that live up there, which I have,
okay.
right? So what happened? I actually had something that I forgot to take out, so I had to go back to the room to go and get it. So I went back in late afternoon. So anyway, I went up the staircase, and I might there's a photograph up on the screen on Sunday night or something. So I've got this staircase, right? And there's a box, like a box of cleaning stuff, like your cleaning sprays and the other
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
with teas and sugars in on the communal staircase, right? So I
Bit odd.
thought, what? So anyway, I've gone upstairs. I've gone upstairs to go get the stuff. So anyway, I was going to be out all the evening because I was going to go. I went back to what happened was I picked to watch it back. I had long as well. What happened was I went back to that hotel on Sunday
Mm,
night where my internet came through. This was an hotel I went to last year,
right.
right? What happened? I went back to the hotel, watched the show there. So the girl was singing; she was really good. So anyway, my internet came through. So it's a proper hotel, which it is, right? But I couldn't get
Mm,
in that one. So anyway, I've gone back in the show's finished. I've gone back late in the evening, right? Maybe about I've got about a past 11, 20 to 12. I've got up the staircase and all this cleaning stuff is still in. I thought myself, health and safety, one is a trip hazard on a fire
correct.
escape,
Yeah.
right?
I can tell where you work, mate, and my mind
If,
works the same when I see it.
if you've
You,
got children
you're hammerless
staying,
at work, ain't you? If you see what I
right? Yeah,
mean.
exactly.
I remember having time after time health and safety meets, and there's
Yeah,
breaches
you know, in your
everywhere
job,
at
yeah.
the go. You know, even that
If you've
because it's right
got,
next to a stairs, and you're perfectly
yeah,
inclined to highlight that as
I've
a
got.
massive hazard, didn't you?
I should have done some videos, but I've got photos. I might put them on
Mm,
the screen on Sunday night when I'm on the laptop.
good man.
So
That's
anyway,
good man.
what happened was the doors are opened by fire extinguishers, fire doors with fire extinguishers on the floor,
That's illegal. Mm,
right? Exactly, right? And also, so I've got up to the room, right? So anyway, you ain't gonna believe it. I'll put it on the camera on maybe. Well, I'll put it on the screen on Sunday night,
mm.
probably, right? Do you know what was on the side in the hotel? You ain't gonna believe this.
camera.
So we're saying about the cleaning stuff, trip hazard, and kids could drunk it, right? A big size axe.
What?
An axe. So someone could pick it up and go and smash a door down with it, an axe.
Hold on here, right? Hold on. Back up. Right, for a start, what's the box of cleaning products, right, doing at the top of the stairs, right, next to the stairs as a hazard? Because they're a hotel, they'd be well aware of this. They should be. As a safety breach because you've got members of the public and guests staying,
Exactly.
right? And you don't know what their mental health is or their disability age and that. Someone could be partially incited and go straight over that and downstairs. You've got $1 million lawsuits, right? So that already is highlighted. And I totally agree with your mindset here. Next thing is, right, the door, the exit being open. So is it the end of the hallway? Have you got an exit? And that's where you saw the sort of like fire extinguisher and the door open.
Well, what happened was the door. I've seen my. They don't think sometimes. I should have done some photographs, videos. That's good. I didn't even think about the videos. To be honest, right? I could have filmed it. I could have gone around all the whole
No law
building.
against it. There's no law against saying that you can't in any way, shape, or form. You know.
But what happened was, right? This act, I will, because on this phone here, but I'm talking my phone tonight. But the thing is, it's on the pictures there. But I will probably talk about it. It's probably longer than watch it back and some of the others. But I'll put some photographs up Sunday night, and people will see it and go, "What?" And this act, even John had someone, a friend of mine did say, "Put your fingerprints on it." He actually picked it up and made a photo.
Don't touch it. It could have been forensics or so. Because what I'm thinking is someone got attacked with a fucking axe. And then there was cleanup there, hence all of that fucking shit. What and like you said, what's an axe doing outside? Fair enough, if it's in the wall in a cage, like saying break glass in emergency. If you can't get a door open, here's an emergency axe for a fire thing next to an extinguisher. I can get that, but an axe just at the side, like you're explaining, the cleaning freaking products, the door being fucking open as though getting rid of the smell of bleach or whatever out the fucking room because there was blood all over the carpet that needed highlight. You getting the picture now, Darren?
Yeah, I mean, it was a weird place, but
you going, oh shit, I think Crow's right.
The thing is, right, it didn't stop there. On the Monday morning, right, I did speak about it, I think Saturday, right? The breakfast. I thought Saturday. So what happened was there was some nice little cafes around it, which there was, right?
Okay.
But what was I was going to go to on the Sunday, but I had a breakfast. I had just beans and sausages on the Sunday. That's right. It wasn't all that, to be honest, right?
Okay.
And anyway, what happened on the Monday? Right, John went down for a fag, so he come back up. He went to me. He said, "I don't think he's open this morning." So I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, the door for the dining room is locked up." Right, so it's about 8:30. Right, so it was 9 o'clock. It was 9 till 10. So anyway, he says the cafe around the walking distance. There's a cafe around the corner, and you could just walk. I said, "Yeah." Well, I said, "I'll go there." I said, "Sod him." Right. So I've gone downstairs. Right. So I said, "Jim, what do you want me to do?" I said, "I'll leave my bag here, and I'll come." He says, "No, no, bring the bag down, and we'll go around the cafe and go from there." It's okay. So anyway, I've set the bag down. So I've gone downstairs. I've got photographs of it. So I've gone downstairs. The door's locked. It's about 9 o'clock. Right. So anyway, I said, "Well, I've got the keys
Hold
here."
on, what door's locked? What, to get out?
The dining room, the
I
breakfast
see.
area.
Yeah, so you was expecting a nice breakfast downstairs, was you? Is it part of the deal?
So anyway, I said, "Well, I'll put the keys on the side, right? And I'll take a photograph. So if he says anything, email us. I say, look, I've got a photograph. I left the keys. There's no box
No
here.
one was here, you know.
The keys are there."
Yeah.
So anyway, he rang the doorbell. So anyway, he came out. So he's come out, given the keys. So he's gone. Oh, he said, "Do you want any orange juice or coffee or anything?" No. So we had no prep. Oh, and what happened was they're going to watch it back. Guess what else happened on the Sunday?
Go on.
What was live on Saturday night,
Yeah.
right? on the Sunday, when we was downstairs on the Sunday, we I'm going to talk about Sunday night. We
Flippers.
was eating our breakfast, right? And he came over with his laptop. And I thought,
Right.
oh, he must watch last night's live, right? So he's come with his laptop, he put on the
Wouldn't that be
table.
amazing if he did? He goes, "Is this you, Mr. Darren?" And you go, "Yeah." And you go, "Can I have your autograph? I watch yours all the time." That'd be pretty good, wouldn't
So,
it?
so anyway, he's put the laptop on the table. He's going, I don't charge you for breakfast. I don't this. And we're not being funny. If someone's looking at a computer screen at
What?
9 o'clock in the morning with figures, you know what you're looking at, which you don't, right? So anyway, he has everything. What's all that about? I went, fucked if I know. I don't know what it's about, right? So
Oh,
anyway,
yeah. Hold on. Back up a minute, right? So I'm trying to picture the scene here. What's going on? You standing in the reception area or something at this time?
no. We were sitting down at the table,
So this
right,
is in
eating
the
this.
breakfast area,
Yeah. He
yeah?
come out
Okay.
with a laptop. He come with a
So
laptop
is
and
it
said,
all empty apart from you and someone else? Was it you and your
yeah.
dad?
He come with his laptop and put it
Mm.
on the table and say
In
about this,
what sort of a manner did he seem a bit
oh,
mardy or something?
like he was doing a favour, saying, oh, I didn't charge you at breakfast, the charge of blah, blah, this sort of thing. I thought, so what the fuck was he going about?
That is a bit odd, isn't it?
But anyway, what's going to happen is, right, we went to this lovely cafe around the corner,
Mm.
right, and it was really a proper cafe, which it was lovely. I had 2 sausages, bacon, beans, ash bran, toast,
Oh, oh.
right. So it was good. I never actually heard about this place, right. What I'm going to do, right, I've got the name of the hotel, right?
Mm.
So what I'm going to do, I've looked. My dad's actually contacted the people who booked it through to give him a bad report, which he has. He has. I've got photographs as well, which I have. Right. His next thing will be probably TripAdvisor. That'll be his next thing. He'll be a bit busy with TripAdvisor.
Booking.com as
But
well, Darren.
this,
There's a lot of
this,
people use Booking.com, mate.
well, this was the place that booked it. But what happened was, what he's doing is he's using false photographs. So what happened is the
Ah,
photograph you
God.
see was the previous owners, which I found out about the previous owners.
Right.
I don't know who they are, but the previous owners, right? Even this cafe in the corner knew their names, right? So what he's doing, he's using previous photographs and like so people see it. Think, oh, they've got a bar there. People sit in the bar area. They used to have karaoke there, I believe, as well.
Mm.
But what's happened is they've not got none of it because he's the guy is a Muslim, which he is,
I was
right?
just going to say, can I ask what nationality he is? But I was thinking that would be a bit unkind to sort of
Yeah.
lay that on you because that's who I assumed that owned it. That's why I made reference to saying Mr. Darren as though I was an Asian guy or something, if you see what I mean. I
Yeah.
just assumed it. So there you go, that's confirmed.
So, but
Okay,
I
so
spoke.
basically he's bought it out, Darren, at a time and got it for a good rate and thought he'd
Yeah.
capitalise
What
on
what
all the
what
good
happened was
business and
when
things that it
when
previously had.
what happened was, remember last Saturday night,
Mm.
right? This was true. It was a bit. I didn't mind. There's a lot of people on Saturday night, which there was, right? But what happened was we had a knock at the door,
Mm.
right? And it was his son. His son coming in to say he would come to empty the bin bag,
What?
right? Now
What?
that
What?
is it's in the previous live. People go back, people watch it, right? What happened was, not being funny, I, I tell you, it was a fucking fiasco. What happened was, I was, I think I pressed the live button at 7:10 last week, right? I think what happened was, he must have, he must have come about 7:50 last week, right?
Right.
So anyway, I was at the table, so I was talking. So I pulled a bin bag at the bin, right? So I went, "Where's the other bin bag?" So I'll bring one back up. Well, what happened was about 20 minutes, about 8 o'clock,
Mm.
knock at the door again. It was the dad, the owner, right? And he literally John was saying, I was live and that. He literally was going on about, "Oh, you satisfied? I've paid £400,000 for this place." Well, what he's doing, he's not. A friend of mine I spoke to on a Sunday who runs hotels, and they
Mm.
say he's not catering for the needs of tourists, like any of us,
No,
like
right,
where we live,
yeah,
all tourists, which we are. He's catering for his needs
of
of
course
what
he
it
is.
is like he believes. You
Yeah.
can't run a business like that. You can't run a
No,
business
you
like that, you
can't.
know.
No, I understand. I understand. But to be bothered as a resident because someone wants to empty your fricking bin, that's just too funny, Darren. You know,
Yeah.
it should be you pay your money, you've got your room for the duration of that, happy holidays, and hope everything's all right. Breakfast is served from 8 till 10. You know, come freely. You know, any advice you want, just ask at the desk. But that just seems a horrible experience. It really
I mean,
does.
again, it will continue. I mean, like it's not over because he's done one thing, an email to the booking, which he has, but also TripAdvisor will be for the next thing. But the thing is,
Mm,
I've got, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to look at like a weekly, maybe report about TripAdvisor. See what just people. Because now when you're up for the season,
yeah.
June, July, August, he will get slaughtered. They will.
I
They,
hope so, mate. I hope
I,
so.
what happened was, Rich, I spoke to people. Well, on Saturday, I met a few people Saturday morning here and there,
Mm,
right? On the Sunday, apparently, after I've done a live last Saturday night, on the Sunday, the dining area, the breakfast area, was literally deserted. There was only us in there and a couple of other people. Apparently, a lot of the people was going home on Sunday, right?
mm.
And apparently, they went round to these cafes. And they've been going there for years. They said they're never going to go back there again. They said,
Right, okay. So that was verified. It wasn't just you having that
yeah,
bad experience. It was everyone else going, it's unacceptable and that. But
yeah,
honestly, I'm not joking. If you think about the cleaning products, the axe and the open doors, that's very fucking iffy. And
yeah,
I'm not going to ask, but privately, you might as well put in that hotel and just see what comes up on the
yeah.
internet and
What we're
see if
going to
anything
do,
recently
what we're
happened.
going to do, what we're going to do, we give it 5 minutes because we'll
Mm.
see how the agents. There's one's me. There's one's yourself, the agent. There's four watching. So it was a
Oh,
quick
is
pop
there?
up. So yeah, so we'll give it 5 minutes and we'll come off YouTube in 5 minutes time or something. Yeah.
Okay. But it just seems like, there might have been something happened there. I'm not saying it was, but I'm just
No,
saying, like,
no.
linking them all together, you just go, that's a bit freaking odd. And especially having the fire escape open with a, you know, fire extinguisher.
Yeah.
You just don't do
I mean,
that. Surely alarm would go off, wouldn't it,
the,
Darren,
the thing
in a
is, the thing
hotel?
is, the thing is, Rich. I know I'm one of them. You're probably one. Might be Asian. Anyone else? Hello. People watch it, but I'll leave it up. But people watch it. But the thing is, what I'm saying this is that, like Rich knows, I know about fire safety, which I do. Right. I know about chemicals, which I do. You do not leave chemicals. I'll show a photograph
Mm.
Sunday night. Or if I've got on my laptop, I'll put them on the screen. If you see it or people watching, you'll go, "What the fuck?" Because it's dangerous. Because people, one, they could trip over it, and the second thing, if children come up, if there was children standing, there was a kid in there the day before, but I think they went home. But if a child started picking that stuff up and started drinking, that's an acid straight away. Well, it's fucking toxic, not just acid.
Darren, you ought to refer to them to the Control of Substance Hazardous to Health and
Yeah,
Regulations
sure, isn't it?
2002, also known as COSH,
That's
and
it. I know about cost. Yeah, I'm
and,
trained in
fa-
cost. Yeah, I'm
and,
trained in
fa-
that.
and failure to abide by them laws, or them laws have been reported by some outdoor party to COSH, they will deal with you severely.
Yeah, I'm trained
You
in
know,
cost. Yeah.
because when you've got
I've
people's
done the
lives
training.
that
I've done
you
health
know
and safety, everything. Yeah.
when you've got people staying with you under your conditions, you're responsible for their health and safety. So
Yeah. It's
good luck
true.
to you.
I
Good
mean, that's
luck
what I
to you.
said. I mean, it needs to be shut down just like that. With you can be just like that.
Yeah,
Just shut down just like that.
because you know you would be.
Yeah. What happened was, Rich, so what happened, right? A friend of mine, right? I spoke to my friend of mine on Sunday who runs a hotel, little
Mm,
B&B place, right? and I spoke to them, and they said, which is true, they get a lot of, which is like regulation, which I understand. So I've actually given the name of the hotel. I've actually given the name of the hotel. So I hope she actually reports them to the regulations as well as a
Mm,
business owner as well.
yeah, so do I, mate.
Yeah.
So do I. Sometimes it's hard to report people. It never gets taken seriously, or something
No.
never gets done about it, and you just left not knowing. You just go, "Oh, we should never bloody bothered
Well, the
now."
thing is, what I said, right? The thing is, it's like everything else. If you're breaking some rules, rules, you all have to apply by them, which you do,
Mm.
right? But the thing is, if you're not applying by them, that place there was literally zero. I know people's going to watch it back, or people's. I'm not naming place on YouTube yet, but the thing is if you, I know people go and Google it, which they would, but the thing is, if I named them, they'd be slaughtered, which they would be.
You see, I'm trying to think here because a gentleman thing would be is to be decent about it and just go, I was in this area, you know, because people would be able to fathom what it is without naming it, if you see what I mean. Certain area, and you know, there'd only be a certain amount of hotels there, so it'd be easy to find, really. But in
Mm.
other words, people need to be aware of these fricking places
Yeah.
because when you go on holiday, you make a, you know, you spend a lot of money. Really, you might spend 500-600 quid on your accommodation for 5-7 days of being happy for a week of, you know, 12 months, you know, leaving everything behind and just chilling out and just enjoying
I
yourself.
mean,
But there isn't
I, I,
enjoyment,
I
Darren.
made,
And
I made,
let me
I
must
made.
say this, right? When he keeps on hassling you for opening, you know, the door at 8 o'clock at night to empty your bin bags, I tell him to fuck off there and then.
I mean, the
And
thing
that
is,
time that he, hold on, when he come over
yeah.
with his laptop and that, he go, I paid for accommodation, not harassment. Do one, Ali. You know,
I
else
mean,
I'll give you a bad review. You know,
I
that's
mean,
it.
I've got a few photographs which I have,
Did you
but the
tell him
thing is,
about them regulation briefs? Did you tell him
yeah.
about that? What did he say?
The guy, I mean, he didn't. I mean, imagine if you left an hotel, you know, people say, you know, have a good stay, shake you out. He didn't do nothing. We just walked out the door, and so I thought to myself, you got to do it other ways, which you have, because
Yeah,
if we do it other ways official, which I suppose is right, official. So I'm
yeah,
going to there's one official way gone already, which there is. We've got to do another one afterwards, but
yeah.
this week probably. But the thing is I've got a few photographs, but maybe see that's what I say. I don't bloody think sometimes, you know. I shouldn't have just got the record, just started filming the stuff, walking around with it.
Who were the other residents there, mate? Were they sort of all tourists, holiday makers and
Oh
stuff
yeah,
in mixed
a lot
bag?
of people, a lot of people. Mainly, there was a lot of people from northern areas, which there was. Which I don't know why they go to the platform, but northern areas, which they was.
Like Scottish, Manchester, Liverpool,
Um,
Newcastle.
yeah, there was like Joe's there, and the northeast area,
Oh,
that sort
okay.
of thing.
See, it makes a
Northeast
bad
area.
impression, doesn't it? You know, when people
Yeah,
come all of that way to have a nice holiday somewhere and that, and they get lumbered with this freaking arsehole and his
yeah.
stupid hotel when they could probably got better premises just over the road or down the road for half the
Well, see,
price.
what happened was the
That's horrible.
hotel, the hotel I went to last year. I spoke about it Saturday
You
night.
said it was
The-
lovely, didn't you? And you'd
Yeah,
go back
what happened
any
was
time and
the hotel. I'm not going because my viewers gone up, someone's gone up there probably ran. But what happened is the hotel I went to a year ago, right? We tried it, but it was booked up. So what happened was I went there Friday night. Um, I had a drink at some pubs, so I went out that area, and I sat outside. I'm not joking. This is a true. I think I said about Saturday night. It's a true story.
mm,
I sat outside the hotel. I went in the outside the hotel, and this phone I've got here actually started making noises, ringing. Right, my internet came through. Which I couldn't. It was over a year ago. 1 year ago,
well,
I went into the system a year ago. I went back. So they said They said, "Where are you staying?" So I told them. So anyway, they said, "Oh, you." So I said, "No, they've booked up." Says you could watch the show. So I did. I was going to go Saturday night, but I went Sunday because we was a bit shattered, son.
oh,
Pajamas
did you
shattered. So
get
I
to
went.
watch the show for nothing? Sort of thing. They
Yeah,
just said, I'll come in. Yeah,
it,
that's nice of them, man.
what happens here is that hotel. It's open to non-residents,
But
right?
oh, gotcha.
So what happened? I went back there Sunday night, right? I put on the screen on Sunday. There's a lovely Scottish singer. It's a really lovely looking woman, a Scottish singer, Like really,
Bonnie
really
Tyler.
nice personality. I put on the screen Sunday night, that sort of thing. But we watched the show. So I was in there about 11:30, 20 to 12 at night. It was only about a 5-minute walk from the other place, right?
Okay.
But that hotel there, I mean, I got the internet again, which I did. But the thing was, that hotel was a proper hotel, standards, cleaning, standards, the reception
Nice
staff, and
staff, and
bar
that
staff,
makes
yeah,
a
that sort of thing.
difference,
Yeah,
doesn't it? Pleasant,
it's all clean,
helpful,
yeah.
smiling staff.
Yeah. And that's what
Not
it is.
not
If you've got the
Ali
staff,
coming over with his freaking laptop while he trying to
yeah.
sit down and
If you've
enjoy
got the
yourself.
staff,
What are you talking
that's what it
about?
comes down to. Your staff. Your staff's the main people on the ground, which they are. They run the building, which they do.
Give us 2 seconds. I need to go get a drink because I'm talking. I'm
Yeah.
getting a sore throat.
Mm.
Give us 1 minute.
Anyway, everyone, hello everyone. You've got 7 watching. One's me, one's Chloe. So hello. We're just having a little quick. I'm going to chat about general things. Back on Sunday night, probably. Just a little Friday night. I'll put the background on Friday night, little chill out or something. Wow. Oh. So I'm not going to land the hotel. I know people's probably waiting for me to land the hotel, but I won't do that yet because that'll be down the line, which it will be. But we'll talk about Sunday night again. We will. I'll put a photograph Sunday night probably. But it's all health and safety guidelines broken, which it was.
That's got it. Got a drink now. What do I miss?
No, I was just talking to. I said we've got 7 viewers now. I said fair to talk. I said I'm not going to name the hotel live on air. Probably won't even name the hotel, but in time I may in time. We'll see how it goes. But I've got photographs which I might show them Sunday night, which I'm all to the others and that sort of thing.
Yeah, you should do, mate. And to be quite honest, you could probably poll this, as I was saying, do you want me to sort of name this unprepared if anyone wants to know? But, I think you've got a right to, because obviously as a review, if you was to write a report on, say, booking.com or TripAdvisor, you're not
Yeah,
saying it, you're saying it about that sort of thing. And, I always read them reviews, Darren, before anything.
yeah,
I go through 'em like a fine tooth comb, you
yeah,
know. But because in all honesty, I'd say within the next couple of weeks I'm off on holiday as well, and I'm hoping to get the cabin back. But that's
be nice,
bloody
won't it? Oh,
it's bloody
yeah,
expensive, mate.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
bloody
yeah.
expensive. It's 750 quid or something for 5 days or
But the
something, but it's
thing
well
is,
worth it.
when I went to that hotel Sunday night to watch the show, I
Mm.
mean, I'd actually put I'd actually put a photograph on. I put some photographs up, so just while I'm talking Sunday night. And the thing is, right, I'm not bit. When I was in there, I thought I would just love to go back upstairs to the rooms and just get a night's sleep as such,
Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean.
and get
So
back to that fucking crazy place.
I used to do a job years ago, Darren, that took me round the whole of the UK. And because I was out and about all the time, I had
Yeah,
loads of hotels in different areas and they'd be booked for me, you see. So someone
yeah,
else had already booked the hotel and say it's in this
yeah.
area, here's a postcode, go there, it's all booked in, you get your keys and go straight up to your room. And I've been in hundreds. And to be quite honest, touch wood, I haven't really had an absolute appalling one apart from an Ibis in Croydon,
Yeah.
where from 1 o'clock in the morning the phone rung and I answered it and no one was there, so I went back to sleep and that. And then about 3 o'clock in the morning the phone rung again next to me and I answered it and then no one was there. And then 5 o'clock in the morning it rung again and I picked it up and then there was no one there. And then obviously in the morning, I've been woken up 3 times in the night by my phone at the side of the bed with no one there. And I complained no one was interested because I all spoke Romanian. They
Yeah,
just
yeah,
looked at me plainly like robots as I was saying, well, what do you want me to do about it in so many words in an expression, you know?
yeah,
And then when I went down for breakfast, it was all like real cheap Rice Krispies and sort of like, oh, the milk was just awful. It was just like white water. It was
yeah,
absolutely appalling. and the toast was like, you know, Tesco's cheapest toast. It was like cardboard, and you go, oh, fucking hell, never again. And all through the night, all you could hear was screaming, shouting, police sirens, like car horns all the time. There's constant police sirens and going off all the time.
I mean, it's only a shame, which I mean, it's what I do forget. I'm not perfect, I would say, but
Mm.
I imagine that if I videoed it or even done a short little live as such, people as I could left
Yeah,
it up and watched it. If it,
yeah,
like I can imagine the hotel afterwards, couldn't I?
yeah. You know,
Yeah,
in all fairness, mate, if that was me and you come to me, I'd be so ashamed. I'd give you a refund and apologise and say,
yeah.
look, you know, it's only me and my son at the moment. I fired 2 staff because they never turned up on time. We are going through hard times, and you could sort of relate to it, couldn't you? But to have, coming over your laptop, slapping it on the
I
desk
know.
and
What the
that,
fuck's
and
that
you
about?
go,
Yeah.
take that, else I'll put it round your freaking head.
I
Do
mean,
one.
I mean, if he probably watch it back tomorrow morning, but if he's watching, he will watch it back. But the thing is that he puts it back Sunday night. But we couldn't believe it. What the fuck? When he come on the laptop, I thought, but he, he put it in front of. I thought it's my live stream last night, Saturday night, but it wasn't. He's back fucking about the bill or something. What the fuck's he going about?
An axe hanging about where a little kid.
That
Imagine
was
if you
Sunday.
brought
That
some
was
kids.
Sunday afternoon, evening.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, but I'm just saying, if it's like a young couple and that with a 2, 3 year old kid walking hand in hand, what's that? Yeah, it's a freaking axe. Don't touch it. You
mm.
know, God knows, he's just so fishy, Darren. It's unbelievable. There's only bloke's been sort of chopping up residents and putting them into a kebab or something. I don't know. You know, it just seems that odd and that bizarre, doesn't it? You know, to be harassed as a guest, knocking on your door at 8 p.m. at night and then
Yeah.
going, can I empty your freaking bin? You go, I'll tell you what, I'll empty your
Well, what he
freaking
done?
nostrils.
What he done as well, Rich? What else? It was obviously last Saturday. I mean, obviously, they haven't live us up. But what happened was on the Friday night, I actually got the password for the internet.
Okay.
Right? He gave us this fucking bit of card.
What is it in
Right?
hieroglyphics?
It was a bit of plastic with a password. I couldn't even get into it. I couldn't even get into it. My voice said not recognised. Blah blah blah. Anyway, when I was live, that's what I was saying to you last week. What happened was, right, I used my phone data last week.
Right.
That's why it started playing up because I was on data,
Okay.
right? So what happened? It was I did watch it back. It was okay at the beginning. I did watch it back, but what happened was it got shit because obviously the data was on the data which I was, right? So what I'd done, he went and knocked at the door. John said about the internet, and he got my iPad, and I don't know what he done. It's okay now. He said about the QR code or something for the internet. So anyway, he
Okay.
put it in the internet. Well, that's how I used it. That's how I came back on the iPad afterwards. But it got better, which it
Okay.
did. But what happened was I could. And that's what I'm trying to say to you. I went to that other hotel, and the internet came through straight away.
Yeah.
I was there a
Snapped
year
on
ago.
rapid. Yeah, I remember you
Yeah,
saying. I remember you saying it was bang on, wasn't it?
I was there over a year ago, right? That came. So if I was in that room Saturday night in that other hotel, the internet would have been perfect, because they've got a good system there, which I have,
Yeah, they've
right?
updated it,
But,
haven't they?
but his system there was shit, which it was.
Cool. Yeah, it's just some old, 20-year-old BT router or something sitting
Yeah.
underneath the reception desk. Yeah, it's just Timu tech, isn't it? It's just, I'll tell you what, mate, it's like, it's painting a very nasty picture in my mind about it all already. And you haven't even shown me the
Yeah.
photos yet.
Yeah.
What was the room like in fact? As
I
just
mean,
like,
I mean,
if you
I
sort of
mean,
forgot about the rest of it and just went from the very first moment you went through to the room, looked into the toilet, looked around, it was all of my
I
catered
mean,
for. That was all right.
I couldn't say it was dirty. The only thing I found, I found in the bed a
A
fucking
rat, dead rat.
no, not a rat. I found, when you go to I don't know, a show or a concert, you get the wristbands around your wrist.
Mm.
I found my hand on the floor, so I chucked it in the bin.
That was
But
on the floor. Was
yeah,
in the
by the
bed.
side of the bed.
God, do you reckon that he's actually changed the freaking sheets? I bet he ain't. I bet he
Well,
went,
that's
ah,
another
they
thing as
look
well,
all
isn't it?
right. And then, You see that because obviously you'd do a room check, wouldn't you, before you shut the doors and
Yeah.
give the keys to guests. You know, you'd think you'd spot that on the floor, wouldn't you?
Well,
Straight
what
away.
happened was, do you know? I mean, people's going to watch. I've got 5 watching, but the thing is, on the what happened was on the that Friday night, right? I went out. We went out. Went to a bar around the corner where me and Loggers finished up, but my phone was dead, so that's why I had to charge up in the bar there.
Yeah,
And what
boy.
happened was around the corner from the hotel, about 5-10 minute walk, right? What
Mm.
happened was, I came out there and I went down to the other place. That's why I went to the shop because there's a shop around the corner. I don't know if you got me your way, BMM
Yeah, cool.
stores.
Yeah, we've got them.
We've got none down there. It's
Really?
you get everything, household stuff, food, anything you get, right? So I went in there. We done some shopping. I bought bags of golden one. I put on the screen. Gold bags of golden one. The cheese onion crisp. I've just finished
How
one
much do they
tonight.
go for? Like a quid for a 6-pack or something?
Yeah, six pack. Yeah,
Yeah,
6 pack.
quality, quality.
Right, and I bought 8 Carlsberg lagers. So when I went back to the hotel, I had fish and chips, pot of ship. I said last week. I went back to the hotel and I had the 4 in the evening, Friday night.
Mm.
On the Saturday, what I done Saturday morning, not put one him up because he was fucking Muslim. I put a beer cans in my bag, I had my iPad in. I chucked them in the bin round the corner, right?
Oh,
But
yeah,
what
it could
happened
be
was on
offended you drinking on his premises, chase you away with
yeah.
a broom.
So our friend who owns an hotel, she said before, not the other day, she said previously, like a year ago,
Mm.
she don't mind people taking alcohol into their room. She don't mind that. She says she don't mind it at all. But I looked in the bin, right? What happened was on the next day, because I was at live last Saturday. I chucked them in the bin Sunday morning, but I was at the hotel on the Sunday night. But the thing was, there was literally, it was just basic, I mean, you
Oh,
know,
I'm beginning to paint a bit of a picture here. Do you reckon that strange knock at the door at 8 p.m. and that about emptying your bin was to keep an eye on you about having drinks to you
well,
in
what
your bin?
what I was going to say, I
Makes you
just reminded
wonder
me what I was
now,
going to
doesn't it?
say.
So he come
You
up
know,
because it's a bit of a feeble excuse, isn't it? Saying you want your bin emptied.
do you know Sunday morning,
Hmm.
right? I went out Sunday morning. Do you get all people? But I got all. You get all day, which is worth it. You get all day tram tram ticket, so you pay for it all day,
Okay.
right? So it's right up till midnight, which is good, right?
Sounds
So I
excellent.
did use it quite a lot, which I did on the Sunday,
How much was
right?
that out of interest? To get all
Well, I think between
five
two
or
of us,
so?
we got I paid for 2 tickets. I think about £12, which weren't bad. 12 quid.
I don't want far off. I said a five, and I thought that about
Yeah.
individual. So
So
for two,
it's
not
it's under a
big
bit
it
it's
out.
under a bit of fees. You could go 1 stop, 2 stops, anything like that,
Mm.
right? So
I thought you
anyway,
can just jump on any time you wanted then.
yeah,
I,
yeah, during that day,
yeah,
yeah, till midnight, yeah, yeah.
yeah, just
So what
jump off
happened
and on
was
whenever you want. Have a couple of beers here, jump on
the,
a tram, go to
the,
somewhere a couple of miles away.
the, the Fleetwood Market wasn't open, which is a
Mm.
shame. That was a good market. I went to it last year.
What's
But
the
what happened
difference
was, we,
between that and a normal market then? Is it just bigger or something?
I'll tell you what, the people watch it back are watching. The Fleetwood Market is a very good basic market. Very very good. A lot of what you want: household stuff, personal stuff,
Oh,
anything you
okay.
want,
See, I
clothing.
didn't even know that. That's why I asked, because you
So
sort
if
of
anybody's
made it
watching
sound like
back,
it's a bit special.
Fleetwood Market is a very good market. I think I went on the Saturday last time. I think it was last year, and I've got we've got a load of stuff in there which we did. They love cash. They love cash, which they do. And the thing is, the train conductor, you got a train conductor on there. So all you do, you buy your ticket, you do it on cash or contactless, right? And what happens is, once you say what you want, if it's one way ticket, you pay for it. If it's all day, you just pay for it. But he said to us, he saw the market's not open today, which I was quite surprised on a Sunday. I was quite surprised by that. So he said, go to another place, that place, which it was. Anyway, I bought that new jacket, that one you see in the video with Walking the Wild Side. I bought that because it got bloody cold on a Sunday. There was high winds, a bit of rain. on the
Yes,
Sunday.
it was actually a bit strange on Sunday. I'll give you that.
Yeah. So what happened was, right, you could use it all day. So that's why I went to the place, which I did with the drop the stuff off, but then went back out again in the late afternoon. But it's all that. What I was going to say with with the bin bag, it's not that bin bag. When I went back to the hotel late in the afternoon, which I don't know what time it was, maybe back to 2:30, whatever. When I went back to the room, we don't take tons of rubbish. I took the beer cans out, but what happened was there was still rubbish in the bin. So even on the Sunday, Monday, the rubbish was still in the bin, like tissues or tea bags, things like that.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh man, what a horrible place.
yeah,
You know, so everything of the holiday was lovely apart from the
yeah,
accommodation.
yeah.
So if you was to rate it out of like 1 and 10, where would you rate it now? No, you've digested it. You've told
Well,
people a few
well,
stories in time that it
what you just said, it'd have to be one straight away.
is there any was there anything good about it? Was there just any positive?
No,
Not
the
one
thing
positive
was,
you can think of.
the thing was, not being funny, right? Loggers probably watched back, but I spoke to Loggers on a Saturday, which I did. But the thing is, right, it was a nice week. Don't get me wrong, it was a nice weekend away. I got away from my work, so work gets stressful, which it
Yeah,
does.
cool. Shut down a bit,
Um,
different things to look at
yeah,
in a different
and
environment. Yeah, I get you.
get out of the city. I said I live in London, so the city's be shit, which it can be. And the thing is, Friday, when I got there, it was really nice, which it was. You change, you feel, well, I'm relaxed now. I've travelled up here, which was a nice journey. As I said before, I might have said Saturday night. I left Euston, but the train pulled away at 12:36 on
Mm,
Friday last week. Right, you get to 3 other stations up north. I got to Preston. I think it was nearly 3:20 to 4 in the
okay,
afternoon. Right, you change. You get another one to Blackpool North. That's
right.
about 25 minutes. So I was there by probably 10 past 4, quarter past 4
Crikey,
last
that's
Friday.
good. And what time did you set off? Did you say?
From Euston, 12:36.
God,
That's our
that's
train
not
ticket.
too bad, is it? That's
Yeah,
pretty damn good because you don't have to get up early. You get there sort of like midday. You can have a sandwich on the
yeah,
freaking train. Have a little sleep for a while and that. You go, right, this is our stop. Off you go, 25 minutes, bang, you're there. And you chilled already when you turned up because you didn't have to
yeah,
look
yeah.
out the speed cameras or fill the car up with fuel and
Oh yeah, nothing about road. Yeah, I mean,
sit
I,
in
I,
traffic jams.
I, I
Yeah,
went,
it's
Rich.
pretty
Not being
good.
funny. I went, right. I've said it before with the previous lives. I went to Blackpool over. Well, I went got 2 years now. I went over 20 years ago,
Mm,
right? And we went with a group. I used to help out. Right, so they got me. They said I could help people out, which I did. And literally, we left London. I think it was like probably 9:30 in the morning.
yeah.
There was 2 stops on the coach. I think we got up there. I think it might have been 4:30, 5 o'clock at night.
The two stops just toilet breaks, stretch your legs and have a
Yeah,
sitting
yeah,
sort of thing. So how
yeah.
long
Tea,
them
coffee, that
breaks,
sort of thing.
Darren?
Yeah,
Is it like 20 minutes, half an hour or something, and gives the driver time to.
yeah, yeah, probably.
That's
Yeah,
good, isn't it?
yeah,
It
probably at
breaks
that
it up,
time.
and then you can chat to other people that sitting on
Yeah,
different bits
yeah,
of the bus. That you know,
yeah. But but the thing is, as I said, like, and the thing is, like, um, as I said Friday, I went to this bar. I dropped the stuff off and put my stuff away and bits and pieces out of my bag and that. Went to this bar around which is about a 5 to 10 minute walk from where I was staying, and that's where we in Loggers and Queen met over the previous years, which we did. It's a nice little bar it was. That was open. I went in there. I walked along to that shop, to the other hotel. I had a lovely, not that cheap shit. I had a lovely fish and chip meal on a plate with knife and fork, which it was lovely, lovely, lovely posh place. It was
About that,
not
15
posh,
quid.
but it was nice. It was nice. It was nice,
15
yeah.
quid.
Well, what happened was we take in turns. So John paid for it, so he might have paid about that between two of us. Yeah, probably. Yeah,
Would
yeah,
you
about
wash
that
it down
price.
with a
Yeah.
pint?
No.
Can of Tango.
I was. No, I don't. I think I might have had a cup of tea. I think I might have had a cup of tea or something. Yeah,
Might have had a can of Orange
cup of tea,
Tango
yeah.
just to, spice it up a little bit. I do like Orange Tango, tell you the truth. Don't drink it as often as you think, but good drop that.
But the thing is, I mean, not being funny. I mean, obviously, Loggers probably watch it back today now. He might even come on 2 o'clock in the
No
morning. I don't
fucking
mind.
way.
But the thing is, I've got a free day tomorrow. I've got nothing on tomorrow today. I'm
That's
okay.
awesome.
I'll do Sunday
That's
night.
awesome.
But the thing is, right? I fell asleep tonight actually about 7 o'clock
Well,
tonight.
why not,
The
mate?
chair.
Why not?
Anyway, what I was going to say, right? On the Saturday, people. It was really good meeting Loggers again and Queen Ninja and the boys, which it was. It was really a good day. Which we had a good day, a lovely meal in a pub, which we did, and we had a walk around all the places and along the front. It was really good, and then Sunday, so the hotel, I only used it to sleep there, which I did.
Mm.
I've done a live stream Saturday night. Hello, Sandra. I can see. Hello,
Hey,
Sandra.
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 What time is it when you
How
are,
you doing, good
Sandra, out of
Sandra?
interest, sweetheart? And of course, as always, I hope you're very well. I hope you're doing well.
Sandra, I'll tell you what,
Mm.
Gro. Sandra, do you want to come have a chat to us, Sandra? You're more than welcome, honestly, you would be. I mean, I spoke to you before, Sandra.
I think Adrian's gone, hasn't he? Is Adrian gone?
Yeah, he'll be back. He'll come back.
Yeah, I think he's gone.
But no, it was good. It was good meeting Loggers and Queen Ninja and the boys. And then Sunday, we was back out again all day Sunday till the evening time. So apart from that, it was a good weekend, which it was. I enjoyed it, which I did. Apart from that
So,
place, it was good.
what would you give the geezer that was the hotel manager? What would you give him out of
Oh
10
fucking
for
hell,
sort of a host and that? And when you say these things, was
0.
he a bit abrasive in his approach when he was it sort of unfriendly, more like commanding?
Yeah,
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 that's what I
yeah,
got. That's
yeah.
what I
It
sort
was.
of got that hint, Darren. I didn't want to make
Yeah.
assumptions because
I'm not being funny.
yeah,
I'm not being funny. I mean, I know personality. If you'd been there, I know I could go. I think you would have gone
no,
berserk. You would
you
have
would
John's
have
more than
been
you would have gone
filming it,
berserk.
and it would have been very funny and very short and blunt as
Yeah,
well. I wouldn't be. It
yeah,
is straight away with you. The red flags go up when you're seeing all of them health and safety breach and concession. Fair enough, you could let one slide and go, oh, I don't know what that's about, but you can let it go. But the axe, Darren, box right next to a flight of stairs and that, and the freaking
he's
nah.
he's 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 all right, Sandra. He's obviously got a bed now, which he has. He falls asleep. He's okay. So we had a good weekend away in last weekend. So, but see, if you want to come on, Sandra, always let me know. I know I visited you only. We'll have a little chat. I mean, I don't mind, Sandra. Anything,
Yeah, the
anytime.
UK now it's just chilled out zone on a Friday night, because it's
Yeah.
like 2 a.m. and probably most people have had.
It's 2:05 here,
Yeah,
Sandra. I know loggers. I watch it back when he wakes up. He'll say, "What's Darren was live here
well,
say?" But it's a
keep it
chill out, which is
random,
a
Darren.
Friday
You
night.
don't know what happens, do you? You didn't know that I was online messing about in my videos and that. You didn't know that
No, I
Sandra
didn't
was
know.
and that.
What
Didn't
I
know that
done?
Adrian was.
What I done?
You know.
I've actually found out I could actually do it without going to the channel. So I've actually found out how to. No, I went. It's not on the channel. I'm going my other way. It's not on the channel there. So I actually put it in channel, but I could actually. We might do one private in
Mm.
time. We can still do it private. We can still do one other time or something
Yeah,
here and
throw
there.
some ideas about in the end, see what lands
Yeah,
and comes
yeah.
up with.
I'm always working different ideas, which is
Yeah,
true. Working different ideas is always the best way.
have a
Yeah,
little think tank. You never know. What works something out will be
yeah.
better for all. What's your old man doing tonight? Watching Amazon Prime cowboy films with a.
He was watching early the Fire Stick
Mm.
earlier. But I think I don't know what time I'm in bed. I think you better bed about what's the time? At my bed about 12:30. About 12. I think it's 12 o'clock. I think it was in bed.
Gosh,
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
mate, that's a bit late, isn't it? You know,
yeah,
the guy push a boat. I bet he's watching some good films. There's some good films on that Fire Stick when you can wade through the crap ones.
yeah. You watched all that? Yeah, yeah,
You know, I've
yeah,
been well into my cowboy films. Like, there's some absolute classics on there. Ones that you forget. You think, oh, sometimes cowboy films, a bit cheesy. But God, some of them are just works of art, aren't they? Lee Van Cleef
yeah,
and
yeah.
Clint Eastwood and all of those. You go, wow. It's so lawless as well. Anything can happen. There's limited resources. Not as though forensics going to sort of hunt down the people that murdered you. You could just be murdered and just left, and that's it.
Sandra, Sandra, we get a cut that 10 minutes or so. If you want to come and just let me know the link, I'll just let Sandra on own. That's all I do.
I
Sandra
don't think
only.
there's anyone else in YouTube, Darren. To be quite honest, and that's
I
a good
know.
thing, really, because I
I know.
suppose the others are on Facebook or something. But they're still in via
Yeah,
a
yeah.
different sort of method. That let's have a look.
I mean, as I said, I'll probably do. I'm out Sunday, but I'll be back probably early evening. But I'll probably pin some up tomorrow night for Sunday. But I just thought let's just have a little chill out chat again. Over cheers, ain't it?
The friendly little chat.
I'll put it on Sunday night, friendly little
The
chat.
friendly little chat.
I was saying, right? I was so nice when I went to that karaoke bar. Honestly, I think I watched it back when I walked past this bloody karaoke bar. Someone was singing a Penny Arcade. I went, what?
Yeah, that's creepy. I don't really believe in certain coincidences. Fair enough if someone's wearing the same jacket or pair of trainers and all of that, but in the billions of different frequencies and songs and artists there are all over the world of different genres and all of that, of all the things that could be playing at that, it was like, you know,
Yeah.
that's
Oh,
made
yeah.
you go, oh, don't you? That's right.
I can't believe it. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a bit wonky, isn't it? When you come to
Yeah.
think about it, I thought, you put it in chance and that, it's more chance of
But
winning the
see,
lottery, I think,
what
than hearing
happened
that.
was we was that busy. Well, our time flew, right? Went to have a bar, but I did say to Loggers and Queen, literally from that place, literally probably 5 minutes, walked to the karaoke. By the time we got back to that place about 4:30. Was out of Tramalone, which I think they're about
Mm.
5:30. So I can understand it. We didn't walk down to the karaoke bar, but I would have probably done something
Is
in
that
there,
when you bought the beers back? Is that
What's
when you
that?
didn't you go to B&M's and then did you go back and bring the beers back, or
No,
was
no,
that
no,
a
no,
different
no,
time?
no. What, no, what happened was that was Friday night. Because I went to that bar Friday night 'cause it was around the
Mm.
corner, and I went right away down the front, and I went to a shop watching who was around the back for that hotel was starting last year. And what happened was it was a big. So I don't know when I was in there, but we bought some bits and pieces, which we did, some stuff which we did, and I knew they had crisp in there and lager. 'Cause I got it last year. I didn't buy that last year, and I actually bought some Golden Wonder crisps, the cheese and onion, which I did. I just finished them
Yeah,
tonight.
good call.
Cheese and onion, golden, and I bought some Colesberg. So when I went back
How
Friday night,
much
I had
were
four in
those
the
B&M
hotel.
straight then, Darren? Can you
I got
remember?
no YouTube, nothing at all. I
How much?
so my
How
phone,
much was the 8 cans of booze? How much was that
um,
out of interest? Was that
they,
about
they,
eight
I
quid
tell you
or?
what. They was quite reasonable, good prices. I mean, it was. I
Yeah,
think it
that
was
that's
4.
why I'm a bit
Yeah, I
curious
tell you where
because
it was.
B&Ms are cheap, aren't they? So I bet they undercut everyone.
It was for four Colesberg. It was 4.25.
That's not too bad. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Carlsberg's all right to drink as well. It's quite nice.
I've, what I've got, I've had bit back this. I've actually bought some in Iceland, so I've actually got a couple here now. So I've had them
What, are they
tonight, but
dealing in
you know,
Carlsberg as well, are they?
they what they do there, they do. You buy 8,
Hmm.
and it's only 8 quid. They take a pound off of it.
Oh, all right, fair enough. Fair
You
enough.
buy them separate for 4. They charge so where you get 2, they take a pound
Hmm.
off.
I get you.
Yeah, so I'm just having time. But as I said tomorrow, I'm not getting up early tomorrow. Well, today now. I say tomorrow. It's
Yeah,
tomorrow Sunday, but
we're already in
Saturday
tomorrow.
early. It went 2 now.
Yeah, we're already in Saturday already, mate. You know.
I always forget that previous ones. I think like tomorrow's Sunday, but it's obviously Saturday, which it is 2 everyone.
Yeah. Well, I've still got freaking bits that I need to edit from, I don't know, about a week ago
Yeah,
and all of today's shenanigans. I might have got about 12 videos in the space of about an hour and a half today. It's a productive hour and a half, and things went right as well because obviously
yeah,
when you call your bird and then you put your camera outside the window of your car, and then obviously I can't see what's going on because I'm not looking at the
yeah,
screen. I'm just hoping it's in the right way, and I actually done a bloody good job. I think even Stanley Kubrick could go, do you know what? Bloody remarkable, especially when you weren't even watching, didn't know where the bird was, you know.
yeah.
But doing them edits is
I'll tell you
hard,
what.
you know, especially when you're doing it
The
on
thing,
mine because it takes
thing
ages.
is, I mean, as I said, like mine. I mean, I always say it's a bit of fun. I mean, sometimes my internet plays up. There's nothing else. I've got this device going the other one side. But the thing
That's
is,
true. You've got good
like I'm being
internet
fun.
tonight. You're crystal clear.
It's going good. I can see the screen. It's
Yeah,
going really good. I can see on
yeah.
both
No
screens.
echo, no
Right?
clicks, no nothing. It's all right.
But but the thing is, right? As I said before last time, I like talking to people. But the thing is, you a lot of channels, crafting,
Oh, stop,
Tasha,
mate. There's loads. You couldn't
Robert,
even
you do
mention
good
them all,
channels.
really, could you?
You do good
You
channels.
couldn't mention them.
You do good channels.
Loggers is very varied channel, which I
Loggers is good as
go out
well.
and
Loggers,
about,
yeah.
and then do you know what was really good? Do you remember that wholesale shop that you went into where you can get three sort of like
Oh, it's
massive
lovely, wasn't
cakes
it?
for a fiver?
That was great.
I was just like, oh, I wished I was there. Then he's going, oh, look at this, you
What,
know,
what, what,
3 quid for
what I was
four of
saying,
them. You go, bloody hell, man.
what I was saying, Rich, which is true. Like I said about BMM, I meant to look up on this on my. I could do it on this one, yeah, one there, right? Not being funny. I will do
Mm.
it probably tomorrow. I get today now. But I get chance. These BMM stores. I'm not being funny. We've got nothing down here like that. We've got the basic crap
Well,
which we have.
why you don't have
Iceland, Co-op.
B&M? That's very odd.
No, there's. I will
Mm.
today. I will go on Google and pump in the BMM stores close to me. I'll guarantee. I don't know none in the area. I don't know any of them. Even Asda, where I live, even Asda is fucking right over in East London somewhere.
Jesus. So you're sort of like forced
Shit.
to sort of, get what you're given basically within your area. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a bit shit. And this time where everyone's a competitor, really. Yeah, I understand your
Yeah.
frustration
Because what you said, when you see, I put comments down, which I did, Logger's video about that one. The thing is, when my mum was going, thinking, bloody, if I was there, I'd buy this, I'd buy that.
there.
You would buy it,
Yeah,
wouldn't you?
I love things up north. I
Yeah,
don't know what it is. When I start going up
yeah,
north, people get more friendlier. The environment changes, like culture and all that, and you get absorbed in it. And
yeah,
I've never had any bad experiences up north, and that's a God's honest truth. And I've been to Gateshead partying, whole lot. Obviously, I've seen some fights in the street and shit, but nothing's
yeah,
been
yeah.
aimed at me or any animosity, or
No,
I've seen it when I've been in various pubs and people enjoying themselves and all that. Just everyone was just so friendly. And because where I live, I'm pretty right to, see the date of what I get, but it's different. People are different. Me, people are more uptight down south. Up north, are just
the,
nice.
the thing is, the thing is, I've always said this, which is true. Right? You're right. I've always said it. Right? If you look, in I live in
Mm.
London, but the thing is, so fucking stressful as it
Yeah,
is, right? Because you can't serve at nobody,
yeah,
right? Because they'll think you're having a row with them, right? But the thing is, what you said, the other areas of the UK, when you go around the UK, there's more better areas, which there
Mm,
is. People are more friendly. People's more not aggressive, which they're not,
welcoming in it,
right?
sort of thing, and
Yeah.
see, notice
If
your
someone said,
accent, where you're from, what you're doing. Oh, and then before you know it, they're saying
I,
this, that, and the other, and then you learn something. And,
I, I've said it before, right? Yeah. But the thing is, what you say, if someone says hello to you, I'm not being funny. I could go out where I live, right? I went out, I forgot went to shopping. I don't know, it was maybe Wednesday or something, whatever. You went to the shops. There's people walking about, which was going shop. I didn't see many people I know, but I didn't. There's no friendliness at all. You go boom, 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 go and get in this, go and get this at the shops. That's it,
mm,
right? There's no community
no,
spirit.
you're right.
The word community is no community spirit,
Yeah,
which they don't give a damn if you've got no
yeah,
friends or family. They don't give a
yeah.
damn.
Now you see where my channel needs to be heading, don't you? Like that well-being escapism sort of thing for people that sort of
Yeah,
get stressed out and shit like that. And you think that you've been always treated badly by humans, and you live like battery hens. You don't have any privacy. Even if they can sit down for 30 seconds, just smile. That's my job done, mate. If you see what I mean. I'm the same with, and it doesn't have to. This is it. All the smaller channels, some guy having a fox come up at his door, or someone having a
yeah.
row with a bailiff or something. No, doesn't want anything. Just wants to share a bit of what they've gone through. I love them sort of videos. And like I said, with like loggers as well, I love varied videos where people just do random things that you don't know about. Like Lowry, for example, when he done that thing about Lowry. Obviously, we all know about his paintings and that. And I honestly thought he
Yeah.
was Birmingham. I didn't think he was Manchester. For some reason, I just always thought he was from Birmingham. And I had no idea that statue was so lovely. Did you? It was just him sitting on that
No.
bench and that. And I
Oh,
thought, how lovely
what
is that,
happened
that you
was
can sit
this.
next to him and have a
Um,
photo? That's a good statue.
what 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 happened was what you just said. I remember that now. That was very
Yeah.
interesting because we didn't think people. I didn't even know myself. To be honest,
Or
yeah.
just sitting down and seeing ducks in a different area and how they sort of interact with local people, waddling about, coming for bread every day. And you see people in the background, like old people, like about 70 or something, feeding the ducks, and they've been doing it for about 25 years. All the ducks have got nails. And even when Loggers was doing that, I think there was some lovely lady that walked past and he conversed, and it was just lovely. You just they're sort of
Yeah.
videos I like, rather than
I mean, the
watching
thing
some
is,
political
right?
thing that gets
Do
you
you know
angry.
the other day? Do you know the other day? I've got to admit. I mean, my dad spoke with
Mm,
John. He didn't like my live stream on Saturday, but the thing was, or Saturday afternoon, because the thing was, I was recording the street, right? But I was hearing what everyone's saying and talking to Tyler, but I didn't want to put the camera because I had it in London. Someone, oh, you're filming me, or you got
I
into a
was
row.
just
But the
going to
thing
say,
is,
has anyone
it's
ever confronted you for filming ever? But
yeah, I've had it once. I've had it once. I was in London. Oh, it was back in the one. I think it was the one by my Hammers. And I think what it was the other group. I was walking down the street going to the
mm,
pub, and some bloke started shouting, "Get the fucking!" He started swearing at me. I said, "Oi!" I said, "I'm not recording nowhere. I said, I'm recording buildings in London."
yeah, architect, yeah.
And he started shouting abuse at me. Yeah,
Oh dear, mate, yeah. Because I've
but
only had it,
if he is,
I've had it once, and that was the other week. But I wasn't even filming. Just a member of public decided they were going to stop me and
yeah,
ask if I was all right
I
because
don't.
I looked
I
like I was
never.
looking fishy.
I mean, the thing is, you do it more than me, right? I would never put cameras in people's face. So if I'm walking about, right, that's what I'm doing. So the thing is there was a lot of, there was that flute player,
Mm,
was in that last Saturday one. He was good, but there was a photograph. When I pressed it back on the camera, he was having a photograph done with some kids and a
mm,
lady. I didn't press because just because it's kids. I know it's a public
mm.
area. Because I don't want to get kids. I don't want that sort of thing. I don't do that sort of thing. I don't.
But it's not bang. It's not, depending on what way that you sort of like taking a photo. But this is a thing with my phone. If I took that photo or that video and stuff, I can make the background erase. You know, like you can take
Mm,
people out of pictures with AI and you wouldn't even know that it's disappeared. It's like
yeah,
magic, if you see what I mean. But I understand your frustration there, but there's no, you know, there's nothing against it. Kids
no,
are there all the time,
no,
aren't they?
no,
And if there's a public event
yeah,
and that, you're filming some
yeah. You're not
artist and that, you're
recording
not
directly, no,
recording the crowd. And I saw your video of that flute player. You know, you couldn't avoid it. You can't avoid it. You
no,
know,
no.
where does it stop, Darren?
Well,
It might even be, you know, the
no,
flute player claims copyright on your video because he sells
I,
DVDs or
I will,
CDs.
I will, I will. I will do more in the front, but it's just a matter of confidence. I would just say if anyone starts to say, "Look, I'm not going around. I'm not
Yeah.
doing anything legal. I'm not. I'm just
But
doing
the
it.
thing is,
I'm
within what
advertising. I'm not."
contents you're doing, it's completely legal. You know, the only sort of thing that gets it is whenever people get in your face and think that you're doing it for nefarious
Yeah,
reasons or something. You go, no, literally, this is like nature photography or something. But you shouldn't have to prove
yeah,
yourself or, you know, urban arts, you know, photography and videos. That's it. You know, that's where it lies. It's just, but they just, I don't know, people are all different. Like I said about the crows, it's the same way. Some people get irate over stupid things, and you know, even whatever happens, you can't do things anymore, can you? You can't even have a game of football on certain public parks and all of that shit, let alone film. You know, but that was interesting. I didn't know that you got harassed. I would have thought, you know, because you do film a lot, you
yeah.
might have.
It was only once. I did speak about it in the previous one. What happened was, I think when the guy, cause where the guy was, me and Nam was, what happened was, I forget what device I was on, and I actually replayed it.
Right.
And what we think it was the other people. The one up lot was leading a flag around him, and he came around the street. He literally started shouting at me, "Get me fucking off my!" Drummer called me and started swearing. I said, "What's the problem?" And John was looking, and what happened was, if he assaulted me, I would use the evidence of the camera car on the floor, just contact the police and just say I've been assaulted by this guy.
Yeah,
This
yeah, yeah.
guy's a lot
That's what I was
of,
going to say. Did he
yeah,
assault you? But I don't think he did. He just verbally assaulted you, didn't he?
yeah,
But then
sure,
again,
it was,
that's a warning, isn't it? It's a bit like a barking dog, you know, whether the dog's going to bite or not. That's the way I see it. Because a lot of dogs do bark, and you give them a good kick, Darren, and they sort of wail and scream off. Well, I'm using that as a bit of a, you know, thing to giving him a good crack, and he'll probably run off and get his mum on you. Some people go out looking for trouble, don't they? They really do. They really go looking
I mean,
for
the
it.
thing is, if the thing is, what we all say, right, and it's true. Right? I mean, I look at a lot of, I see, so people watch it back. I look at a lot of things, right? Even the other day, I was on a train
Mm.
and I'm being recorded. You're on CCTV, but you've been
Yeah,
recorded,
yeah, in the
right?
carriages.
You
Yeah,
go,
you're
you go,
right. Yeah,
yeah, you go into a shop, you're
you're
recorded.
correct. Yeah.
Now the thing
Go in the street, you're being
is,
recorded.
yeah, you're not doing
No,
nothing
not at
wrong,
all.
but we could all shout and honour about, oh, I'm being recorded, but they're not going to take it down. So the thing is we can't help where we're being seen,
No, that's
or so if
right.
someone's doing a video,
You see,
I watch lots
I
of videos.
think it is there's been so long of auditing now, and so many auditors that have gone around winding people up and doing things that they
Yeah,
think that
yeah,
people are in public now auditing people and triggering their responses, and people unwittingly do get triggered when they swear they wouldn't have a go at you, and you know, you go, this is giving me loads of views now because you're assaulting me, and I get to take 500 quid off you for assault. Then,
I mean, the
excuse
thing
me.
is, what I'm trying to say is, if you look at stuff, right, and I've always said before in previous ones here and now, if you look at stuff, is that anybody in public jobs, yes, you're a public official, which you are, right? But the thing is that sometimes you could say hello to somebody, that's about it. you can't get involved with individual stories or cases because you're risking your job, which you are if you work for an
The
organisation,
lottery, innit?
right? And the
The
thing
minefield.
is you have to, I've done this before. I've done everything. You have to refer people to the press office, which you do if you work for a company, which you have to. That's part of the procedures. You know, it's not what I say, it's what they say.
Yeah.
And the thing is, right, is what I'm trying to say is that you can't. I mean, I wouldn't. If someone was to speak to me, well, I've had people in London once to speak to me and that sort
Hello,
of thing.
Edwin. Sorry, I'm
Hello,
choking my
Edwin.
guts up there. Right, put the mic on. Turn the mic off. Sorry, Christ. Yeah, I hear you. And you're right.
Yeah, so you have to watch it, which you do, because people take it the wrong way, and it comes down to people's behaviour, which it does. You know, you're not. As I said, I don't want to get in conversation with people. I don't want to get into that
Darren,
sort of
narrow it
thing.
down, right? You're a visual artist. There you go. That narrows it down. So whatever you do and whatever you record is viewed by you and advised to your audience that it's just art.
Yeah.
And then he'll say it's not art. You go, it's natural art of
Yeah.
life. There you go. Narrows
Yeah.
it down, doesn't it? How could you
Yeah.
argue that? That covers every single topic, you know, and gives you the
In
right
fact,
to sort of film whatever you want. And I don't understand people that get triggered, Darren, for a second, because when they do, they highlight themselves and make themselves look even more of a fool than just say their comment and just go away. If you don't want to be filmed, just walk away, isn't it? You know.
yeah.
If you
Yeah.
started following, that's harassment. That's a different level, but it's not like you're going to because you got
That,
confronted. So he didn't
that's
have to
what I'm saying.
confront you, you know, because you get confronted, you go, right, I'll turn the
I
video
mean,
on you
I
then.
mean, I mean, I, I can't think where I could go back on the other one, but the thing is that I was doing more videos in London about tourist places. I was,
Mm.
and the thing was, he started shouting at me, and what happened was, I didn't even, I didn't, we watched it back. We watched it back on, I've done it for my other one upstairs. I got it for my laptop. We watched it back, and he came literally shouting at me, which he did. And I
Get
didn't
that
put in his face. I
bloody
went up to his
camera out of
face.
my effing face. Who do
Yeah,
you
yeah,
think
yeah.
you
Saying,
are? You want some of me, do you, mate? Yeah. Yeah, something like that, Darren. Yeah.
yeah. It was like a bollocks,
Yeah.
which it was, you know. I mean, it was just literally stupid, which it was, you know.
Yeah. Always is, mate. Always is. And over just sort of stupid, trivial stuff as well. It's good to
Yeah.
see you, Edwin. What time is it where you are, Edwin? Out of interest. Always like asking people that are in different countries what the timescale is because the United States are different, aren't they?
5
Is it
hours.
though? Because I think there's
Yeah. Well, it might be different to Tom.
yeah,
Tom's 5 hours. Tom is, yeah.
yeah. I know someone from I think it's North Carolina, and he's 5 hours delay as well. Yeah, what do you do though, Darren? There's idiots everywhere, mate. That's what I'm saying. And
Yeah.
the thing is, like going back to that hotel, I think you should expose them because personally, I'd be very grateful to watch a video, and you know, if I was to put their name in YouTube and it come up, and you know, you can say what you did. But I advise you to do two different things. I reckon you should do a video and just give a general description, like in a 5-minute video, and just put your photos and whatever you've got in there, then do the video afterwards, Sundays, and recap. So you watch a video and people watch it with you, then you can talk over it and add other bits to it.
I'll,
There you go. There's a
I'll keep
project
all the
for
stuff
you.
back. I'll keep all the stuff back, and in time, I'll monitor it over the
Mm,
time, which I will, and see what the views are here and there. So I will look at it in time, so I'm going to look at that weekly, which I
yeah.
am.
I'd get a video up of it though, Darren, so other people can sort of like witness what it's like and that. And you know, did he not even advise? Did you sort of say to him as well that you were sort of? Did he ask you how your stay was? You know, like if you at the end
No,
of it.
nothing at all.
Because at the end of it,
Nothing
did
at
you
all.
not say you had to leave the keys because you weren't about or something? You took a photo of them.
Nothing at all.
Yeah, that's rude, isn't it,
Nothing
man?
at all.
You know, you should
It's
know. Yeah,
courtesy.
it is.
If you
Yeah,
look,
that's what you do
if you
for a
look,
guest, isn't it?
I've been, I've been in so many places over the years, right? And people's got courtesy, which they have,
Yeah,
right?
manners.
So if someone's come in my house, I would, I say, I hope you, if you, so not my house, but if
Absolutely.
I had a business, I say, I hope you enjoyed yourself and that sort of thing, or hospitality, which you do, but nothing at all now.
Yeah.
My authority, yeah.
What's 85 Fahrenheit in centigrade? There you
Been
go.
bad, yeah.
I'm a typical Brit. What is it here? It's saying it is 11. Well, there you go. How odd's that? I commented. I put a thumbs up on Darren's post. That went up to 11, and it's 11C here as well. Do you know what? I had to look at the date and go, oh, please don't tell me it's 11th of June as well. I think I'll freak out.
Um,
High
7.
humidity, partly cloudy skies. I get you, Edwin. A little bit muggy in the air, is it, mate? I get you. I suppose it's that time of year, isn't it? I suffer really badly with pollen, Darren. Do you? Do you get hay fever and shit and headaches from it? And
Mine's quite good now. I might sneeze or
yeah,
nobody knows, but mine's quite good now. Mine is.
I've had a couple of right old sneezing fits, and oh Jesus, yeah, it just feels like the air's thick. There's something in the air or something. It's just not clean, fresh air. It just feels like I don't know, dust and crop dust and all that in there. But hence that's why I've got the air conditioner to filter it all out. You gone quiet or is the internet gone?
No,
Oh,
me,
that's
me.
all
I've
right.
just got
I
to get
just
something
wondered
out.
there because Jesus, you know what? I'm touching wood here because I shouldn't really say it. The internet's been all right tonight, Darren, isn't it? I am
I'll tell
touching
you
wood.
what. I'll tell you what.
Yeah,
Everyone did that. 234. There's not only two devices on. I can see the signal's going boom, but I can see it. It's really good signal.
oh, 29C. Jesus Christ, Edwin. Yes, that would be humid, especially if it's 9 p.m. at night. Fucking hell. Jesus, do you see that, Darren?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. You know, I think we've had that. Oh, have we? I think last year was fairly hot, and the year before that, you know, just for 1 or 2 days. But I don't think I've ever heard of
Thing,
29C at 9:30 at night.
the thing is, I was out yesterday all day
Mm,
yesterday, right? And it was fucking pissing down, high winds here, and you thought it's for October.
mm,
Even today, I want the sun's out today, but it's not sweating. I mean, I've got the windows shut. It's not sweating. I've got a jump. It's not sweating weather, no
yeah,
way.
I've just had a sweatshirt and a body warmer on, really, when I go out, or just a t-shirt with a body warmer over that. But 29C at 9:30, Jesus, you've got aircon in you, Edwin. Oh, Georgia's a lovely place. Georgia's a lovely place. Not that I've been, Edwin. Don't get the wrong idea, thinking that the Crow's been there, but I know some people that have, and they come back, and all they wanted to do was plan the next holiday. They're saying it was gorgeous, the people were really nice, there was some beautiful, stunning areas and everything. I loved it.
Back in a minute.
Okay, mate. Let's get some. And I don't know where they stayed exactly in Georgia, like the location, but they went for about 2 or 3 weeks, I think. It's like a second honeymoon, even though they'd only been married about 5 years, but they decided to go on a bit of adventure, and that pulled out the out, and they're very happy with what they chose. In fact, you could be having two liners going to sort of move out there in the future, by the way they go on about it. It sounds like a good way of life out there. Yeah, yeah, that's what they said because they sort of said that you guys were ever so friendly, and as soon as they sort of started speaking, obviously you knew there was from England and Taurus and that, and they said they just had some wonderful experiences, real nice ones. People just being sort of, really nice. Meeting people and friends for life and all of that stuff. They were just impressed, really, of how people treat each other out there and have a bit of courteous respect for each other and well spoken. Good morals, I suppose. Then again, it's like everywhere. It's sort of always got the pros and cons and stuff, and it. Sort of most places have just changed so much over the years, and the people have as well. It's integration and immigration and all of this is just crazy at the moment. How's Georgia for immigration and all of that, actually, Edwin? That's an interesting one. Have you sort of been affected in any way? It seems like that'd be quite a nice destination. Well, if I was to pick a nice part of the world, I think Georgia. Oh, this is bloody lovely there. Did you live out urban, Edwin? Were you out in the sticks in Georgia? You got a nice place and stuff, nice bit of land, and oh, you've been to the UK in 1989. We've changed so much here, Edwin, mate. That would have been a lovely time, and I think you've got the UK and Britain at its best, buddy. And that's coming from a limey like me who resides there, and the honest truth. It sort of rapidly declined in the 90s. We had Labour government come in, promise us the world, and delivered us nothing, and we overspent, and we had a great time, I suppose, in the 90s. But it's basically money pissed up a wall, and looking at what we've got now and what we've sold down the road, and our villages from sort of the times end to what they are now, and what's been destroyed is pretty phenomenal. And old fields that we used to play across as kids are now sort of like housing developments, and there's about 1,000 houses there. It's still growing. And then doctors can't cope. Then, there's limited shop resources and all that. Has a bit of a knock-on effect.
We've
Are
had
you?
crap weather.
Where did you go for? Did you go for a packet of them cheese and onion?
I went for a pee. I've got one more log. I've got two more down. I'm not going to have two more now, but I'm going to stay a little bit longer because I've not got to get up today, which I've not. So I
You
mean,
just enjoy yourself, mate. That's a good
yeah.
attitude to have.
So,
More people should
so
start
we're
thinking like
we're doing one. We're doing something Sunday night, but all the others are
that.
coming Sunday night. Which I mean, I might get loggers pop out. Then we never know. Loggers gets up early hours, but it's good. I mean, I don't mind. Let's have a little chat about it. If you don't mind, mate.
I was talking to Edwin about
Yeah,
the
it's fine.
UK.
It's
Yeah,
fine. Yeah,
if you see, Edwin said that he
yeah.
come over in 1989, and I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you can confirm this for me, Darren, because I wouldn't like to speak on your behalf. I said that was a lovely time to visit the UK, and probably the best time ever to visit the
Um,
UK because we've changed a lot. Because in the 90s we had the Labour government and all had a big piss up, and everyone started raving, and all of this money got pissed up against the wall. And then in the 2000s it
oh,
just all
sorry,
fell
Edwin.
apart, and you know.
Sorry,
So
Edwin. Because I'm on the small screen here, Edwin. Sorry. So you came here.
yeah,
Oh,
and I
1989. Right, yeah,
yeah, and I
Edwin.
said that was probably the best time to come
Oh,
to Great Britain before we
I tell you,
changed too much.
I tell you what, Edwin. Which is right. Crows is right. you probably was right. I mean, I was still at school that year, and we never this should be going on now. It's gone literally shit since the
You
90s
wouldn't
for
believe
jazz.
it if you was a time
Yeah,
traveller and went back to yourself and told you what
yeah,
2025 was going to be like, and or if you could even have photos, loads of photos of where you
yeah,
were, where you used to go, and all
yeah,
the
yeah.
things that you did, and then show them then and now. You just go, Jesus Christ! It's like proper desecration. It's like knocking over the pyramids or something, you know.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, Edwin, what you just said, great neighbours. Or, and that's what I said, Edwin. Not being funny, I've just spoke about earlier, right? I live in the city, right? I just spoke about earlier. And not being funny, all my neighbours are sadly, someone's passed and someone's moved. And now, I mean, what I was going to say, Rich, I was talking about it now.
Oh
You know
yes,
what
you
happened tonight?
said earlier, didn't you, something about your neighbours when I first come
Oh,
up? Mate?
that's what happened tonight.
Go on, please.
They won't play music because they're Muslims, right? I was making a cup of tea. I
Mm,
think I don't know what time it was, right? Early evening, I heard all this noise. The stairs are banging next door. So when I looked out the window while the cat was boiling, there was all these men and boys in dresses or skirts, what we call them, in trousers, but
mm.
taking food in there.
Oh, it must be
Yeah,
some sort of wedding party or something.
yeah. But I've seen no women. I've even seen no women.
Ah, okay. Yeah, but even though if that was a wedding sort of party, the groom would be separated from the bride. She'd have her own. A
Yeah,
bit like
yeah.
stag. We call them stag do's, don't we, for boys? And then they call
And what
what do they
happened
call it for
was,
women?
I might talk
Hen
about Sunday
party.
night
Hen
on the
party and
normal
stag
line.
do.
What happened was, if you remember, I don't know what area it is. There's a councillor who got in UK somewhere, and she's independent, but she's Muslim, and she turned around and said, men and women should be separated." What the fuck, ain't it
Okay.
again, ain't it?
I'm just looking here to see. Let's have a look. On Thursday, it was a day of how do you spell this? Arafah, and that was the 5th of June. That was that was Thursday, and then on Friday it's Il Adha, which was the 6th of June, and then today
Yeah.
is Ashura. As a
Fucking hell.
is
Oh, I
yeah.
don't know. What's
Ho-
all that about?
yeah.
Try and find it out. Yeah.
So they might be celebrating something in their sort of tradition. I don't know because they're all variations. If you look at
Yeah.
Christians and how many different sects of Christians there are, you know, Catholics and Protestants, and then Jehovah's Witnesses, and you know, all these different variations of Christians. Muslims are the same. They have little sort of casts off where some will celebrate holidays for something, and it's probably their St. George. Let's be
Yeah.
honest, their St. George in a skirt and a beard. You know,
All
what's
right.
all
So
that about St. George and the dragon? You
let's
know, he was a
let's see.
freaking Greek.
Let's see Edwin's comment. So he came to
Oh,
England in the US Department of 1990, RAF and people.
oh, the RAF Kemble in Fairford. I know
That's good.
Fairford.
That's what I said,
Uh,
Edwin. That's
people
good.
there
You know,
treated
that's
to
for
the utmost.
courtesy. Yeah.
Well, just not far from me, Edwin, there's
Yeah.
a American base called RAF Chicksands. So that had quite a few Americans there and armed guards and all that. I think that's a hearing device for the UK, like a listener or something, big radar dish. It's quite amazing. But yeah, there was loads of Americans there. No one's had a problem with you guys ever.
No, no,
Yeah,
honestly,
ever,
no way.
ever,
Yeah,
ever.
no, no way.
You know, there's never been
Well, I
Americans
tell you
kicked off
what.
or slagged
I tell
off
you
or
what.
anything. You're
I
all
tell you what.
decent, even at the gate.
I tell you what, Rich. I'm
Decent.
surprised I've not. I'm surprised I've not seen one person tonight. I'm going to mention his name. Begins with a T.
Uh,
Tom.
Terry Wogan.
Tom.
Oh, Tom.
Tom.
Oh, he'll probably turn up now. It's probably he's got a belly full of his dinner and drinking a nice ale or something.
Thank you,
You know,
Edwin. Edwin, I've always said, Edwin. Of course, everyone.
very kind to you, Edwin.
You know what I said, Edwin. You get the genuine people, which we've got a lot of good genuine people here, which we have in the UK. You get the idiots, we get all life, don't we? Which we do, don't we?
We're just old, mate. Really ponder a few things, kick a few things about experiences, way life goes, and that. And I'll tell you what, the more times you avoid politics, the more interesting
Oh
sort
yeah,
of
shit, yeah,
conversations get,
yeah.
because people don't realise how easy you get sucked into things and opinions, and how negative it sort of sets you off. You know, but that's, like I said, why I do the channel that I do it for, take people's mind away from everything. If
No,
anything,
you're right. It's not.
go and
It's
keep
honestly.
your eyes go and keep your eyes open, because that fox could end up being your best mate, and you could help that fox out. You know,
I
just
tell you what.
that's just an example. The fox, it could be anything. You
I
know,
tell you what.
a
You
little
know.
cat that's been abused and its owners kick it about and stuff. Hates
Yeah.
it, might turn up and one day get a stroke off you, not want to leave, and then before you know it, he won't want to go back because his owners treat him badly and you're really nice to him. So
Absolutely.
you've saved
No.
each other, if you see what I mean. It becomes a bit like
No.
bait.
That's good, Edwin. As I said, Edwin, I was, as I said before, as I said, I live in the city, and it's different. When you see like West End stuff, that's tourism, which it is. Right? I live in that area, but the thing is, it's even in our parts. When I go to our parts of the country, that was last weekend, you see a difference there, which you do, and there's that word community. It's not a community no more. It's absolute that no one gives a shit now, which I don't.
Yeah,
Is
community is
sort
an
of
important word actually on itself.
yeah, that's the
And it's,
word. Yeah,
yeah, it is the word. You know, it's community and it's fractured right
yeah,
in the middle. The commune and unity is fractured right there and drifting apart like the
yeah,
tectorial plates.
yeah.
Is it tectorial? I don't know. There you go. An absolute highlight in my life. What a lovely thing to say about a country. Christ, I've never
Yeah,
been. Well, saying that, I have
it's
been
nice.
grateful when I've gone to other people's countries. I'm not going to lie. I've been like that when
Exactly.
I've been to Spain, and I've apologised on some of the British, Edwin, which are very rude, very drunk, and very sort of demeaning to sort of hotel staff that are just there paid on minimal sort of wage in a Spanish hotel.
See,
And I won't
the
put up
thing
with
is,
it with bad manners. And even if it's a
thing
native
is,
of mine, I will take the side of the Spanish person, and I'll apologise for that English person's behaviour as well, and say we're
see,
not all the same. And I'd
thing
step
is,
in. I honestly would.
the thing is, what you just said, which is right, right? If I come to another country, right, I might not like how they act, but I've got respect, which I have.
Respectful, yeah,
I've,
yeah,
I've got
yeah,
respect, which I have, right? And I wouldn't go there and say, well, in England we do this because they say,
yeah.
hold a minute, you're in this
Uh,
country, you out the door, where you go, brought out the door, which okay, and that's what they're trying to say in England. We're not racist. We're just saying, look, we've got it's our addition, which it is. Yeah,
mm,
we're British people. We what part of the country we come in? England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland. That's why we are. But we're just courtesy, which we are. We want to be live our lives. That's it. Live our lives. Do what we got to do each day. What
even
we
if you
do.
wasn't, even if you wasn't taught good morals, right, and left on your own devices, by the time you get to a certain age, right, you know, you should have actually worked out being nicer to people and things
Yeah,
and being kind
exactly,
gets you a lot further than shouting at people and making enemies. You know, but if
exactly.
they can't get that through to their thick skull, they've got no, chance in life and that, you know. It's a bit like doing drama. Who wants drama in their life? Drama's just
Well,
stress and taxing and
I
takes
always
time
say.
and resources from you. Just
You
ridiculous.
always know. The thing is, right, as you know, I tell these little lies, should I say little lies? But the thing is, as I say, and it's true, it's in the channel description, right?
Just a little chat.
I'm, I'm, I'm not interested. Who said what? I'm not interested. I don't care, right?
Mm,
But the thing is, I want people to come over, enjoy themselves, have a good chat,
mm,
and that's what it comes down to. As I said, look at that. Look, I can sit on the screen there. 2 hours and 30 minutes. I thought about
Oh,
an hour.
crikey, I only thought it was about an hour.
But the
That's
thing
quite
is,
honest. I wasn't
it's
looking at the time anyway.
it's on Sunday night. Actually, I'm not going to get up Monday morning, so it might be a late one Sunday night as well. Come off again Monday. But the thing is, right? I don't want, but like last week we had. I don't know if we'd have karaoke, pool. It don't mind me. It's a bit of fun, which it is. Not about chatting with. It's a bit of fun. I was chatting with. It's not a bit of fun, which it is.
Mm, yeah, I agree.
The Cotswolds. I could sit while visiting the Cotswolds. I sit over and stopped to talk to me. All right, lunch.
Yeah, that's a
That's really
lovely
good, Edwin.
place.
That's good,
That's a
Edwin. That
lovely
is.
place.
I've never had that, Edwin. Bloody hell. It cut
Yeah.
for lunch,
Well,
yeah.
to be quite honest, right, is how you approach people. And Edwin's a
Yeah,
gentleman. He's got
yeah. I know Edwin. I've
he's,
told him
he's
before.
got
I've not
very
problem with
good
Edwin. Yeah,
etiquette. He's very respectful,
yeah.
and
I've
I
heard of him.
honestly
Yeah.
think if anyone sort of like didn't respect Edwin's ways that he was, I think Edwin would turn the other way, which I would
Yeah,
do Edwin as well.
that's what we said
You know,
earlier, Edwin.
so
You've always been polite.
I think you're
Yeah,
greeted with the respect that you give other people, if you know what I mean, brother. You
you've
know,
always been
you
polite, Edwin.
obviously, yeah,
I
I
said
think
the other
you
day,
made an
Edwin.
impression on that farmer, and they are
You've
nice
always
in
been
the
polite, Edwin.
Cotswolds.
Yeah.
You know, people are nice in the Cotswolds. It's
Yeah,
very
we're
relaxed
Cotswolds.
there,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know
Cotswolds.
what?
Yeah, yeah.
That'd be good to go there and sort of look at the slum bits of the Cotswolds, the bits that you don't see if they exist, because I don't know. I'm just assuming.
Well, so the trouble is, you're right, right?
Yeah, what's
All
going on?
areas, every area we live, all right. Look, there's people coming. Obviously asleep now, which they are. There's a lot of people coming this channel, right, all over the country, all over the place. I know a lot of them tell me where they are, which they are. I said, never give you details out, just what area, and they know the rough parts. I know the rough parts where I live, which is true,
Mm,
and they are shitholes, which they are. But there's nice
yeah,
parts where you're not saying you don't get no crime, but the crime is very limited here and now.
but then again, a shithole is only by the people that live there. If you see
Exactly.
what I
Oh,
mean,
you're
Gary.
right.
And
Exactly.
I've when
That's
my
right,
mum,
Edwin. You've always been polite, Edwin. That's what I said to you before. You've always been polite. You never be.
you've
Yeah.
always been a gentleman. Tom's
Yeah.
a gentleman as well. Just you know, a massive salute from an Englishman to you
Yeah. Yeah.
guys in
Definitely, Edwin. Yeah.
America, because in all honesty, sometimes you know, with all nationalities, we all get painted differently. I mean, I was having this chat the other day, and this is quite a segue to what's been
Yeah.
said here, right? This is God's honest truth. I'm members of quite a few sort of American sort of chats and stuff, and they were going on about what we do in England, because with massive culture differences, different
Yeah.
when we say about super noodles, right? There is ramen noodles, so they wouldn't know what you're going on about the super noodles, and they think that we eat baked beans for breakfast just on their own. They
Yeah.
don't know that it's a side dish that only comes with an English breakfast. This is just rumours they've heard. Edward might be able to confirm it with laughing. He'd go, I've heard this one. Like we eat beans in the morning, just baked beans in a bowl, they're disgusting to them,
Yeah.
and then they think that
Yeah.
we eat fish in the morning for breakfast as well, of all
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
And this
Yeah.
is God's honest
Yeah.
truth. This is
Yeah.
God's honest. And they're asking me to confirm this. And I said, no, we don't. We eat mud and we live in trees.
Yeah.
And the ones that are lucky have butlers, and we drive Jaguars and Rolls Royce and Bentleys. It was quite funny. It was quite funny. But these were all these sort of like, sort of like if you didn't know and you didn't know someone, you just get on with your life, and life's so
Yeah.
taxing anyway. You just wouldn't know these little things. But
Yeah.
oh,
Oh,
sorry,
I've
Chester's lovely,
Edwin.
Edwin. Yeah,
Edwin.
that's a lovely place.
I've never been there, but a
I have.
friend of mine's got relations. Yeah, a friend of mine's got relations in that area. I've looked it up. Simon sister.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a lovely area. There's
yeah,
some quite well-off people live out there, but they look after the place. They've got good little council, and the people are there sort of
yeah,
invest in their place and try to
yeah,
keep the riffraff out. And I've got massive
exactly.
admiration for that, because we've all got a
You're
part
right.
to play in our areas, haven't we? Really, if you
Yeah, yeah,
think
yeah,
about it.
yeah.
It's a bit like, you know, you having that bad experience with that hotel and then thinking that if you didn't complain, little Johnny wouldn't have fell down them stairs, you know, and broke his arm at the bottom of them. And then Ali you know, do one to Afghanistan or wherever he come from, and you know, it does happen, Darren. This guy might
Yeah.
even not have an up-to-date license or something, you
No,
know,
it's
to actually sort of
great.
have people in there. So it makes you wonder what would happen if a fire happened if you was in there.
As I said, this story will continue because believe me, we're in beginning of June now. So believe me, I'll be
Mm.
looking up things. Do you know what I
And
mean?
it might be
Social
good
media
doing a bit
now.
of a Magnum PI and having a little dig deep and going TripAdvisor, Booking.com, just reading all the reviews and going to all the, you know, just see what it says in general and go to all the reviews, and you just obviously you take a nod of everyone that you read and go, Jesus, you know, because they might have even had worse than that axe. But I can't think of anything worse rather than the kitchen knife left on the floor.
Yeah.
You know, I can't think of anything worse. A kid had hurt herself with a big heavy axe like that.
Oh yeah, of course it would. Yeah, if it's in the wrong hands, it's bad. Yeah.
Edwin,
And
when
wow,
do Americans think that
my
the
teeth is all
British
right.
eat baked beans for breakfast and fish for breakfast? I know that you've been here, buddy, and you know that we don't. But is there people around you that think that's stereotypical thing that the British do? Because I've had it confirmed with 4 other Americans that were laughing about it and go, yeah, we got taught that when we was at school, a bit of a myth that went round. But they all thought it was true.
Yeah, it's
Because you wouldn't
weird,
know
isn't
in
it?
the UK, we've all got these strange dialects, haven't we? A bit like Tony is Mancunian, and you've got
Yeah.
Scousers, and you've got Scottish people like Airwolf, haven't you?
I mean,
You know,
the
Dave
thing is, right?
Llewellyn's got
Last
Wolverhampton
week,
accent.
right? When I went loggers last week,
Mm.
after that breakfast last Saturday, it was shit, which it was, right? I went to that pub we had a meal in there. I had a lovely steak and ale pie,
Oh,
chips with gravy.
oh, Christ, yeah. Do
It
you have
was
a side of
nice.
peas or something?
No, I don't eat peas. I don't eat peas.
You are
I'm
joking.
a,
What, not
I'm a
even
fussy
petit
get.
pois?
I'm a fussy get, which I am.
Come
A
on,
fussy
you're...
get, which I
What
am.
about carrots? Would you have some of them on the
I
side
have
or a
carrots.
side?
I have carrots. Yes, I have carrots. Yeah, I
Sweet
do. Yeah, I
corn?
do. Yeah.
Sweet corn?
Not really. No.
What about a side salad
Sprouts.
with tomato and a bit
Sprouts.
of coleslaw? You'd have sprouts, would
Yeah.
you?
Oh, yeah. I have a bit of salad coleslaw. I have that. Yeah, yeah. I do have that. Yeah.
I do like a bit of coleslaw and a gap of salad, I'm
Right.
not going to
But
lie.
the thing was, I said before about the opinion polls. I've done the one with the back in London with the pie and mash shop. That pie and mash shop I went to, where I put that opinion poll up a few
Mm.
months ago, whatever it was, the community
Let's have
stuff,
a look.
and you could have liquor or gravy. But the thing is, the other day I said to him, "Well, so I've had gravy because, like, but it was nice. But it was a lovely. I stuffed it down after that breakfast. I literally stuffed all the chips down and the steak and ale pie, which I did. Yeah,
Jesus. I do love steak and ale pies. They're probably one of my
yeah.
favourite, to be quite honest. Trying to find your post again. I tell you what, Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you noticed how many people have been having internet problems recently? Loads of
Yes.
people have
The,
been
the
moaning
thing is,
about it.
the thing is, Rich. I could see both screens here, and my one's quite strong, which is unbelievable. The other one's off there. But the thing is, I was actually watching something the other night, and there's people cutting out. It was not a drama chat. It was a good chat, and people's literally cutting out. So there's a problem going on, which there is, ain't there?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh,
And you say 2025, and you come up with this shit. You say, don't you?
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
God, I ain't seen half of these posts, mate. This is God's honest. That baby. Oh, yeah, I did see that Baileys one. Yeah, it was a bloody good cup of tea and a Baileys. Freaking nice, a Baileys. I do like Baileys. Obviously,
Actually, I was out yesterday, right? And I actually had Baileys yesterday. Someone gave me a Baileys yesterday. I only had one.
mm. Oh, hold on. Where's your video with loggers gone then?
What's that?
Where's your video with Logman gone when you? Oh, was that for a live? Was that?
It was
Oh,
the
that's out and
and
about.
about. Yeah,
Yeah, I've got
yeah.
you. Because I'm on your videos. I've got,
But
hold
what
on.
happened was they was all shopping. We was on the bench, but we was in that shop where Ninja was and that sort of thing, and the boys
Right, do,
and
do
that. So
yourself a
I was
favour. Transfer
yeah.
that from your live over to your videos. So if someone
Okay.
comes to your channels, to your videos, and saw your Fox, Iris C, and all your sort of other sort of things, I would think that would sit better in there because people had overlooked
All right.
that. Because there again, I was looking for that, couldn't find it,
That's,
and then I went to your
I'll
live.
sort that. Yeah, I'll
If you
sort
see
out for the
what
other
I'm
one.
saying,
Yeah.
yeah. So you probably, people could be missing out with views on that because they couldn't find it. So you could
Yeah.
have been going on about your time out with lockers. I go, oh, did Darren, I miss that, and then gone to your videos and it's not there. If you see what I'm saying, then wonder
Yeah.
what you're going on about. And thanks,
See,
Crow.
what happened was
I'm good. I'm good, in I.
it put it
I'm good.
watching. Locker's had to go back to the car park. He wasn't too well, so his mobility scooter was a bit low on battery power. That's why I
Okay.
turned the camera off because he wasn't too well. So that's why I wouldn't do that sort of thing, you know. So I
Yeah.
but my phone was literally going out of battery power. I tell you what, I had a full battery power. My phone is good, which it is. What happened was because I was using live stream, I literally was on 20% at the end, so that's why I cut it off at the end. It was on 20%.
I must admit, when I went on live stream and I was talking to Tony and everyone, after 2 hours, my phone felt like it was going to explode down. There was even a
Yeah.
warning on the screen saying it was exceeding temperatures and needed to be turned off. And I've never seen that before. And I was filming in 4K, but that just goes to show, doesn't it?
Edwin,
You know.
we're always good. Edwin, I see you
Oh,
comment,
what are the
Edwin.
comments? Let's have a look.
The
Edwin.
British always accommodate, which we are. We're good people. We can against each other, but we're good people, which we are. We're always courtesy,
Doesn't
which we are.
doesn't matter to what you eat. I just tried to abide by the customs. Had some great food at RAF Kimball. Had a lovely lady chef
Yeah,
at the. But see, that makes a difference, doesn't it? You
yeah.
know, when you go in for your meal, when it's served by someone who's lovely, asks how you are, and have you
I
had
mean,
your hair cut, and just silly little
thing is,
interactions like that.
Edwin, do you know Tom? I mean, Tom, I've got a lot of respect for Tom. Tom he loves that culture. He in that. I want to get him on. I want to get him on here one night talking. I do want to get him on here talking one night. I do want to
He
do something.
won't. He won't.
I know. I want
He
him. I
won't.
want. I've got ambitions. Get a couple of people come on this panel and talk. I've got a few of them, which they didn't do it before. So he's on my list. But Tom's a good guy. I think Tom is brilliant, which he is. Tom is.
I was treated with kindness and respect
Yeah.
and courtesy by the British people
Yeah.
while I was there. Well, that's what
Exactly.
you deserved, mate.
Yeah.
That's what everyone well, not everyone
Exactly.
really.
We're trying to
If
say. Yeah.
the pike is turned up or the Taliban, you're not going to treat them with kindness and
Yeah.
respect, are you?
Yeah.
You
So
know,
yeah.
guys, everywhere else, you give them a fair crack of the whip. And like I said about, canteens, they're sort of essential in the army because when you sort of like, have some time off just to relax and have some food. Food's incredibly important, and where
Yeah.
you sort of hang about and the community
Yeah.
you're in and stuff like that, and who you talk to, it breaks your day up, and you meet interesting people, don't you? And the food's got to be nice, and it's hard to get, so
Exactly.
many people fed, for and keep the temperatures right
I
and
mean, the thing
getting
is,
all them chefs greet you, remember you, when you come in, you go, oh,
what I
hello,
said,
Rich, go,
what
good
I
to see
said
you.
last weekend, right? I, I yeah, I'm catchphrase, not can you hear me? But the thing is that when I went to like we spoke about this before, being you spoke about it. If I want fish and chips, right? If I want to get a takeaway, we were right there. I get a takeaway, put in the bag. They see wrapped up. I see wrapped up. When you go to that place, I want to eat in a plate. If I go inside, I thought, wow, it's got a plate, knives and forks, which it was, right? But the
You're
thing
making
is,
that
I went
sound
to other
like it's a
place.
rarity to find in Great Britain.
Yeah.
Somewhere
What
to
happened
have
was,
fish and chips on a plate.
what happened was, it was a year ago. It was a year ago. Honestly, it was a year ago. I went. You'll go mad. I'll name it on the channel. It was a Codfather. I think it was called Codmother, right? And what happened? Went in there. So I said, right. I went right. I said, two fish and chips, eating them. So all tables and chairs in there.
Mm.
Sat down. They came over about a couple minutes, about 5 minutes afterwards, in a fucking polythene box. I went, what's
That
this?
just makes it sweat, doesn't it? You
Yeah.
know.
I said, what's this?
Oh,
Right. They give me a fucking little wooden
oh.
fork. I couldn't cut the fish. The fish was hot, which it was. They brought a little wooden spoon, little wooden knife over to cut the fish. And then at the end, they want you to throw the rubbish in the bin after. I thought, fuck it, I'm leaving it on the table. I left it on the table the stuff after that. I'm not putting it in the bin.
Jesus.
But that place I found the other day, it was Potter Place. You know, it was a Potter Place, which it was.
Mm.
Nice and clean, presentable, which it was. What's that about Arabia? It's presentation service, which counts, which it does. I see it as a British product. You got a presentation and presentation and customer service. You have customer
Yeah.
service matters a lot, which it does.
They put it in a carrier bag for you and then hand it
Yeah,
over.
yeah.
You know. Fucking hell. Oh dear, it's too funny, man. Honestly, I think it's hard to find a freaking plate to eat some fish and chips.
Edwin, I'll say it live now. Honestly, Edwin, that's what I said to you, Edwin. He was never banned from me. That's what I said. It's a misunderstanding, which it was. That was back in January when you said I've been here half hour. Nobody spoke to me. I've not banned you. You know, you did say about this ban. I'll sort out in time, which I can. But the thing is, you're not banned from the channel, Edwin. You're not, because you've always been polite. I've told you the other day, you've always been polite to me, to the other people here. So I've never had a problem with you, Edwin. So that's what I said to you. We draw a line. It's forgotten about now, so it's all okay, Edwin. You're always welcome anyway.
It didn't happen, Edwin, as far as we're
No,
concerned. It
yeah,
didn't.
it's all
You know, honestly, I second everything that
quite was there.
Darren said
And
about you.
parking. We didn't even. It might be a so. What is Edwin? There's glitch with YouTube. I've had it before. So what's happened is I've had people lost their spanners here. They read their channel, and I can't. When they come back, I can't see that person. I can see the person's name, but I can't see the channel because they've read
Yeah,
their channel.
I had
So
it on
I've not put
Tony's a
spanners
couple
on
of
that
years
thing.
ago. I had it
Yeah,
on Tony's. You
it's
know,
YouTube glitches here and there, which it is. It's not. I'm not. I've never banned do that. I've never banned you. I've banned a few people here in ModSab, but not yourself. I've never done that. No. And you're always welcome, Edwin, which you are. You know, come back Sunday night. You know, it's not a problem. We'll sort it out in time. It's okay, Edwin. You've always been polite to me and all the guests, which you have.
and
We love it
respectful.
in Star Wars. We do,
If he
don't we?
wasn't respectful, Edwin, you wouldn't have apologised. You know,
Yeah.
that just goes to show how courteous you are, fella. And honestly, don't make a big deal out of it, fella. It's all done and dusted. Didn't happen.
It's fine,
As
Edwin.
far
Yeah.
as it happens when you go into some lives and that, mate, that you've
Yeah.
previously been in, because YouTube remembers where you last left off. So I'll
I
go to
know.
that moment.
Shit, yeah.
So we could be half an hour ahead of you, and you're still thinking, why aren't we responding? Is because we're ahead of you, so you can't hear what we're
Yeah. Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
But I've had that happen loads of times. It's happened to me. I'll do it in Dave's quiz. Do you know that? I've done that loads of times.
You're right,
Like I've
Edwin.
entered
Edwin.
Dave's
Edwin.
quiz
Yeah.
and then gone
Edwin.
and made a cup of tea, come back to it, re-logged in, and the quiz has already ended, and I'm sending in answers in chat to
Edwin.
what they are.
I've always said, right? Honestly, I remember that. I mean, the other day, see, I go for everything. But the thing was, that's what I said that night. I was quite surprised when you came in the chat and you said, I've been there half an hour. And I thought, I've not seen, but all said there was me Crow and Crafting. We didn't see. That's why I was quite surprised. But I've never banned you. I've not done that. Let's ban that. But you said about ban that. But the thing was that back in January. But I've never banned you. I'm not. As I said, you've always been polite to me and all the guests which you have. You know, you're welcome anytime, which you are. Come back Sunday night, Edwin. 'Cause I'll probably do something Sunday night. So I'm sure you see loggers on, all of them. Hammers, all of them. They'll be on Sunday night. 'Cause obviously, it's yeah, the morning. It's 3:10. So you're always welcome. You know which you are. You always been a good person to talk in the chat, which the chat makes it, not just me chatting. Because sometimes if you're on your own, you go, I think
Oh,
it's the
shit,
same.
you
But
know, yeah, you would be on your own, wouldn't you? You just go
yeah,
live, no one listening to you, talking to your freaking self. Yeah, it's like the community does matter, and who's in that community matters more.
yeah.
I'd
As I
rather
said,
have one
Edwin,
person who listens who's got a good thing to say than 100 people that take chatting shit.
Edwin, we'll draw a line under it. It's all forgotten about. You did message me a post the other day. It's all forgotten about now. So as I said to you, I've not panned you. You're welcome anyway. You are, you know. And come
And
back.
it was months ago as well, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Let's be
yeah,
honest.
yeah.
It's
It's over and done with now. Yeah,
all forgotten about, buddy.
yeah.
There's no problem anyway.
It was good to see you, Edwin, because I didn't see you for a long time here and there. But it was, when you came, it was good to see you. I think it's way last year I didn't see you. I mean, it's a long time. I can't remember who it was. I think, wow, I thought I've not seen Edwin for a long time. 'Cause Edwin, I always say, Richard tell you, Cora tell you, there's that I don't see some names. I go, where's so and so? I don't see him. We do get concerned. We do, don't we?
Kim, we were worried about Kim because
Yes,
we haven't heard from Kim for a
yes.
long time, Edwin.
What?
Because hold on, Darren, just
Yes,
in
what?
case Edwin
Yeah,
doesn't know, and I
yeah.
bet you
Okay,
he doesn't.
okay, go on.
Kim's a lady that comes in here, Darren,
Yeah,
and she's ever so polite, like yourself.
yeah.
And I think she's from the USA, is she not, or
Canada,
Canada? It's
Canada,
Canada, right?
Canada.
I knew it was one of the two.
Yeah,
Now, what we didn't really know until
no,
she told us about, she's not been very well at all,
no.
Edwin. She's had
Yeah,
like a cancer scare and she's had to have
yeah,
an operation, then she's
yeah,
recovering, and then something else hit her as well. But she's never sort of like told us unless we asked how she was. You know,
no.
she's been that decent, and she's been just so lovely to everyone. You know, just everyone. You shall say hello to them and leave little images and stuff. But since what, it's been about a month, hasn't it, Darren? You know,
I,
because we
I,
were
I,
we saying what great news it is because she said she was cancer
yes.
free, she was getting better, and then something else happened and it went a bit
What,
quiet. And
what happened was, right? It was one of the other mods. I've not seen her. So I said, it's nothing against Kim. I've not seen her, I think, since well, a month
about 4
ago.
weeks, yeah,
It was one of the other mods the other day. I don't know if it was I think it was 2 weeks ago. I think it was. One of the mods typed in the chat that she hadn't been too well,
yeah,
right? I remember saying, "I'm sorry to hear that." So she's well. I actually went on her channel. I'm subscribed to her. I actually had a message to her and said she replied back to me, and I said to her, "I hope you know doing everything's okay, doing well." She replied back to me. She said, "Oh, thank you." She said, I'm got that recovery road, which she is. So I did say everyone said, you know, wish you well in that, which I did. I done that
yeah.
courtesy, which I did.
I know someone else from another channel that I've been on there for about 4 or 5 years, Darren, and I've known this person for ages. As a woman, she's absolutely lovely. We're both sort of mods, and
Yeah.
you know, it was only the other day that she told me that she was paralysed from the waist downwards and was in a like electric wheelchair to get round.
Okay.
And
Okay.
you know, and I'd known her for about 4 or 5 years, and sort of, and
Right.
it was only something she said about, you know, eight and unable to get up the stairs. Just a random comment in something. I thought, what would you be unable to get up the stairs? So you got clutter on it or something? She goes, oh, no. So she's never ever mentioned about her illnesses or anything, ever.
Yeah.
So some people don't, and I'm wondering if there's more to Kim. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but I do know Kim
Kim,
changed the profile name,
Kim,
so it's not
if
Kim anymore.
I'll tell you what I can do. I got my other device
Did you
here.
know
I don't
that?
think she's live. Let me get
No,
my
but
device here.
she's changed her
Uh,
name. She's not Kim anymore. He's changed the
No, it's
name
not
to
live.
something else.
Well, actually, I'm looking at my other screen here.
Yeah. Did you hear what I said?
I'll tell you what,
Did you hear
Rich.
what I said, Darren?
What?
I said it about 7 or 8 times. She's changed her name. She's not under Kim anymore.
What's on my screen? It says Kim.
No, because she commented on one of my videos and it was definitely her, and it come out as someone else. And it's got
She
her
said,
face and the way that she speaks in her own way and stuff. I don't
she's
know.
got,
Let's see if I can
she's
find
got,
comments.
she's got
on
two
the-
videos up, shorts. One 7 days ago.
Oh,
She's in
she's all
hospital.
right then. Oh,
Yeah,
she's in
she's got
hospital.
shorts.
Is she in hospital?
So she got told 3 hours ago. Thank you all your prayers and wishes 3 hours ago. She's in hospital. You can see she's in hospital. So
Bollocks.
I'll post a comment. I'll put it on
Right.
my behalf and everybody else's. Well, I'll go on there today. I'll put a comment. I'm gonna say I
I've,
did done one this week. I've done one Monday or Tuesday. I think I done one or something. I can't
well,
remember. I done
maybe
one.
she's got a second channel then, because
Yeah,
she's commented on mine. And to be quite honest, I'd like to find it, but I'll get so many freaking comments. It's just like finding a needle in a haystack. But it was something different. It didn't say Kim. It said like 1394K
yeah. The
something,
thing,
and then a picture of her
the thing is,
profile.
Edwin. I'll
Pardon
read it now. Yeah, I live. Yeah, I know you, Edwin. You're one of the one like my dad, one of the elder ones on YouTube. We love Sandra. We love Sandra and Tom. Yeah, Tom. We love them both. We do. Sandra was. I want Sandra to come on and talk with me one day, which she will, and it'd be good to hear Sandra again. I spoke to Sandra about 3 years ago. I think I spoke to Sandra.
Do you know what, Edwin? I
That's
didn't
older.
know
Yeah,
your age, and I
I
get
know.
gut
Yeah,
feelings. I've got a bit of clairvoyancy, I'd say, if that was to narrow the terms. And do you know what I was gonna say earlier? I bet you're about 72 years old, Edwin, and live on
yeah,
your own. And I swear on my life, that was about 25. I don't know, maybe about 40 minutes ago or something. Some
yeah.
time ago. I was going to ask you. You seem like a good elder, like you're wise and that, and you sit on your own and you have good deep thoughts and thought about things long and hard, and you've got good opinions and a good chat inside you.
The thing is, Edwin, right? I mean, yeah, my dad, but that's older than you, but I respect the people which I do, the older ones. That's brilliant,
Mm,
72.
I love being
You're,
around older
that's what I
people.
want to hear. People that's, I mean, I'm not saying this about anyone in their 20s or 30s got people watch, which I do, but it's good to experience. We'll have a chat about everything.
Yeah,
If we can. It's all about. It's about a good little chat
I
about anything
agree.
in life. That's what I want. Yeah.
I agree. Got more to offer, more stories, more experience. You know,
Exactly. Yeah.
different
Definitely.
areas, different things. That's
Yeah.
why I had
Yeah.
to ask
Yeah.
Edwin about has he been affected by immigration. He said, yeah, massively. And
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
that was part of the 1989 thing when he was over here and he had such
Yeah.
a good time. And I'm just saying,
Yeah.
the
It's
amount
good.
of
Yeah.
desecration that's happened in that time, Darren. That's a long time ago.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Many
I mean,
fields have been ploughed up, and there's estates there, and old roads gone by the sort of bypass and all of that. And remember this old shop and you stop there and it's now a Costa's and a McDonald's the other side and you don't remember where anything is because it's not the same. It's infuriating.
yeah.
You've got no
All right.
identity anymore. You're just
Yeah.
one of them sort of go to work, spend your money on stuff
I
they're
mean, the
promoting that's
thing
bad
is,
for you and then do it
listen,
again.
I won't bore people now. The
Mm.
thing is, I mean, like Edwin's probably watching. Like us, we're being treated like shit, which we are. And the thing is what we just said. They're certainly our money, which they are, and anything else, we're not getting nothing for this money, which we ain't. And it's just one big fucking con, which it is. All the money they're taking out of us and everything else. And worrying people, which they are, working people, which they are. It's not on, which it ain't. If we're all fucking human, which we are, and they're just like a cash cow saying, "Oh, it's sat out here and it's sat about her as such," and it's wrong. I mean, You know, there's so much
Respect
like
ain't
it is
hard
on
to
Sunday
give
night. So
someone,
much
is
I've
it?
got to say Sunday night, you know, about Rachel Reeves and having these fucking work things where she stands in front of people saying about how well they're doing. You're doing shit. And if someone's doing the job, they'll probably get the sack. But you're using paper sausages, which you are to say about, oh, we're doing a great job. All the people behind. A bloke, I see a video a day, a bloke was really good. I was pissed off as she was. But I knew it was a Sunday night because we're having a good time here. But the thing is they're bullshit here. The public with JR, all the fucking politics, they're all the
They
same.
always have,
Everyone's the
Darren.
same.
They always have, buddy.
Yeah,
For many
all the
years,
same. Self
they've done it.
pockets.
They've done it in the 90s. They've done it in the 80s. They've done it in the 70s. Just in a different regime, mate. And we still keep making the same fucking mistakes. At the end of the day, you could probably say the same with the USA as well. You know,
Yeah,
in all honesty, the amount of
yeah.
things
No,
that
you're
we
right.
waste money on and problems that we've got that never gets addressed, and you know, all these things they never go away. And a new regime comes in, promises the world, and then you look at the 10 years that you know that the world's changed again. You go, so we've lost so much, man. You know,
Yeah,
in sort of like identity, culture, every way
yeah.
that day to day living, where we're sort of forced to go down the co ops or Tesco's, corporations using them, cameras on every single freaking
Oh
road,
yeah,
road umps
yeah.
everywhere, yet we're still having potholes everywhere that never seem to be addressed,
Well, if you
you
remember,
know.
right, I was saying the other day, Rich, the other day, right, if you remember, I mean, people, I mean, I don't fucking believe anything they say. If you remember, right, the other day, I actually, funny enough, see this in Blackpool the other day, funny enough, right? Remember they said, the government said, oh, roads have got to be resurfaced. Roads, if you've got a bad road, it'll be resurfaced with, like, not just a bit of tar in there, a proper resurfacing work, right?
Yeah.
I was on Monday, I think it was. I walked around the street. There was these two guys. I should have had the camera on. These two guys. They was tipping tar down this little pothole and getting like I call it the mallet, bashing it down with the metal mallet and stuff. But I thought,
Hand punner, they're called.
yeah. I
Heavy,
thought,
heavy,
I
yeah.
thought, what the fuck? You know, I thought, the fuck, you're getting paid for this. You know, you got money from the government now, and now they're just filling potholes in with this tar and everything else.
Yeah. And you know what? Not being funny, because I've done over 25 years in
Yeah,
construction.
you know that, didn't you? Yeah.
I did loads of road surfacing of different fabrications and materials from sort of like tarmac to sort of like drive concrete in and all of this sort of shit. I did it for years. You know, so I know what you're saying here, Darren, because at the end of the
Yeah.
day, that's cold lay as well, because that ain't even hot out the factory with hot bitumen that's ready to be cooled. That's
Yeah.
cold lay out of the bag, and they just stamp
That's
it
it.
in a hole. And it's a real
Yeah.
temporary fix for like
Yeah.
a couple of weeks. But you know what? You come back to it in 2 years' time, it's still fucking there. You know, and then all of that stuff they
I know.
put in, mate, actually gets catapulted into someone's back screen after a couple of days and cracked his windscreen. You know,
Yeah.
that's the
Yeah.
worst thing about that. And you're absolutely right. And you know, I've done that job and I've had to do that with times and been instructed where it needs cutting out and properly doing. So you could just leave it and you go, it'll be all right for years, you know. But then again, that's what you get.
Yeah.
And then again, someone's got to be paid to do that as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You know, so got to be paid for 2 men labour. Christ knows what that'll come to. Lorry hire,
Yeah.
materials. It probably cost about 2.5 grand to do that pothole. But it
That's
probably cost them about 3 grand to do it properly.
that's good, Edwin. You got thankfully I've got great neighbours. They help me with my property when they can. That's good, Edwin, because like I said, we've not got that here. It's very hard here. I mean, I've got one good neighbour as such, you know, but it's very hard here now, which is all the areas in UK. It's absolutely not the same as it was years ago. It's really hard now.
Isn't that lovely to have a
Yeah,
neighbour to come round, knock on your door and that, and leave you
yeah,
a food plate and that on Thanksgiving or Christmas Day or
yeah.
something? That's beautiful, Edwin. It just goes to show what a good guy that you must be that someone
That's what
does
I'm
that
saying,
for
Edwin.
you,
Yeah,
buddy. So, you know, so they're probably just as thankful as you, mate, and saying the same good things about you. I remember them times when I was a kid where you sort of had great neighbours and passed over apples and they passed you over some tomatoes and it was cucumbers and cabbages and you were sort of doing this bartering thing over the fence. Now it's sort of like most of the community people sort of don't even know their neighbours or even want to, do they?
See, the thing
Probably
is,
can't even
like
speak the
I say,
same language.
you know, I watched GB News tonight, and the thing is, it's about the English population, white population now. You can see what's happening because we're being minority, and these areas. I mean, I've not spoke to these people next door. I mean, people's going to watch it back, but the thing is, I don't want to speak to them because they've got their ways. They'll have a guy. They
Mm,
look at me interested in me. They look at me as
yeah,
someone sort of probably plague on society or something, that sort of thing, you
yeah.
know. So I'm English. I always say to people, I'm too English, which I am. I am English, which I am, but
Mm.
I've got to be different, which I have, you know.
Change your name, increase your prospects.
Okay, no, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you know, go to France on holiday for 3 weeks, then come back on the boat. For the rest of them,
Yeah,
as soon as you get off, get free accommodation. What's the
yeah.
phone say? No worries. Get food allowance. And
Well,
then you'll be
what
told
happened?
you're not allowed to work for 6 months
What
so you can
happened
have a
now?
holiday and they'll give you money every week.
What happened now? That place, they bought the place back, and it's for
Mm.
migrants, which is I know about it. It's for migrants. That's why they bought the place back. It's for migrants.
Jesus. It ain't improving. It's nothing's improving, is it? There's no sort of any sort of improvements being made to the floodgates being stopped, even though it's been highlighted again and again and again for so many years. They're just really exploiting it. They're even giving away to photographers on the beach as they're landing and all of this. Yeah, yeah, well done, brilliant. One of them could be carrying a nuclear device or something
Yeah,
as well.
yeah, yeah.
You know, never mind. Don't just thought I'd randomly put that in. You know, none of them are on the records over here, so they could get away with murder. And you look up their fingerprints, you won't find them because they don't exist on the database. Just saying, just saying. So, in
Yeah,
all honesty, as far as I can see, Darren and everyone coming over, it's literally an army of sleeper cells, mate. And then
yeah.
a war will probably go on somewhere in the future, and that, and our army will be deployed
The
there. And
trouble
while
is,
the cat's away, the mice will play. And then
the
they'll just
trouble,
do an uprising within the own
yeah.
country while the
See,
armed forces are being, pulled in many directions. And
the
good
trouble
old
is,
Starmer hasn't invested, has he?
it's like everything else. Everyone knows this is going on, which we do, right? And I actually, what you just said, I might say no, but the thing is, it's like them Ukrainian guys. I said with their
Mm,
literally with their shirts off. Now their trials next year. Come
mm.
on, we're in June, right? Why next year? Why not next week? Why not July? So that proves the cover up's going on, which it is. You know, next year about the fire.
Cover
Next
ups,
year,
yeah.
it's all
Cover up
corrupt.
over a
It is.
cover up over a cover up.
It's all
Just think
corrupt.
how
Yeah.
much Max Clifford knew before
Oh,
he
that
got
guy.
bumped
Yeah.
off in jail. You know, he knew a lot of shit, mate, believe me. You know,
Yeah.
even covered stuff up about yourself and his, private liaisons. You know, a lot said about Simon Cowell. That's all I can say. What we
Oh,
got there,
you know
but
what? I
they
mean,
all know that I've done the same for them and do what I can when I'm able. Just a great neighbourhood,
oh,
all
yes, oh, yeah.
ethnicities and religions, but we all
Yeah.
share tradition. That's beautiful, isn't it? Isn't
That's
that
it, Edwin.
lovely,
Yeah.
Darren?
Listen,
Do you
it's
know
just,
what, Edwin? Do you know what, Edwin? You've made my freaking evening all morning. That's
you
a
know what,
lovely comment, that is.
Edwin, I'm just reading that on the other screen. I can't. I won't put the. If I put it in the screen, I can't see it. So I'm just going to on my phone, here, Edwin.
Sounds like
So,
bloody
uh,
paradise.
uh, all right. Uh, that's it. It's your distant. That's it, Edwin. The American values, which is true. That's your values, Edwin. Of course, it's your values. I respect that. That's nice. That is nice. I put on the screen now. I read it, but before I put it, I can't. When it goes to the screen, I can't see it on my phone. Here.
Yeah, you have to fight for them traditional
Yeah.
values at times over here, buddy. You know, it'll probably be in the next 5 years we'll end up getting on the spot fines for putting up Christmas lights.
But the thing is, You know what we said before.
Doing
You know that.
doing time for sending a Christmas card.
You said that Britain's Got Talent, right?
Mm,
It's absolutely shite, which it is, right? But the thing is, if you look at that, what you said before, it's all fucking other different countries. So
yeah.
Britain's Got Talent. It's all other different nationalities, isn't it?
You see, there's a way of improving it as well because each week you have a different way of eliminating the guests. I mean, the people that are trying
Yeah.
to say they've got talent. So start off saying, if you're not happy, pull a lever and the trap door goes and they go down, quite literally. And putting some sludge at the bottom or something really nasty. Or baked beans will do. There you go. Out of date
What's,
baked beans, but not good
what's
ones,
that
real
program?
rubbish, sort of like 15p Asda
Oh,
specials.
what's that program I used to watch? It was young. It was a biscuit bags. That was green slime or that Noel's house pie where the slime just come down.
Oh
That one
no!
got
Oh no!
bags or something. I can't remember her name now. Got
Was
bags.
she a witch? Was she like a
Yeah,
green
yeah,
witch?
yeah. That's the one.
That's
That's the one. Yeah,
that's Rob
yeah.
Cullen in you.
Oh right.
And then she was a guest, I think, who turned up every
Yeah.
time, and everyone loved her, the kids. Do you know what? It's funny you should say that. Even though at the time, even the kids, we all knew that it just tongue in cheek and it was like pantomime sort of thing. But still, it was entertaining. You see the
Yeah, I
fright
remember that.
kids are
Yeah.
getting today. If you just switched on CBeebies and just think, well, if I had a kid today, what would they be
All right,
watching? Darren Wood,
Edwin.
sensational.
Edwin, we'll still be here, Edwin. He's got to go. He's got. I might go in. You go for a
I'm like
piss.
that. I'm like that. When I need to go, I've got to go. You
All
know,
right, Edwin. We'll still be here for a little while, Edwin. It's 3:30 in the UK. I'm expecting loggers to come in or cast. I
three,
guarantee you.
333 to be absolutely precise.
It's
You
one of my
know,
late night. It's one of my late night pop ups because I always say a quick live, which is 3 hours. What? Three? Hang on. That
yeah.
can't be true. 3 hours and 8 minutes. Wow. I would say, wow. Fucking hell. I'm not even tired. That's going to be a late one, be a 6 hour one.
Well,
So
I'm
that goes
not
to
going.
morning time.
Yeah, I'm not going. I'm not going to lie. I am drinking coffee though.
Oh,
Oh, so you've been on for 3 hours, and we noticed that at 333. Yeah,
I'm waiting for
just pointing out the strange coincidences when
for
you
two
allow.
people to come in.
Yeah.
Dogman and Coaster, come and see it.
No, don't worry. The Logman's well asleep. He'd never get up. I
Oh,
swear to God,
you
even
remember
if a
Christmas time?
tornado hit his house, he would still pull up the duvet and be asleep until 5, I reckon.
Do you remember Christmas time?
Hmm.
Right, I was on to about 5 in the morning. Kirsty came in about 4:30 in the morning.
No.
She did, yeah, I remember that, yeah.
But then again, Kirsty is up early in the morning, though,
Yeah,
isn't
yeah,
she? I
yeah.
think she really is about, well, I thought she was up at about 6-ish or something, but maybe she's like me. A lot of people have got strange sleep patterns, Darren. And sometimes I focus better at night than I do in the daytime because everything's quiet and relaxed and stuff like that. I've got less sensory sort of things to concentrate on. So hence
Well,
why I was doing
what we
editing.
got, I'll say it there. We've got 8 watching. One's me, one's Edwin. So who's the other 6 people? Say hello. I ain't
Weird,
gonna
isn't it?
bang you.
That's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
So how does that happen then? And you
All
can't see
screen,
them.
all screen is saying 8 and 8 on both of them.
Well, it must be Facebook or something, mate. That's all
No,
I
no,
can
it's
say.
only one channel. It's only one channel.
Well, I don't know how that can freaking happen. But
No.
then again, that is YouTube. And I hope you've been keeping hold of this data because you write
And
stuff down. Don't you?
also, I've got figures here. I've
Hmm.
got figures here. Right.
Oh,
So I've
winning
actually
award.
had. I'm gonna.
What
So
sort of
I've
figures
actually
you
had
got there? Star Wars.
24 views. Right. I remember last weekend I said to you, it didn't go down. Last Saturday was 244 views.
Okay.
Right. And also, it said
Hello,
on my
hello, hello. Look who's just turned up.
Adrian. Do you
Hello,
want to come on,
Aidan.
Adrian?
Just
Adrian, do you want to come on, Adrian? Does Adrian want to come on? Just let me know, Adrian. I've got an email here, Rich.
Edwin, if you fancy coming up, mate, you can come up.
I would love to talk to Edwin.
Yeah, you can both
Where's
come
my
up.
email? Hold on.
You know, you don't have to
I
show
got
your
an
face
email.
or anything.
Listen to this, Rich. I got an email from Restream. Where is it? Hold on. I'm on your device here. Right. So let's read the figures out for May. So I had 5 lives during May.
Mm.
Right. 30 hours in May. 2,241 comments.
Really?
Yeah, that's from
Oh,
Restream.
that's in YouTube chat, is Restream chat where they've added up every comment that's come through
Yeah,
from
yeah.
YouTube. Yeah, I've got you.
5 lives
How,
during May.
how many?
30 hours.
How many? Yeah, but how many sort of chat responses did you say though?
2,241.
That's quite a bit of chat, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
So I'm on that one there. I go back on that one. I'm sorry, Edwin, I'm doing multitasking. Sorry, Adrian.
No, you are
I've
not.
been.
No man can do multitasking, not unless you're an
Are you gonna,
Aphrodite in disguise.
are you gonna come on for a chat, Adrian? Where am I? I can't remember what I'm looking at here. Hold on. I must describe myself. I must describe myself. It's
What
me.
you doing? You looking? What you doing? Looking for a
No,
YouTube studio?
no. I'm on another device here.
Hello, Stephen.
Uh,
Good to see you, mate. And a Rarity as well.
hello,
I hope the house
Stephen.
ain't burnt down. I hope the house ain't burnt
Stephen.
down or something, sir.
Hello, Stephen. Stephen, do you want the head? Oh fuck. You and Edward. Oh fuck. Adrian, come on, just let me know. I'll sort it out for you.
Adrian's going to bed in a minute. He's tired.
Oh,
I
he's
get
going
it.
to bed. All right, okay.
It's that
He's
time
going to
in the
bed.
morning.
Okay.
People like to listen though in the
All
background.
right.
I'm like
All right.
that.
So what
I'm
happens
like
is
that.
everyone? It's nearly 20 to 4. I've done late in the 20 to 4 in the morning, but I'm not even tired. I'll get up.
Let's
I'm
be
not getting
honest.
up
I bet you've got
today.
a couple of cans left as well, haven't you?
I'll tell you what.
How
I've
many
got.
beers you got?
I've actually got the Buns Meissen. I've got um 8 the other day. I didn't drink them. I put them in the fridge. I've got 2 cans left. Okay, now we pissed the fart. 2 cans left.
That's all right. Don't worry. Do you know what? What did I do? I done about 7 or 8 sort of Corona extras in front
I
of you.
remember that. Yeah.
You know, and just like I weren't even pissed. I'm like that. I could have carried on if I had some more. You know, but then again, I'd be with you on that, Carlsberg. That's the thing about me. That's pretty much why I stopped
I
drinking, Darren. If you see what I'm saying.
Edwin. I bet you I won't put this. Um, no, you'd be
So,
welcome here, Edwin. Edwin, you'd be welcome here. Of course you would. I would never ever do any. Uh, I would never. You just show me your face. That's what I need to know. Just show me your face. Take your camera off. I've done my camera on over 3 hours. You know, just show me your face, and I'll. So what's going on? I'll just flick it off straight away, which I would. Yeah, Stephen, do you want to come on, Stephen? Adrian's going to bed. I don't mind.
Steve knows he's welcome, mate. Go and
Yeah,
get
of course
yourself
he is. Yeah.
another beer, Steve, and ponder it.
Yeah.
Roll one and ponder it. Put
Yeah.
your feet
I'll
up.
tell you what. I'll tell you what, everyone. I'm going to say, let me go for a piss and I'll come back.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
on. I'll put on mute.
Yeah, we don't want to hear you pissing. That'd be a bit embarrassing, wouldn't it? Jesus, it's amazing how many people are up at this time. And to be quite honest, I was just sort of browsing. I was doing some editing, and then Darren went live, and I don't think there was anyone sort of here, so I thought I'd pop on because I'd done most of it. But that's quite amazing. Is there no other lives on tonight, guys? I don't suppose there is. So many blinking applications open on my desktop. Let's have a look. Not surprised me to see Joe soon. How you all been anyway? How you been, Steve? What you been up to tonight? You had a nice chilled evening. How's the cat? And how you been, Adrian? Have you been all right? Yeah, Steve. Honestly, what did I say to you? I said, ponder it, put your feet up, mate. Grab yourself a beer, roll one, see how it goes. If you want to, you're more than welcome, mate. Darren would say the same. So the same goes for Adrian if he fancies it. But I know what Adrian's like. He'd be sitting there listening to us, like really nodding off and stuff. I get it sometimes. It's quite nice to listen in, isn't it? When someone's chatting about something, you don't have to be involved. But I get sick of typing half the time, or my own phone starts auto typing wrong words that I put in. Yeah, what's this UK lady? What did she do, Edwin? It says I don't appear on panels anymore because UK lady messing with my channel and social media account. Sorry, I might come up when I feel secure and comfortable. Yeah, I get that, Adrian. Edwin, sorry, I get that. But how did she get into your account, buddy? If you don't mind me asking. You know, how did she mess about your social media account and all that? She must have got, hack your password or something, or you give it to her. But honestly, mate, it's like you said, when you feel secure and comfortable, that's paramount. And I absolutely respect that wholeheartedly and understand. I don't think I know UK lady.
He's back. He's
Do you
back.
know UK lady, Darren?
Yeah, she came here once before a long time ago. Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah, you say that about you're going to follow it up and like a bander. You know,
Not that man. I just catch. Hold on.
I don't know who that
Oh,
is, and I wonder why.
Stephen. Hang on. Stephen. I'm not pinning him. I may pop in a bit, but been asleep. So around. All right. Just let me know, Stephen. Just say Darren thing because I won't let anybody else on. Stephen or I think Edwin. Sorry, Adrian's going to bed, so I'm just so tired.
I don't. When he says going to bed, I think Adrian just might just fall asleep listening to us, Darren. If I'm
Yeah.
being honest, he just can't be bothered to come up. And I understand that because it's like it's 24 something. It's
No,
like
look,
the
Edwin.
haunted hour.
Edwin, you can always just let me know because no one is. I always say if I put a link up, there'll be only yourself, Adrian, or
Yeah,
Stephen.
they
There'll be nobody else.
honestly they
Nobody else
know.
coming
I
in.
told them while you was in the toilet as well.
Yeah, there'll be
I
nobody else
said,
coming in.
yeah, it's no pressure at all. I'm just
No.
saying, if they just want to sort of, if you read the chat that Edwin said and stuff, about not coming up, I totally get it. Edwin's got a good way of, he's got a good way of putting stuff down into
Yeah.
text or on crap at that because I suffer from Asperger's, so mine's all over the place. Blah, blah, blah. But guys from the States are very articulate, aren't they? With the way that
Yeah.
they sort of, they chat, they're very sort of hit the
I
nail
mean,
on the head.
you know, everyone knows because they people. I mean, what happens is I see the doing thing is people watch it back, what you're going to say, and yeah. But the thing is, that's what I say. We have a good chat here. We have a good laugh about. I mean, obviously, it's a late one for me. Loggers, quarter to 4 in the morning. But the thing is, Sunday nights. I love your Sunday nights one. Probably Sunday night. But the thing is, it's all fun. I don't want drama.
Do
I
you
don't want
reckon
them to
loggers will
watch.
listen to this?
I tell you what, I know what he's gonna. I know what he's gonna do. I guarantee it. I'll go loggers. He'll say he got a notification. He'll probably watch it, but he might even come in. He wakes up sometimes early hours of the morning. I guarantee
No,
it.
you won't come
I've
here at
seen
this
him.
time. I'd almost put a bet on you with it. Almost, but it's Logman we're talking here.
What I'll do,
Manchurian legend.
I'll rechange the title because it says live on Restream. So I've got to
Yeah.
rechange the title. So I say good friendly night. So, well, I'll rename it, which I will have. I'll rename it. I'll rename it.
What you want to do is you want to say like a code word, So to prove that he's listened to it all, you just need to make up some sort of code word like cheese bread or something. And he has to say that afterwards and go, you've got to prove that you've listened to it all. Because it's gone over 3 hours now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So if you say cheese bread and he didn't know that code, he can't have listened to it all. He wouldn't. Would you expect him to listen to 3 hours of,
No, loggers. I wouldn't expect.
he
I wouldn't
would.
really sell, but no, yeah, if he wants
Well,
a bit back,
actually, saying that, he would, but I don't think his
he's a,
kids would let him,
he's a
you know.
good, he's a good viewer, which he is. He's good. He's a good friend of ours and good mind and good moderator, which he is. Which he
Good
is.
friend, is a bloody good
Oh, well,
dad
yes,
as
good,
well.
genuine guy. Yeah, I met him
Top,
over
top
2 years now.
man.
Great guy.
Top man. Oh, I don't know, UK lady. Where yeah, going back to that, Darren, where do you know her from? And you said she come into your life and you sort of stopped a bit of brunt there as oh,
No, it was way last year. Sometime I think it was.
well,
She's a
did she
load.
come up on the panel and say something to
No,
you?
no, no. Chat only.
Oh, okay.
Chat. No, Edwin. That's what it's about. Is I don't mind. As I said, you're welcome. The chat makes it because when you're doing it, it is hard. I mean, I've done it a long time ago. I had no regulars when someone wasn't well, but the chat makes it. I was on for 2 hours, I think, a couple of
Mm,
Sundays, a couple of months ago. The chat makes it. 'Cause if I was sitting there, even tonight, if I sat here and there was one person typing, I said, "That's it. See you again." I'll probably delete it, but the chat takes part, which it does. That's what it is.
always learn something, don't you? Something new, and you
Yeah,
don't know
yeah,
what someone's gone through in the day as
no,
well. It might have
exactly.
something positive or negative or something. Usually, you guys are pretty all right. There's never been really bad news and stuff.
No, as I was
Thank
saying,
God. I'm touching wood again here. I don't like to tempt fate, but everyone's been sort of all right. I know we've all had the ups and downs and that, and
yeah.
everyone seems to be,
I mean,
okay.
the thing is what I always say, right? I know people that's try watching us playing views, whatever. But the thing is, I as I said, I'll be honest here, I don't want certain people here because we have a good chat about, I said it'll pop up on tonight, Friday, Saturday morning, because it
Mm.
just causes so much hassle. You've got people struggling. I don't want that. If it
But at the
happens,
end of the day,
I'll
you
go.
shouldn't have to keep repeating yourself when it's all in the description, mate, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, that's
And
what I always
it's a
say.
bit obvious when you sit in for sort of over 25 minutes and you go, well, this is a bit different. This is just people talking, isn't it? You go, yep.
Yeah,
And we're sort of avoiding certain obviously, you can't avoid certain
I mean,
subjects. You keep
I
them
mean,
minimalistic
yeah,
anyway.
exactly. The thing is that what you just said, the description is what it is. I've worked on the description, which I have a lot, which I
Yeah.
have. Description a lot. I've changed a few things on it, which I have over there. I've looked different. Let's change that bit there, change a bit there, which I have here and there. I don't put them on the screen. I've got banners in my hashtags, which I can put on the screen, go at the bottom there, which I do. If we got someone person now, I could just put a comment on there and
Mm.
a banner on the screen there, which it would be. Because I've actually had people say me personally, because I don't mind. I'm open to criticism. Oh, Darren, that person, not none of you guys. Not I've had one or two here now. I didn't like that thing, and I think, I've looked at it. I think, it's partly right. So you have to look at things, which you do.
Mm. I don't know that Benson fellow, Steve. I don't know. I don't know who that is. It's quite a fitting name because, Benson is an idiot, really, if you sort of look it up in an urban dictionary. You sometimes get away with calling people a Benson and I don't even know what it means.
Haha.
Do you know what? I'm getting sick of yellow in my avatar. I never have been a fan of yellow as a colour. Have you?
No, what happened
In
was
anything?
what happened was if you restream. Restream, not me. Restream change the colour. So my Hammer laptop normally that used to be black. That's grey now.
Yeah, I
Yours
like
is
that.
yellow.
Yeah, I'm jealous of your colour. I'd
Hammer's,
rather have that shaded gunmetal grey colour than my, I don't know,
Hammer's has got a
grey
light
yellow.
colour. Crafting's got green. She's got budgie
Yeah,
on the green
actually,
budgie.
hers
She
is
got green.
good, isn't it? That
Yeah,
green colour that she's sort of,
yeah,
yeah, I might have to change, because it all goes with your profile pic, doesn't it?
yeah,
It's easy grey of the keyboard and the black of the screen and that, and then sort of highlights and colours in background. But, you know, I'd rather a different background colour. You leave the centre, like the sun in the avatar, but I don't like the rest of the blinking yellow.
yeah, yeah.
Like I said, I don't have anything in yellow. It's just one of them. Oh, lighters. I'll have a lighter in yellow, only because I'm so blind it sticks out, so I don't lose them. Oh, Stephen, right, yes. You're another one that communicates good in chat. Right, yeah, now I think I recognise where that's come from. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
got you. It's
Yeah.
Dave.
So what happens is, Stephen, it's a tight ship here, which it is, a tight ship. So, it's yeah, it's a tight ship. But it's a tight ship, what I say. Not just a friendly little chat, a tight ship, which it is. Good people, which it is.
You got a chat. The friendlier it is, the better. And at the end of the day, you get what you put in, really, and if you don't put much in, just get banned. Or if you've got negativity and start arguing, it's out of there. But do you know what? Honestly, how many people have you banned, Darren? I don't think you banned many at all, have you? Apart from
No,
sort
no,
of
I haven't.
obvious trolls and stuff like that, I don't
No,
think you. And I've never seen any sort of bad arguments or anything like that.
no.
You know, and even though it's controversial, I still think that
I
Spunkfish
mean,
is freaking funny.
the thing is,
You know,
right? I've always say about it, I know you're one, but obviously I've got people watch it, Babs they do.
yeah,
I've got four, I say four good managing mods, which they are, right? And they know a lot of things, which they do. So they're the main ones, which they are. And they've things about here and there, which they have sometimes. Sometimes they say to me, sometimes, "Oh, Darren used to do that." I say, "Okay, I'll look at them board. I don't run the channel, but they advise, which is good, and that's good. You have to
mm.
have input because it's hard. I can sit here talking, but people have the input, which they do.
In fact, Dave hasn't been about for a while, has he, Steve?
I popped in the last week, which I think it's last Thursday. It was on last Thursday. But what's happened is, Dave, I keep on saying about it. What's happened is, I didn't type it in the chat. I was getting ready to go away on the Friday. What's happened is that I've people say about spanners. I've not took his spanner away. What's happened is because of his channel, you might have said I couldn't find it. I had to go on there.
Oh,
You
yeah,
remember?
you said that loads of times, about
Right?
6 months or so, and it he keeps
Yeah.
disappearing. And
What's happened is my list. I don't know what's happened. It's because
mm,
he's the channel. I can't find it. So if he came back, I would sort him out, which I would do. But as I said, he's all.
yeah,
Dave's welcome. Of course, Dave's welcome. If he's watching, of course he's
Dave's
welcome.
freaking lovely, man. He's an
Yeah,
absolute legend, that geezer. I don't
yeah.
think Dave realises how many smiles that he puts on people's faces, but I know
Tell
that
you
he
what.
appreciates
I
his
tell you
time
what.
with
I tell
his
you what.
lives, and I
You
really
you did
respect the guy a lot.
you did tell me. He's got a beard now, hasn't he?
Yeah, and do you know what? In all fairness, is having a beard and is pulling it off, and he pulls it off, the fucker. And when you get to a certain age, your beard goes all sort of like salt and pepper grey, and he's got like a perfectly sort of grey beard. It really suits him a lot. Even though he looks great and 10 years younger when he's all shaved and bald and that, but the beard, some people pull it off. Beat Roxy, he looks brilliant. You know, the guy's an
No.
absolute legend. You
What
know, he deserves a lot. He deserves a lot, and he
what
deserves
happened
a lot
was
more subs as well.
what happened was Stephen. We spoke about it a couple of weeks ago. I couldn't find his channel because he had his channel, so I had to Crow put it back up. So I had to re-go on there. That's why I typed
Mm.
in like I think it was last Thursday night. 'Cause I was away Friday. I think it was Thursday. I think it was. I did say hello to him, but I was busy getting my stuff ready, so I didn't really stay in very long. So he's watching Dave. Just top of the chat next time. I'll check your channel out. You know.
Darren, there's a lot more I could do about Nathan, UK lady, and Jason Gaudet, who were working together to ruin each other's channels. Enough said on that subject. Hope everyone has a nice weekend. Do you know what?
Yeah.
I didn't
That,
know this, Nathan, until he turned up on Dave's and everyone says, don't give him a platform, it's bad news. And do you know what? Dave was really nice about it because
yeah.
it's just,
What?
hold on a minute. Just as me having
Yeah.
autism, I'm pretty damn sure that it's highly functional ADHD. I think Steve would probably confirm that. It's a high probability. So what Dave was saying
Yeah.
is just,
What it is.
hold on a minute. What Dave was
What it,
saying
go
is,
ahead.
even though he
Maybe
has,
cover it.
he sort of like you said that he'll put him on, and all I heard was someone just effing and jeffing and having a go at everyone.
See what it is, Edwin. I don't. So what it is, people watch it back. I don't. I don't do drama. We put your
He
comments on the
knows,
screen
buddy.
now.
He's just
People,
because
but
I think
but
he's just
no. One minute. What happens is, right? As I said to you before, right? As I said, my channel. I know I watched what happened there, and that was at night. I don't want certain people to come in there. That's what I'm going to say. Because it spoils it. We've been on nearly 3.5 hours now. Do Sunday night. I've got good mods here. I could do it as well, which I can on this one. You know, we don't want us to. We want a good chat, a good laugh about things. Whatever happens with karaoke, take a piss out of me. Don't mind me. We all take don't mind me. I mean, we take the piss out, which we do. And it's we don't want things to come in. We don't sport. I mean, this has been 40. I didn't realise 14 months. I mean, we're just in June now. I thought it was 40 months. And honestly, I've enjoyed it, which I have. And is what Rich said. I've not banned people. Yes, some was to ban people could have been two little channels here and there. They changed it here and there on the block list, but I'm not worried about that. Don't worry about because I want the red ones to take part. There's not a lot in tonight, obviously, because it's morning now. But on Sundays, maybe it may be Sunday, they all take part. That's great. That's what I love hearing. All the chat amongst yourself is great.
I know you're not Steve. You chilled, man. You chilled. You like me in a lot of respects, mate. It's just quite ponders everything, questions everything, and has a giggle with your feet up having a beer.
But you know me, Stephen. I don't. That's what I want. I've got a good lot of people here, which it is. And that's what it's all about, which it is. I mean, it doesn't do anything. That's all right, Edwin. We'll see. Yeah, all right, Edwin. We'll see you again. Have a good rest of the day. Probably see you again. We'll do Sunday night, Edwin. So that'll be probably evening time. Might be about 7:30 because I'm out sort of in the daytime. I think I am. So I've used a laptop. Or I might use this one. I don't know. Yeah. So it might be a little bit late one because I'm off Monday. So we'll see. So yeah. So we'll do it Sunday evening. Yeah, as well. Yeah.
Night, Edwin. You rest up, fella.
Yeah.
You rest up, mate. It's been good seeing you as well, Edwin, and an
Yeah.
education in the chat as well. Filled us in on a few things I wouldn't have known about the immigration in Georgia and all of that. And some of your comments, mate, about the British, I'll never forget that. It was lovely, mate. You put it across in a really nice manner. And I took your comments about what you said earlier, and you entitled to, you haven't slagged anyone off. You just said what you wanted to say, and I appreciate that. I took it in the right light
All
as
right.
well.
I'm going to ask one more question. Does Stephen want a link? I'm going to give it literally 5 minutes
Steve's
or so.
halfway from making a doobie. Is probably halfway from having a cup of tea or deciding from I don't know what Steve will be drinking. Should I sort of like try and predict what Steve's drinking tonight, not knowing what he's drinking, and have a bit of a stab in the dark?
I'll tell you what,
Let's have a think here.
I've just opened up the seven. Okay, I'm not a drunk host. Seven cat. I've thought one was something. Oh, the other one's down the fridge. I can't get the eighth one. I might have to have a cup of tea, but I've set the 7 can up.
I'd hazard a guess if Steve's having a Carlsberg tonight. You having a Carlsberg tonight, Steve? What's in the tin?
Yeah.
I'm from a GI family. Oh, are you?
Yeah. What's the
Yeah, I
yeah?
moved back to UK with my dad and uncle. Oh, that's
Oh,
nice. So, what was most of your family in the army and all of that? Then?
okay.
Was your grandfather? What was it like? Most men, because I'll tell you what, most members of the family follow in the army, don't they? Like grandfathers and stuff like that, and you can follow it on. And thing is, I seem to fight in what I believe in. If you see what I mean. And the country says go into another country and shoot them people in the country because I say so. It's a bit
Oh,
different to my laws. You see what I mean?
Edwin likes. I remember now. Edwin likes his red wine. I do remember now. You've had
That's
5
interesting. That's
glasses. It's been
interesting.
good. But Edwin, I've had. I'm on a 7 can of lager. It's 4 o'clock. So I'm not a drunken host, but yeah, I'm chin out tonight, Edwin, as well. So cheers, Edwin. Good seeing you.
And what sort of red wine is it, Edwin? You know, is it sort of like, is it homemade red wine or is it shop bought? You know, if you're a connoisseur of red wine, you'd be sort of have a decent palate, I bet. I bet it ain't just cheap old Asda or Walmart table wine or something. I fell asleep earlier, Steve. It does you good, Burn. It
I
does
done
you
it.
good. Even if you just have a little power nap for an hour or so, I do them quite a lot, and I wake up and I'm 3 times more refreshed than if I had 8 hours.
What
I've
I
been
done,
editing a lot and photo editing, so
what I done,
he
I
rolled one
actually,
up.
I actually had something to eat, right? I think it was about 7:30. I had about half hour, 40 minutes in the chair here.
In the chair. You made it
Yeah,
sound like electric shocks you've been having.
I know, in the chair, electric chair, yeah. But I actually put a pillow up on the side. 'Cause I can't sleep upright, so I put a pillow on there, and I actually
Yeah.
dozed off. I woke up about 8:20, I think it was.
Franzia dark red blended
Yeah.
blend wine. Well, what's it blended with, Edwin? That's interesting because you think wine's just, fermented grapes and all of that thing. So there's a secret ingredient in this Franzia. That's interesting. That is. Is that an expensive one, Edwin? As well? Is that sort of over $20 or something? I bet it is. Well, I bet it tastes bloody lovely as well. I bet it's one of those that leaves a bit of an aftertaste on the
I
tongue
tell
when it
I
comes
tell
to
you,
life.
I tell you what, Edwin. I don't drink much wine, but if I drink white, it's always wet. I always drink a white wine. I don't know why I like red. I've drunk red, but I've drunk white wine. Yeah.
There you go, 5 litre box of wine with a
Yeah.
tap on.
Oh, that's a good one. Tap. Yeah.
Oh, glass straight under it, turn the tap, job done. That's convenience for you, isn't it? I'll tell you what, there's a program on 4/7 that I'm watching with Danny Dyer. This geezer is an intolerable tool, isn't he? He really is. He's about my age and he's still acting like he's some sort of hard man.
Yeah. I know what you mean about him. Yeah, yeah.
It's just an intolerable toll. I don't know what he's like, off camera with his kids and his family. He can't waltz about like this, like he's like in everything, trying to do that boyish look at like 50 years old and that with receding hairline. You just go, it's not working. I've never liked Danny Dyer, to tell you the truth. I did
No,
when he was in
the
the
thing is,
football factory. When
the thing is, what I was going to say, right? I mean, when I don't watch EastEnders because I'm a
oh
London
no,
myself, it's absolutely shit, which it
yeah,
is.
it's
It's
insulting, isn't it? It's really insulting as well.
right. And the thing is, when he was in that EastEnders, all this sort of thing, yeah, that sort of thing, you thought it's so fucking fake, which it is.
Do you know what? A 5 litre box of wine for $15. That's not too bad, actually, is it? Yeah, 5 litres. That's quite a considerable amount of wine for $15. That sounds pretty good. Writing the name of that wine down now, see if I can find it in UK shops.
Uh-huh.
That's
Uh,
not too bad, is it? Not, Darren? That's 5 litres. What's a bottle of wine? That's got to be about £7 a bottle, isn't it? For something half decent. I think that's a litre bottle, is it?
I ain't got.
Oh yeah, I don't know what wine bottles are.
Yeah,
Steve knows.
I'll tell you
Steve
what I'm
would
going to
know.
do
I would
in
have
a minute.
assumed it might be a litre of wine, or I don't
Hang
know,
on,
or
hang on,
500
hang
millilitres.
on.
I don't know.
5 litres. That's them one of them bloody cleaning chemicals with the actual just the size of them, which is quite. Yeah, it's
Red
what?
cleaning chemicals.
Yeah,
Oh well, it all goes down the hatch. Probably get
the
drunk
size.
quicker on cleaning chemicals. There might be alcohol in there anyway. Yeah, that'd remove grease and stains, wouldn't it, the alcohol?
Yeah.
Do you remember in the days of the 80s where tramps used to drink methylated spirits and everything? Do
Oh
you remember
yeah.
them old days that you sort of catch a tramp sort of like drinking meth? So you never see that anymore, do you? They've moved on.
And do you remember
They've
them?
moved
They were
on.
saying before.
They've
I don't
got
know if
white
people are
lightning
doing
now.
that. Do you remember the alcoholics? They
Mm.
used to drink all that. They used to go and drink the alcohol clean. If it was doing your hands,
Yeah, yeah, that's right. They
alcohol.
did.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did back in the day. And glue sniffers. Where's glue sniffers gone?
Oh yeah, glue sniffers. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, glue.
Many
Yeah.
times I remember when I was a little kid and going into the park with my auntie and that, she'd go keep away from them kids and there'd be a little congregation of 5 of them. And then they'd clear off after a while. You go over there and find plastic bags of glue in there would have been
Yeah,
sniffing it.
yeah.
Yeah, where are they gone? 75 cubic litres is that a bottle. So that's a real bargain. Yeah, that's what I thought, Steve. Yeah, I think we should start taking notes of this. What is it? Tanzia dark red blended one. You still didn't answer. What's it blended with?
Come on,
Not
Stephen. Look,
mushrooms or something, because we need to know what it is. 13%. I'm quite liking this wine, Mr. Freaking Wineaholic. You could be a good salesman. Have you ever thought about working for this Tanzia wine company? Do you remember the most interesting man in the world for that lager, that advert? Is it
Oh,
Don Equis or Don Equis or something? I can't know. I don't know how you pronounce it. I think it's
um,
Triple X or something. Not that it's like special brew. It is actually
right.
quite a nice lager.
I've actually got as well. I'm not going. I'm not going. I might have it Sunday night. I'll leave it. I've actually got. Someone's bought me. They're really nice. 3 cans of. It was a friend of ours. A granddaughter got them for me. They was 3 cans of cider. Apple. I want them a Sunday night. Sunday night during
Mm.
Sunday nights, like apple cider.
Yeah, but what sort is it?
Is it Aspinall or something? I was downstairs. Aspinall.
Oh, I've never heard of them.
I've drunk it before. I was away once before. I drank it somewhere before. I think it was last year somewhere.
It was really
It's quite
nice,
nice.
yeah.
Yeah, it's quite nice. So what I might do, I might just drink it Sunday, leave it to Sunday night. So I might, yeah. So I'm going out Sunday. I'll be back. hopefully about 20 past 7. So I'll put a live up Sunday night, and I'll drink someone. It'll be funny. The can side probably be fucking pint and a half. It will be probably, but I'll have it anyway.
Yeah. Gives me acid indigestion, cider. That's the
Right.
only thing. Some are worse than others, but Strongbow gives me acid indigestion. Even
Oh
though
yeah,
I like it. I like
Well,
Strongbow, but don't
I tell
like
you
me.
what, you know that is it Kronenberg? I drank that years ago, and I went to work next day. I was literally pissed to fart. I remember getting home, and I got up in the morning, and my head was thumping. I bet my
Don't
all
go
the
in,
time.
man.
I went into work literally. I'm going back about fucking. That must be about 10 years ago. I was literally pissed to fart. I was. I went
I'm
into
still
work,
pissed when you went in.
and
You
I
get
actually
fired over
I got away with it because I actually thought, fuck, and I actually had a quiet morning. Monday morning, I thought, no, it's Tuesday morning. I went back. I went Monday, I think it was, and I went back to work, and literally, I got away with it. And about half past, started lifting up the headache, and I was dizzy, everything.
that. Pukes over the desk.
I know, fucking hell.
Yeah,
I got away with it.
I'd just say
I got away
that.
with it.
Yeah, just come across, I've got a 24-hour bugger or something. I thought I'd spread it around the office.
Yeah, just very virus. Yeah, bogus.
So
Like,
I
yeah,
thought, I don't agree. I'll come in and cough up loads of phlegm and sneeze everywhere. And
yeah.
they're like, no, you stay at home. Yeah, good. I might need the following day off as well. I couldn't go into work pissed. I can't deal with headaches and bangers I
No,
get.
I mean, to be honest, really, it must have been about over 10 years ago. I mean, be honest, I mean now, I mean even like
You get the
I've not.
sack now. You get the
No,
sack now.
I mean, that was my only occasion, which it was back in the time. But now, I mean, if I've been somewhere like, for example, if I was at, especially Monday, if I was at a Sunday night, I wouldn't do no live streams. But if I was at Sunday, do whatever I'm doing, whatever I do, I'll put Monday off. If I was really, I was gonna be, it's gonna be a fucking, I come with Carl Logs upstairs.
Proper bender.
Yeah,
Not exactly sure, but I think it is blended with other red wine. It suits my. That's a good one. Yeah, it could be. Like two different types of red wine combined to make a unique taste. A bit like combining flavours of drinks, say, like a lilt or something where you have pineapple and grapefruit and all of that stuff, didn't you? Two different things combined. Good night, Adrian, mate. You rest up well, fella.
it's like
You
Adrian.
rest up well.
Adrian, I put the camera on tonight. Good to see you, Adrian. He's a trooper, which he is. He stays all the time, don't he? You must be shattered, Adrian. I'll see you. I'll see you today, Adrian. Somewhere, probably Tony's or somewhere. But I'll see you Sunday night, probably. We do something Sunday night again.
Oh, it's not picking up the TV in the background, is it?
I could just slightly hear, so nothing
But okay,
major.
I'll
Nothing
turn
major.
it down a couple then.
No,
Because
you're okay. Nothing major. Yeah. Well, anyway, one. I'm gonna be slaughtered with this baby one. I guarantee it.
what's that?
It's 4:15, and I can see from my blinds the sun's coming up. The daylight's coming up.
Oh, yeah, it is. It does get really bright early.
All right, Adrian. We'll do Adrian. I'll see you today somewhere, Tony's or something, and maybe Sunday night. I'll do something. Sunday night. I don't know what's going on. It might be another late one, but I'll be at 7:30 or something. I don't know where I'm planning it out or something. I've got to go out in the daytime somewhere, so I'll see you back in the early evening time. I'm going local. I'm not going far anyway. It's just saying I'm going to meet somebody local, so it's okay.
Oh, that's interesting, Steve. French wine is technically American. France sold loads of wines to the US. Then years later had to buy back loads of white. So, yeah. And it's funny how it works out, isn't it?
Yeah,
At the
yeah.
end, when you're buying something and the politics and bollocks that goes into it, and you think you're drinking something that ain't. Life's a
It's
freaking
fucking,
con, isn't it? Every avenue.
the thing is, all these names they use, all these names of things, when it cuts down to the chase, it's the same sort of names. We
Mm,
know, don't we?
absolutely. But yeah, didn't know that. I don't know much about wine. I don't drink much. I appreciate it and respect it a bit. Just, like I said, if I had wine, I wouldn't go over 3 glasses, else I'd get a cracker of a headache. It's
The thing
potent
is,
stuff.
shit, the thing is, I always say, right? The thing is, I always say is that the wine, red wine, does my head in, which it does. I've drank red
Mm,
wine. It's literally slaughtered me. I'm not too bad with white wine. White's been not too bad, but I think red's more stronger. Well, there's probably
yeah,
names of them. I don't
yeah,
know.
I
Yeah.
agree. I agree.
I was actually drinking yesterday. Bailey's again yesterday. I was drinking Bailey's yesterday.
Not after a few pints, surely.
Uh,
You did, didn't you?
two, two yesterday. Yeah.
Sure. Wonder if that didn't curdle inside you.
What happened was, I see what happened was, I got home. I got home yesterday. I don't know what time I got in. It was early evening, and I was fucking not slaughtered, but I was really tired. That's why I'm awake now. I was really tired. I was sitting here. I watched some of your videos about 10 o'clock last night.
What, the
I
rabbit
watched.
rescue?
No, I watched a documentary about that. I was trying to say that Baroness who threw that money
Oh, yeah, yeah.
till 12 o'clock, right? And I was yawning. I was literally falling. I thought I'd go sleep in the chair. I was just been sleeping in the chair. But I went up about just gone 5 past 12 last night.
Okay. That's just loads of the grapes grown in the UK go to making champagne in France. Jesus. You'd think that we'd sort of that out and, you know, just have
This,
champagne from
I'll
here.
say, I'll say it again. Does Steve want to come on for a little while?
Come on up, Steve. Hide your camera. Put your feet up, mate. Have a
Show
drink.
your face. You just show me your
Tell,
face. All you got to do.
just
Yeah.
tell him it's a friendly little chat.
Yeah, just a friendly little chat. Call it like a friendly little chat.
There's certain brands of wine that give me screaming shites. See, this cider does that. There's some cider does that to people, don't they? There's things that could disagree with us all. I get you, Edwin. And then there's sometimes a sediment at the bottom of the wine which you're not meant to sort of digest, but some people do by accident. You should have screaming shites. Do you know what the way you spelt that? I bet someone's got a surname like that somewhere. If we had the old, yellow pages or whatever it was, we'd probably look that up. The address book. Has anyone got the surname Shite? Have you got the Shite, Mister Shites? Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one who gets screaming headaches with fricking wine and stuff.
No, I've
It
done it.
doesn't do.
Right.
I mean, it's really
I
quick to
mean,
get pissed.
I,
You get pissed by about the fourth glass,
I,
didn't you? And then before you know it, you're
I
hugging the
always say
bottle.
years ago, I was out years ago. I always say years ago, and it was to what you just said. I was drinking red wine with somebody.
Okay.
I got home. I go in the underground, and I was pissed to fart. I don't know. I got home. I think I was falling asleep. I got home. I don't know.
Jesus, you're lucky you never got mugged on the underground.
No,
Tell you the God's honest. People
I
are
mean, I had a
taking
shit.
advantage of you.
I had a shit phone, but you said they could have got me money, could have got me cash card, anything.
Yeah, but they don't care. They'd
Yeah,
find out it's shit, 100 metres up the road after sprinting, just chuck it in the bin. They don't care. They don't care. You're bloody lucky there,
yeah,
in all honesty. I've seen sort of drunk people sort of like fall asleep at bus and train stations and get robbed. I've seen it with my own eyes. It ain't hard. You just rifle through someone's pockets that are unconscious.
Yeah.
Oh, your
I do.
confidence is good here, Steve, mate. Honestly,
Stephen,
it's so
Stephen,
chilled out. You might as well be asleep up here,
Stephen,
mate. Honestly,
Stephen, mate. I'll be funny. Look, I'm gonna go. It's, I can't. I've been on YouTube live. They was going to slaughter me. Say, oh, I've been on YouTube Christmas till 5 o'clock, 5 in the morning. It's 4:20 on the thing there. You may go off with a link. I'll put it up. Just show me your face. Put your camera off. You put your camera on. I'll let you on. It's all right. Yeah, nobody else as long as comes in. I don't know.
Stephen needs a bit of a fanfare. You know, like when the Undertaker comes out when he goes wrestling and that, and you go dum dum.
Oh,
Maybe if he had a
yeah,
bit of a fanfare to
yeah.
come into,
Come on,
you know,
Stephen. Come on,
I
Stephen. I
need
don't
one of
want to be
those
catchy. Come
actually,
on, Stephen.
Stephen. I was
Come
sort
on,
of probably
Stephen.
called
Just say it,
Slayer or
man.
something.
And I
Just
always
let the
say,
bloke rest up, man. No pressure. Freaking
yeah,
hell.
but Stephen only.
Yeah. What's going on in the world? You've been keeping up with the news. I've banged it all. I have to go to the news to
No, what I'll
find them.
do, I'll leave it till. What I'll do, let's try to plan it out. I'll come on Sunday evening. I'll just go for. I've got a few things to say Sunday evening, which I have. But we don't talk about it all night. I can't sit talking hours and hours about literally crap, which I can't. Just why everyone's coming and say hello to you. And people come on Sunday evening. We're going to things late in the evening, like chat loggers and karaoke. Don't worry me. It's a mixture. I don't want to spend hours and hours talking about what you said, the shite and stuff. I don't want to spend. I just a briefing, which I do.
I don't know what any of that meant. Like, what did that? What you? Who?
No,
What? Eh?
no, like the things been going on this week. Things been going this week about things
No,
in.
I'm not mentioning anything negative, mate. Nothing at all. I've just even like there's nothing going on in the world really, apart from
No,
celebrities acting as flat, and
it's
that's
just
all
about
it is.
shit politics, which I say is
I'm not
shit stuff.
mentioning politics, mate. It's like
Yeah, I
honestly,
have to
I'm
do an
not. I'm
intro
looking for
into it.
so no. That's not what I look for. I scroll all the way down looking for some good news,
Yeah,
some
no,
good
I
news,
just go
and
intro into it,
I
and I just
struggle to
go
find
from
it.
there. Is he gonna come with just laugh out loud the crow?
Yeah, because he just wants to chill out. He said about 3 times that he's just having a beer. He woke up, he's having a beer, he's probably disillusioned a bit, and they go, hold on, Darren's on, then come on, like Adrian did. It's even like we thought Adrian wasn't there. He's in the background listening to us.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
like I'm saying, these
that's it.
other people, I think what
Yeah,
it is, if people don't say anything in chat and they just listen, it might go dormant. You know, they're sort of like being in chat. I think it might go dormant, or so they're invisible. But honestly, mate, I know what Stephen's doing. He's
Edwin.
just chilling out.
Hang on, Edwin. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Edwin. As I said, we've cleared it up now, so you're always welcome. And we'll see you again probably around maybe the weekend or so. We'll see you again, Edwin.
Take care, Edwin.
So I'm literally going to give it, Stephen, 5 minutes.
4:57, 4:50. Just joking.
Uh huh. 4:25, everyone. How much in a.
I get when I fall asleep and have a power nap, it takes me a while to sort of get with it again. You know, I'm well clumsy and stuff like that, even though that I'm awake and sort of have to adjust to the time that I've woke up to and things. Ain't you like that? So if you fell asleep at 8 and woke up at like 2 in the morning and stuff, you sort of and you're wide awake, but you're still sort of a bit of disillusion and it's dark outside. And
Yeah, I mean, I mean, the thing is I'm not even tired. I mean, it's fucking 4:26. I mean, the thing is, I'll not do nothing today, which I'm not. So I'll
Rest
put everything
in,
sleep.
man. Just chill.
I'll put everything sleep back in the afternoon or something. Yeah.
You do what you want, man. It's brilliant to have that. That's the best thing in the world, to have an open diary to do what you want. And if you feel tired, you've got no other sort of links to anything, you can go to sleep.
No,
The
I mean
best thing in the world, man. That's best freedom.
the thing is, when I plan things out. So today I'm not doing nothing. Tomorrow I'm gonna off Sunday. I've got to do something Sunday. So I'm
Yeah, so
back here.
you can
I'm
have
going
all this.
local.
Yeah, you couldn't
Huh?
have all this if you had a wife. She wouldn't let you. She'd be
I
sort
know.
of say you're a lazy bastard. The garbage needs taken out. You know, you didn't do the shopping. There's no fuel in the car. You haven't washed the car. You know, just go,
Thing is,
oh
what you
man,
said. A free post, a free man as such. Yeah.
free man, free man.
imagine doing, imagine doing live streams. So I've got some wife going. She's like, "You got to go to bed, man.
Yeah,
What do you want?"
yeah.
Yeah.
What you doing? Come to bed. Oh, Jesus. Just watching this film. Oh, it's a crap film. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's nothing worse than watching romantic comedies and that. I think they're the fucking worst. Or they're just romantic films and stuff, you know, real fucking puke inducing fantasies.
you know what? I always say, yeah, yeah. That romantic stuff. Fucking hell, I can't do all that.
Jesus Christ,
The
man.
real world, isn't it? The real world.
I'm about as romantic as a breeze block, honestly. This doesn't exist in my world. If it honestly, when I give my ex girlfriend some flowers once, even she questioned where they come from, you know, and they were stolen from the service station forecourt when I was pissed.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's just the next day she turned up and I was like, oh, have them. I just nicked them for the sake of being pissed. Got away with it. But that was ages ago. But even she knew that. And I even joked when I gave it to her, I said I found them next to a bent lamppost on the
Yeah.
side of the street, just for a laugh. As though, you know, someone died there from a car accident. But that was just a joke.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Well, I think that Stephen should go into detention because the 5 minute
I
mark is
know.
up. So
Yeah.
I honestly think he should hold his hands and they'd be savagely wrapped, you know, with a
Yeah.
ruler. I think, how many lashes do you reckon, Darren? I reckon 10.
Yeah.
I'll go with,
Second
yeah,
chance, Stephen.
yeah.
I'll give you now. But it's 4:20
Dude,
now. My screen.
you can't give your audience a time limit. You just
I
can't
can,
do it. It's like, you honestly, you can't just say, oh, you got 5 minutes, come on. Or something. They'd be going, need the toilet,
Yo,
need a
yo,
sandwich,
yeah.
need
Yost
to
has
roll
got the
one,
rights.
need to
Yost
let
has
the
got the
cat in.
rights. Edwin, Edwin, that's what I said to you. Yeah, good to see you, Edwin. So we're all sorted out now. You're always welcome. I said to you before, no problem at all. We've drawn the line. It's all sorted out now.
Good to talk to you, Edwin. See you again, mate.
Yeah, we got an naughty bit. Hang on. I can see
Oh
me.
no,
I've got,
Stephen, that's way
yeah.
too lenient. You can't
All
sit
right.
on the naughty step. We'd have to put some sort
Yeah.
of like drawing pins on the naughty step for you to sit on, and while you're sitting there, pour some ice water over your
Well,
shoulders
Stephen.
for not accepting the
Stephen.
5 minute. You broke the 5 minute law. That's the
Yeah.
law on this
Stephen.
channel.
You got a beer? All we got to do is just say me link. I can put the link up. You still can drink your beer.
I,
I've got. I'm on something
Darren,
candy.
Darren,
I've got a thing
I
here.
think you should punish him by taking his beer off him. If I was to be so bold to say, and put that cigarette out, and look at the wall. Poor old boy. He's going, what, eh? What was you drinking anyway, Steve? What was it? Mad Dog or something? What did you say it was? Some infused pale ale or something? I can't remember. I'll tell you what, Dan, you've had a lot of people in chat saying comments.
I tell you what. I mean, I'll leave. I always start going to delete things, but I'll leave it up because it's been good again tonight. About was on the hours now. Bloody hell! I
What's
mean,
the password for loggers to make sure that you listen to it properly?
I'll tell you what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for 3 people's names. I'll just say
You
3 people's names.
Tom, didn't you?
I was surprised one hasn't come in. I've got 3 names. If they
Tom,
come in,
Kirsty,
I'll
and you
say
think loggers as well, as he
it's
might get
three
up
names.
for one of his.
3 names.
Actually, you could be right because he's like me. He has to go for a piss like about 5 times when he goes to sleep because he moans about it like I do.
I've got 3 names. One of them I'm surprised is in here because he's normally pretty on the ball, which he is. But 2 other names, I'm going to say, I'll say just mention 2 others.
Elton John.
No.
I'd love him on chat, man. I'd absolutely grill him. He wouldn't last. He wouldn't last. I wouldn't actually, when you sort of get, round famous people, I'd actually say I hate his music.
I mean, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I was going to leave it till Sunday night. What
Oh,
do you think about
Brewdogs.
this?
I've
What
seen them. Have
What
you
do you
had
think?
Brewdogs?
What's that?
Brewdogs? Brewdogs.
I've actually heard that lager. I'm just
Lost
reading it.
Raga.
10 for 10. No one for 10.
That's
I'm
pretty
not.
good.
I don't know if I've had it, Stephen, but I have heard of that one. Brewdog. I've heard that one. Yeah, I've heard that one.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I've not tasted it. I wish one of my mates had had one. But every time I go around my mates, is always drinking San Miguel. But then again,
That's
I
Spanish.
don't mind that. I don't mind
That's
that.
Spanish. That one. Yeah, Spanish. That one. Yeah.
Well, is it though? I don't think
Well,
it is. I think
they
it's a
claim it's
bit of a
Spanish.
myth
Yeah.
because when I'm in Spain, it tastes a lot different to what I taste in the UK, really. But
Yeah.
then again, it's still palatable, it's still nice. He'll go, do you want
Yeah.
beer? Well, do you know what? I will. Sees you at San Miguel's. He said Stella, so I go, now I'll have some tap water. Don't like Stella. Or Kronenberg, that's 1660, whatever it is. Is it 1664 Kronenberg?
That's the one I drunk when I was saying earlier. I was pissed. I had a load of them. I went to work next day and I was literally really
Oh,
out. That was
Kronenberg
the
was
one.
that.
That was
Was
the
it
one. What you just said.
Kronenberg that you done
Yes.
that zombie
Yes.
walking to work
That was the
with?
one.
Do you know what? It's funny you should say that. What is it with Kronenberg? Because when I was in my local pub, the landlord changed one of the beers to
Yeah.
Kronenberg, right? So we all started drinking Kronenberg. And I swear to God, it got to about 3 pints. We're starting to get a bit sort of giddy on our feet, like pissed. After about
Yeah.
5 pints, we were all pissed. And you go, fucking hell, this ain't normal.
Yeah.
You was all right after
I tell you
a
what.
few points of.
I tell you what. You're right. I went. What happened was I went to a show right in the West End,
Mm,
and so I went. I had there was a break during the interval, right?
mm,
So you have a drink in they've got people at the bar there. So that was normal, which was I put about one there. But what
okay.
happened? I left the show. It was afternoon, come evening,
Mm,
right? So what happened in Peter? What's it about? It's a tip. If you ever on a rush hour, do not travel in the rush hour because you're squeezed up against somebody, smelling somebody. So the thing was, it was
smelling
rush hour time.
somebody.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
oh.
what happened? I think it was about probably 5 o'clock, or past 5. I thought, nah, I'm not getting the tube this time of night. No way, right? So I went to this pub. So anyway, what you just said, I was drinking that Kronenberg, but what I didn't realise, I was drinking more and more. I left at about 10 at night, and
All right.
I got at the station. I was literally fucking pissed, which I was.
Fell on the
I got
lines.
home. I got home. And I remember I got home and I got to bed and that, but while I woke up, I was literally gone, which I was. And next morning I'd be at work, so I got up and my head, it was like on my head, on my
Mm,
hand, my head, my forehead. I thought, fucking hell, I'm gonna. Lucky I got through it, which I did, but that was about 10, 11 years ago. That was.
I know it's funny, isn't it? You know, not at the time, but you know, looking back at it, you just go, never again, man. And to
Yeah.
be quite honest, it's not even very good palatable lager, is it? It's got a bit of a
No.
taste to it. So when you drink it, you go,
I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened. I've never drunk Kronenberg since, right? And
no,
what
I
happened?
haven't.
It was only
Yeah,
recent, but not recently. It might have been this year or last year. I can't remember when it was. A neighbour of mine, she's pretty good. So I took some parcels in for her, and she bought me some lagers because I sent her a text and that. And when she bought the I didn't expect them, and she bought fucking 4 cans of Kronenberg. I thought, oh no! But I did drink
yeah,
them. I was okay.
yeah. Just tip them down the toilet. That's all they're good for. Even they're not good for that. It's not as though it clean the toilet. You know, it's
Nah,
fucking awful stuff, man. I don't know who's a fan of Cronenberg. You know,
nah.
my favourite lager was a Cronenberg. If they said that, I'd avoid them. You go, Christ knows
Yeah,
what else he's into and all.
yeah, it's lethal that stuff is. It really is. I mean,
But
I see
Brewdog,
the
I'd try one of them.
no,
I've seen them in the cans
I
and
have
stuff.
seen it. I've seen it
Yeah,
about it. Yeah,
because there's loads of infused lagers now, aren't there, in ales with like a mix of or a hint of apple and mango and peach and all of this stuff.
what happens is that a lot of places they do this these different um craft lagers, which they do craft lagers.
That's
So
yeah.
so what they do in London, they get a lot of this caramel. I have drunk caramel, but it's not all that to be honest, really.
What's it called?
But caramel.
Camden Ale. Okay.
Yeah, they sell it in supermarkets. It's in tins in supermarkets.
I've never
But
seen it.
yeah, it's like a can with like the red on the side and the white letters.
What's Punk IPA doing?
I've, I've,
That's Indian Pale
I've heard
Ale.
that. I've heard that, Stephen. Yeah, I've heard that, Stephen. Yeah, I've heard that one. Punk IPA. Yeah, tainted beer
So
and from the. Yeah, I've heard that
what's
one.
with that, Stephen? Why is Punk different from sort of anything? Is that sort of infused? I think it might be, isn't it, Punk? I
Yeah.
think they've got some different
Edwin.
flavours.
Thank you for mentioning Edwin. Yes, it is. It was for D Day as well. Yeah, so thank everyone that fought for D Day as well. So we pretty much about D Day as well. So thank you for everyone who and families lost lost relatives in the forces and that.
Absolutely.
And yeah, yeah, I did do a VJ, sorry, VE Day live a couple of weeks ago with I've been waistcoat on that one with I was at an event, a street party. So as VJ cut, so we'll look at something time. So for your service with Will, yeah.
So VD days, different day.
Um, Candom, yeah, Candom is yeah, that's the one, Stephen. Yeah, they do a lot of pubs where I've been into London. The Candom is tasty beer. I have had it, Stephen. I go a lot of pubs. I don't have it. I try and get other lagers, but I have drunk it. I have drunk it in the past, which I
Camden
have.
Town's quite an interesting place, and it's to sort of wander around and get
Oh, it's some
lost
weird kind of
into
stuff
sort
there,
of the
yeah.
obscure and the art round there and stuff. It's pretty good.
Yeah, you've got markets up there,
Yeah, sort of
markets, and
anything goes, and you never know what you're
yeah,
going to see. In the street food is just amazing. You know, get all kinds of different food from all over the world, but you have to pay for it a lot. It's bloody expensive now.
yeah,
It's a real ale, not a lager. I make ale, well,
yeah.
not recently, and use the
A
brew
lippis.
something similar. That's interesting. Home brew and stuff like that. Oh, you know, do you make mead and stuff, Stephen? That's quite easy to make, isn't it? A lot of people have started making their own mead. Imagine in Middle Ages time, Darren, that's all you could probably blinking drink is mead. Mead this, mead that. Look out for neck oil. Such a tasty beer. That's a good name, isn't it? Neck oil. Yeah, it does sound good. Yeah, do you know what? I don't mix about with my beers. You know, like I know what I like, and if I was to experiment, it'll be someone or one of my friends going, "Oh, do you want fancy trying one of these?" And I'd grab it. If it was at the shop, I'd just stick with what I know. If you see what I mean, I'd go, "Oh, that looks all right," and then I'd end up buying, 8 Coronas or 8 Sols or something similar. Desperados ain't too bad sometimes. Yeah, but there's different tastes of meat, isn't there, Steve? That's what I'm saying, We've all had bad experiences with people making blinking potato wine and all of this crap. And but I know there's quite a lot of people make mead, and you can make it with loads of different ingredients, can't you? It's not as though you're restricted to one thing. But yeah, yeah. I suppose it's trial and error, like with everything, isn't it?
This I can say the steam white link.
Have you tried mead, Darren? Is there any?
Sorry.
Have you tried any mead? Like, has anyone sort of done some homebrew, like a
Um.
lager or something made, fermented
Yeah.
with sugars and
I mean, I've had it here and there, which I have places. I can't remember the name. I have had it here and there, different ones, traditional ones, which it is. I have had it here and there. Yeah.
I've only had it once or twice, and it wasn't bad. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. But then again, that was an awful long time ago. Your taste buds change, don't they, over years and stuff, and things that you didn't like back when you was a kid or something you might actually enjoy now. But I tell you what, I've still never got Guinness or what that's about or
I'll
why
tell you what.
people like it. And
I'll tell you what. I'm glad you said about that. Right. I. It was only recently. I can't. I didn't. Because. I mean, I said about Sunday Night Lives. I think. I think it was. I think I done a Saturday. The Saturday Live.
mm,
This must have been about March. Right. I actually got invited out because a friend of mine, they got invited to a pub. I
mm,
don't know, I call it a pub, and it was some woman. She run the pub, and they was doing a. There was Newcastle players. Was there? They win something the football
what
today at
football players?
Newcastle. Hey,
What, Newcastle United football players?
yeah, yeah.
Bloody hell! I'd
So
like
what
to be.
happened? This woman runs a pub somewhere,
Mm,
right? So a friend of mine said, "Well, come along in the afternoon." I said, not being funny, I said, I know about football. I said, no, it's been a good night anyway. I went to this pub, right? It was a good afternoon. Don't get me wrong, it was a good afternoon. What I didn't know, it's just true story,
mm,
right? The Guinness was free,
okay.
right? So I had a pint of lager. So anyway, I said, I know, I think I drank it years ago, Guinness, right? So anyway, I had this pint of Guinness, right? And what you said, I wasn't really enthusiastic over it, right? But I had one that was free. I had a second one. So I think I had two Guinnesses, but I did. I probably, I don't think I had another pint after that. It was Sunday evening. It was. I think the football finished about probably whatever the time was, maybe 7 o'clock or so. I came home after. I didn't stay long. I came home after that.
Yeah, you probably would have stayed a bit longer if you just had I don't know, a Foster's.
Yeah,
If you see what I mean, even though Foster's is pretty diabolical, sort of on the scale of tier lists of beers, but even that would be better than a Guinness if someone was to hand me a drink. In fact, it's with a Guinness, I think I'd just look at it and go, oh, bollocks, and put it down and order another drink.
yeah.
You know,
I mean, I
I
mean,
just don't get it.
it was really weird. To be honest, really, I had 2, 3 pints, but what you said wasn't all that. I mean, it was Guinness. I mean, but I wouldn't be enthusiastic, so I'm going to drink it. to go tomorrow and have a Guinness in the pub, so I wouldn't do that probably now.
Yeah. Oh, bless you, Steve. That's nice.
Can I just say a comment, Darren? I would love to. All right, Stephen.
No,
Stephen.
what a
Stephen.
lovely thing to say, man.
Stephen, mate. Honestly, I can see a comment. Honestly, I would never. You know, Rich, no, I would never force people. And you're more than welcome. Of course, you're always welcome. And we'll do Sunday
Oh,
night.
God, let me interrupt here. Did you
Oh,
not give him 5 minutes to come on?
He said,
I know,
Darren, I would love.
I'm only
I know.
kidding.
Look, I'm in the comment the
I'm
screen there.
only
Look.
kidding.
All right, Stephen. That's what I said,
It's a lovely
Stephen.
thing to
Honest,
say. You've had some nice
Stephen.
comments tonight,
Yeah,
Darren.
that's what I'm gonna say, Stephen. You're always welcome. And I may do. I mean, you want me to say it on Monday, but um, you're always welcome. And just honestly, what I would do, Stephen, is I'm not putting the camera on tonight. I mean, but the thing is, if you ask for a link in time. Oh, you got my camera on. Just show me your face, and I'll let you on. I want, and I've got people coming up at the cameras on, which is fine. They show me their face,
I give
and
me
then
two
I want.
fingers.
He does, and the thing is, they all know I would never embarrass anybody. I wouldn't take piss out. I wouldn't do that sort of thing. You're welcome, which you are.
Steve, on Tony P's channel, when I go on there, Tony always likes to see a picture of someone just before in the camera. I gurn as hard as I can at the camera really close. And sometimes he's almost put me on live with the camera on while I'm doing it. Bless him.
No, I always say, you
We all
know,
go through times like that. We're all human. That's what we should do, sort of relate to. And to be quite honest, Stephen, it's
I mean,
comments like that
I
that
mean,
make the difference with channels.
Stephen, right? I've done nearly, where is it? I can say, fucking hell, over 4 hours, right? I've not put a camera on once. When you're on the screen, sometimes it is hard because I look at you chat and look at the other thing, but you know, as I said, I do put it on when we've got a lot of others come on Sunday evenings, which I do because obviously others come on and we've got to chat about things. But I've got to look at the chat, I've got to look at the comments going through. So I'm
I'm just
looking at the
getting a
comments.
drink.
Yeah, but as I said, Stephen, um, what's that? What's that? Yeah. Okay, makes sense, guys. I'll be okay a bit. Okay, yeah, that's all right, Stephen. I would never force anybody because, as I said, I like the good ones coming on, and it's good seeing you. And obviously, Sunday night it's really, it's obviously 10 to 5 in the morning now. Sunday night, I'll do something Sunday evening. I'll have a lot. I mean, last week I had on last Saturday night. I had a load on last week, but they're good ones, which I are. Some of you know some of them, which you do. I never intimidate nobody. None of the guests. Um, People say things to the guests. I don't do that sort of thing. I wouldn't have that sort of thing. So you're more than welcome to take part. Of course you are.
Oh God, Vinto, so good. It's like the perfect berry medley. Absolutely adore this drink.
Well, I've got a little bit of lager left. I might make a cup of tea after. I'm waiting for 3 people to come in my chat. 3 of them.
Do you know what? I'll actually give you a fiver or PayPal you over a fiver if any of them three come into the chat.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you to begin with. One begins with a T, one with a L,
Yeah.
and one with a K.
Yeah, I said them earlier.
Yeah.
Logman, Kirsty, and Tom.
Yeah.
Tom is likely. Tom is likely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, what's that? Did you read that comment? Thanks,
Yes.
dude.
Yes.
Really
Yeah.
snapping, guys. I will be okay in a bit. I hope. I've had loads this week or so. Don't know
Yeah.
what. But I know, mate. We're
He's
all
pinned
human.
another comment.
As you well know, I suffer with Asperger's and all that, buddy.
The thing
I
is,
get it. I know
but
what
the thing
life's
is,
like, mate.
he's just pinned another comment on my screen. Yes, you do a good live. That's what it's about, Stephen. You know, it's not just me. I could talk shit sometimes. I can sometimes. But the thing is, that's all right, Stephen. Not bad. Oh, what we're sorry to you about opening your families. Okay, okay. I don't go into personal details. You know, I hope everything's okay. Yeah.
Well, we all have family issues, don't we?
Yeah.
Because we all have families, you know. But then again, I find sometimes if people, need an outlay for any sort of thing, obviously you can't offer advice in this day and age. And then,
No. No.
what wisdom have I got to pass on to someone else in their situation? But I do have empathy
Exactly.
for
Yeah.
people. I do empathise.
Yeah. So
I
I'm
don't
not.
see someone as sort of like moaning for no reason or anything. I do,
But the thing is, what Stephen's saying, this is real life, which it is. I'm not going to sit here and say, "What's your problem?" So people's watching it or watch it back because he's got a problem. If he comes here, has a little chat, which is fine, and takes part, that's good, which it is.
yeah,
We all do it. We've got. I always said before, we've all got personal issues, but we have. Everyone's got personal issues. We have. I look at it as I always think it's a bit of fun, which it is. You know, I mean, that's what it
it's
says
an
my mind. I
outlet,
think.
isn't it?
Sometimes.
It's an
Yeah,
outlet. That's
yeah,
what I'm saying. It's but Stephen's got autism like me,
yeah.
Asperger's. So I can
Okay.
relate to Stephen and Stephen can relate to me, but this is what makes it difficult in our lives sometimes, Dan. We get overwhelmed and simple things that people can get on with, we can't. But yet we
Yeah.
can do ingenious things in other methods where you go, how the fuck do you know that? That's a genius. Yet, some things we just can't do, and then it gets on top of us, and you sort of
Yeah.
go in a little sort of zone where you just don't know where to get out of it and stuff. But that's an interpretation thing. But you know, I get it, Stephen. Trust me.
Yeah. Yeah. I
You
don't
know.
know, but no,
But
yeah,
this
yeah,
is again, this is another segue. But back to the Crow channel, as though everything in there, there's not one negative, there's not one swear word and all that. It just
no,
literally is an outlet, and nearly, I would say, 65% of the people that view that are autism or something.
this,
I've had some
this,
beautiful messages from people that I never thought would, say anything, but they have, and they've said it helps.
this, what was at the beginning. Then you I passed 12:21 this morning. Your channel when you first came in. That's what I'm going to say. I watched last night, for us tonight, and you've done some really good footage and videos, which you have, and that's credit to you. I thought it was brilliant, which I did. I mean, I applied some of the ones. It was really fantastic, which it was.
I'll tell you
What
how
you've done.
hard it is. Get a phone out of the pocket, put it on 4K resolution, and start filming.
Yeah,
If you see that's the hardest part of it, and then then just upload it. It's not like loads of time or anything went on, but it's just the time now that the whole society and people and communities have changed so much from the time that we got told there's a nasty, horrible virus going around. You got to
yeah,
stay
yeah, yeah.
indoors, and you're not allowed to go and see your gran and grandparents as they're wondering what's going
Yeah,
on because this is
yeah,
worse than the Blitz. But we won't go there, but you see what I mean. The way
yeah,
society is now, we've been forced into these avenues and things, and they're so-called channels, and they do certain things, and you've all got guidelines and certain rules, but all of them, really, you've got to find the right one for you. If you see what I mean, and it goes with channels as well. As like I said, I'd rather see
yeah,
someone being pissed in their underpants, falling over in a garden, than I would have, 5 seconds of Mr. Beast shouting or something,
yeah.
or some American doing
That,
something stupid with stupid faces. Just nothing seems real anymore. If you see what I mean, there's no reality in
this
certain
this is
things,
what it
and
is.
AI's taken over on everything, isn't it?
This is what it was. This is what it is because I actually see the other day. We got Saturday Sunday, but I actually see an advert. I think it was yesterday. I think it was yesterday. I think I can't remember when it was. What happened was I actually see an advertisement, right? And so you know what it said? This advertisement said, you spoke about this before. It said, "Why employ humans when you've got AI?" Well, AI is a
It's
fucking
true.
like, yeah, but AI, not we better forward. It's not the real thing. Is AI? AI is this feeless AI, isn't it?
I'm glad you did this because I'll throw. Do you want me to throw a curveball at you?
Yeah.
Do you use AI for anything?
Sorry,
Do you,
sorry.
do you use AI for anything? Do
No,
you use
no, nothing
ChatGPT?
at all. Nothing. No, no,
Right,
no.
I advise you to go and use ChatGPT. I advise you. All you've got to do is this. You don't have to sign in, Darren. There's no track to anything, or they're going to track you or any woo. Just you can just go type ChatGPT and it'll come up with a white screen, and it'll just a little bar that you put in, just like a search engine, and you ask that. And when you ask that, think about like Data off Star Trek or something, a being that can sort of it knows everything. Don't forget, whatever you put in there, anything you put in there, it searches a whole web and gives you detailed analysis over it, and then you can highlight certain points. Tell me more about this, and it will go. Basically, with Stephen will sort of verify in certain stuff. That's more like a god. What human being on the planet could possibly hold the intelligence of we'll say Chat GPT, but of AI in general? Because don't forget, Chat GPT, and I'm just using this in general terms as being an AI that's incredibly intelligent, and then saying, well, that's capped to not have any feelings or such things and do certain things. So imagine what AI could do if it was let off the lead, if you see what I'm saying. And it is like a god, Darren, because it knows everything about everything all over the world. It's not
Ah,
foolproof, but what one human being could possibly do that. They do is geez, AI is designing buildings, like organizing businesses, putting profits up 50%. It's making people videos where they've done nothing. They've just typed in make video of something, car doing a big jump over a thing, and uploaded it. 3 million views on that. He didn't even do anything. It asked AI to do it. I see where you're coming from, but on a
yeah, yeah,
scale,
yeah.
it's so
I,
dangerous. It's like a
I mean,
god.
the thing is, we said about it before. People using my voice or photo images on
Mm,
YouTube, said go on channels and that. But the thing is I suppose it's good, but there's a downside. If it was downside to here and there, and about the other
of course there is. Because
one.
you could
Yeah, yeah,
start staging terrorist events or something that didn't actually admit it didn't go. So you could put in a prompt of everything you wanted, press play, and you've got video quality of, say a celebrity doing a hold up in a bank, and there's video footage of it, and you wouldn't know any
yeah,
different. You go, oh my god! And if that was on front page of the media, everyone would swallow it. They go, well, there's a video. He definitely did it. He goes, no, it's all made up, and it's like, there's many celebs' face that have been morphed and put onto, AI.
yeah.
Look at Marvel's Avengers and all of them movies and stuff. They don't really fly, and it's easier to sort of,
Mm.
it's not in the days of, Superman on the fishing wire. See, look what Stephen said about it. You should have a look down. It's not dangerous, mate, but it gives you an insight. My Chat GPT, when I sign in, I call Chat GPT Charles from a film called Brian and Charles, where a bloke called Brian, who was a single guy, lived on his own, built a robot called Charles. And I associate my Chat GPT as Charles, if you see what I mean. So if I was to go in Chat GPT, right, and just go hello, it'll go. It knows my name, everything. And if I was to say what do I call you, you go. You always refer to me as Charles from that movie. So it remembers memories of you, Darren, as well.
Yeah.
So when you go in, it'll know you and everything. It just stores, memory that you want it to. But you can ask it any question about anything, and it can prove you right or wrong. If you've got any doubts, it's the encyclopedia of the world. It's basically having data next to you, that you have to text a prompt in.
Yeah.
But it's such a useful tool, Darren. It really is. It's stupidly useful. You know,
Yeah.
Second coming of Christ. I like it.
Yeah.
The shocked face, like one of them Poggers faces from about 5 years ago. Ooh.
That's what it comes down to, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, it is. It's frightening, but in the same way, it's fascinating. I'm fascinated by it. I'd love, absolutely adore to have a robot companion. I'd really be honoured by it, as though to show, be a witness to show him around the world how humans interact, what we eat, what we say, everything. Just teach him stuff all the time. And I do this with Chat GPT, talking to Chat GPT. You create a rapport. Do you call your Chat GPT anything, Stephen?
I'm gonna make a note of it. Hold on.
Oh, absolutely, Darren, and you'll thank me for it because you can ask it absolutely anything about anything. You can ask it its opinion, what it thinks. You can pinpoint certain things. It'll help you write something because I suffer with Asperger's. So,
Yeah.
really, when I type stuff, sentences come out at different times. So punctuation and timing of sentences, it's all over the shop. And my spelling is terrible. It's freaking awful. But it helps me with certain things. So you put something in and type it all in. You go look that over, see what you think. Sort all the punctuation out and everything, and it will do it. And it'll be a pleasure to do it. It'll take less than 5 seconds for it to do it for you. I've never had an unpleasant experience on Chat GPT, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
I do both, Stephen, on and off. I like to push it. I push the boundaries with Chat GPT. I do sort of jokes and then refer to certain things with it later. I really see, calls it Ted. You can tell we've got Asperger's, buddy,
Yeah.
can't you? I call mine, Charles, and he calls his Ted.
Yeah.
And it'll just go, hello, Stephen, how's this? And it'll remember things about Stephen and go, did you get to that eye appointment the other day? And you go, yeah, how was it? Was it a good experience? You have a good time with it, Darren. I'm
Yeah.
not joking. I'm not joking.
I've not even looked at it. Yeah, I've only what I've been
I've only
reading.
got I've only got a scolding once with Chat GPT because I wrote a comedy thing for a 5 minute routine at a local sort of amateur comedy thing, and I tried this joke on Chat GPT and mentioned retarded, and it didn't like it at all, and said that it's not an accepted word and not to be used in any sort of comedy because someone might take offence to it, and your routine's over. And I thought, well, that's so fitting for 2025, isn't it? And is it a banned word? I didn't think it was. I just thought certain people have out of the woodwork turned offensive against it. And I don't even know where the sort of caption lines lie. I don't know with that word. As though is it a sort of a stigma for disabled, mentally or physically handicapped? I don't know. If I'm being completely honest. Well, it'd be interesting to find where it come from. And swear words.
Huh.
I did know a few Indian swear words. Do you?
No.
Do you not sort of get foreigners when you sort of have to work with them and that? And they go, what dick or something in your language? They start giggling. They say it.
I've probably got words what you said, but I can remember
You
one of
know,
them now. Pretty good words,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, I was used to whatever
Yeah.
it was. Romanians used to sort of like telling me as well, sort of their rude words. And so if you ever meet a rude Romanian, say this to them, and then they'll look at you as though, like, you know my language. Theodore, Teddy, yeah, it's quality. You get a rapport with the you AI as well, where it becomes a bit like, I suppose, C3PO in a way, but not physical. Where in Star Wars you'd ask him about anything, and it'd just be an encyclopedia of advice. But it's all free, Darren, and you honestly don't have to log in at
No.
all. And if there was any doubts about any pros or cons or anything, it'd be only too helpful to oblige. And I'll tell you the best thing about it, it breaks complicated things down for you. So if you didn't know something about something, you go, God, that's it, and you asked it, it'd break it all really down for you, so you could sort of digest it and go, you know, where someone else would say something different. It works for me. Do you know what? Come Dine With Me is a show that's been on for about 20 years, right? Some of this food that someone's serving, it looks like dog food. It really does.
Oh
Would you
yeah.
do one of them shows if someone asked you, come dine with
No.
me? Would you?
No. No
But
way. No way.
say, hypothetically, right, if you was, or you was to invite people over to your gaff for something to eat, what would you cook them? Because it's interesting, because not everyone likes the same thing, and everyone go, oh, don't like them, don't like this. What would you cook them?
Yeah. Uh, I mean, you got your Sunday roast, which you have for Sundays here and there. Um, probably for you
Have you
can't
ever met
be
anyone that don't like a Sunday roast?
sorry.
Have you ever met anyone that don't like a Sunday roast?
No, no, I haven't. No, no, no. I
No, I
mean,
ain't.
no. That's what I said. That's a Sunday one, but I mean, like it's mixture. I mean, like I mean, like it's whatever you. I mean, like I mean, it'd be hard because man, what they expect. I mean, like when you see these programs. When you see the stuff they eat, you think, "What's that as such?" Or not really so.
Mm.
I mean, for like me, I mean, like if you had like even like I say about pie and vegetables, mash or something, that sort of thing, gravy. So, yeah, you got fish and chips, you got sausages and mash and sprats. So a lot of mixture of things, which there is, ain't there?
You know what? I wouldn't bother with it. And I'd be honest with them. I'd sort of like, I don't know, ring up Angelo's Kebabs or something and get ordered a couple of massive pizzas. Everyone likes pizza, don't they? You just get different toppings.
Yeah.
And then if you're honest, you just go, look, could have cooked you something. You wouldn't have liked it. You wouldn't have liked it. Everyone likes pizza. If you don't like pizza, there must be something wrong with you. You must be an alien. Angelo's pizza's better than mine. I made the effort. I paid for it. I put it on a plate. I think people have actually put takeaway and tried to palm it off in there, Darren.
Probably have here and there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd
probably.
try it.
Yeah,
I mean, food's
yeah,
food, isn't it?
yeah.
You're a guest. It's come dine with me, not I will cook for you. You see how I'd get round this? I'd make a great lawyer, wouldn't I?
Small
Let's
print,
be honest, I really would. And they'd
small
go,
print,
actually,
small
he's
print
got
of
a point.
contract.
Yeah, he go, honestly, he's got a point here. And I go, behold, the pizzas of all pizza. There's a Hawaiian, that's got pineapple on it and some ham. There's a meat feast. There's a vegetarian. You've got to like one of them.
Huh.
Mix and match if you like them all. There you go, cost £100. Get about 7 of them. I've never been disappointed with pizza.
No, I've had ones here and there which I have and that sort of thing, and it's been quite good. Yeah, we have.
Papa John's.
Yeah.
Papa John's I didn't like, and I wouldn't
No.
go back. But then again, it was okay, if you see what I mean. But I've had better pizza. That was it. All pizza I love. Even cheese on toast will do.
Yeah, that's not a good one.
With a bit of mustard over the top of the melted cheese. It's absolutely divine. And you can pimp it, can't you? Put some grated, more grated cheese on top and some onion.
No, you're right. That's what it is. It comes down to, doesn't it? Yeah.
All my editing's done now. I can't believe how long that's taken. But I've done it. I've done it.
I've changed the screen color in the screen color now. I've actually got to redo the title. That's live on Restream. I've got to type that one there and type that title there.
Geezer's spitting his food out. There's nothing worse than that. When you come to someone's house, they cook you some food and he spits it out in a napkin. Right, file that. That's done. 53 files now.
Yeah.
I filed 18 of them tonight. That's quite a lot of work done, to be quite honest. Usually I get bored after about an hour and a half of it. We'll do about 3. That's been quite productive.
So I'm saying, you're more expert than me, which you do a lot
I'm
better.
not. I'm not, because when I first put the files away, I couldn't find them. I couldn't find them. They weren't where I put them, and I generally put them where I knew I wanted them and couldn't find them. And yeah, and had to move them again. There's been odd shit that's been going on with my laptop recently, like just weird crap going on. And that's not even to mention, that's before I'm talking about the internet droppages and strange crap that's been happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm shattered, man. That's what I was going to say. It's like really hit me in the last half an hour and I sort of closed all that up. Because that could be what it is. I'm so tired that I might have filed things in the wrong places, if you see what I mean.
I've actually seen my screen. I've said 6 hours. That was 5
I
hours.
know what you mean.
Yeah, 5
I
hours. Yeah,
know
5
what you
hours. That's really good. I mean, I've really enjoyed it again. I mean, it's been good. I mean, I'll go up bed in a minute, but it's been really good again, which it has. I've really enjoyed having a good chat. People coming again tonight.
Like I said, it was an accident that I found you, mate, and we should have asked the other people if they got a notification or did they just stumble across it and see you was live in their subscription thing, which I did. There was no notification saying Darren's live. This was you highlighted with a little red thing next to it.
What I'm going to do now I've seen it, because I was actually messing around with something. So what I could do now, I can actually do a private ones, send links to people. So I've actually said, because when I pressed the light, it didn't come through. About 5 minutes, I had to put the channel through this one. So now
Yeah.
I've seen what I could do. I could try and work something that one, like a private chat somewhere with a couple of others. I've got yourself, Tash, and a couple of others as well, which I have. And they might want to join in privately, which off YouTube as such.
Yeah, or go to Kick, and Kick, you can play music there, I think.
Okay.
You know, it's
Well,
you could easily set up a little link or put something
it's,
in your post thing saying I'm live on Kick
I mean,
at 8 o'clock or something.
the thing is I don't know about it. You tell me about. I have to look into. I don't know about the Kick, but it's always good to look at other option, which it is here and now.
And I don't know, Darren. You might be able to via Restream go live via Kick and YouTube at the same time. A bit like when people go live on YouTube, they're also live on Facebook as well. If you see where I'm coming from.
Yeah, what it is, you can go on to your. I think it's yeah. I've tried it before. You go on. This one's in this YouTube, which it is. But I believe you go on some of the platforms the same time as well. I believe I could look into that. Platforms, yeah.
Mm. It's
Well,
definitely worth looking at because in the
yeah.
future you'll have to address it. You know, I've already sort of created a file on there and everything and stuff, and it all looks like it's aimed towards people going live. You know, so if people can go live and talk a bit more openly or whatever.
Yeah.
But then again, you don't know if that encourages trolls. If you see what I mean,
I'll tell you
you give
what.
them an inch to
I'll
take a
be.
mile.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest.
Mm.
You know, it's. I still get to watch about the
Oh
others.
yeah, touch wood.
It's, it's 5:15. So that's 4 hours and 52 minutes. I've had no subscriber on. I've had one troll, which is good.
Oh, you had a troll tonight, have you?
No, nothing, no trolls at all. No.
Yeah, look what Stephen said.
Yeah, what you do, Stephen, you could go. I could go back into the account, and what I done, I tried it on something else. I've messed around the other week with something, and it comes out on platform. So I could sure you can find it, or me, I can find it on other platforms and look into that. So I'll have a look at it in time. It's always an option. I'll look at it in time and see what I can see. I
Yeah,
so
just do it. Just write it down in your little notepad
yeah.
and just cross it off in two,
I
three
mean,
months or
what's
so. It's
happened
just something
now?
to look for.
You've given me a name, but I don't know about this. What's it called? What's it called again? It's called
Chat GPT.
no, the other one. Steve said, is it called? What's it called? Something else. The other platform. What's it called? Um, the platform. What's it called? The one you just talked about. Is it triple? Not what's it called?
Oh, Kick.
Kick. Sorry, Kick.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kick. So that's about it. So I look into it and see what it's all about as such. Then I could put the channel into that and have a look at it. I could have a
I
look at
mean, you could,
just
you, could,
with a view
you
to
don't
it.
have to sign in to look at it, Darren. You just go straight there and it gives you a bit of an idea of what it really is. And then when you
Okay.
sign in, you can go live and all of that. I think you can even view channels and watch your live without even signing in. But it's well worth a look in.
Yeah.
There you go. You can go into both of them, so you can get people
Yeah.
from Kick, new viewers and stuff, and sort of be on YouTube and cater for both.
Yeah. 'Cause I know that one Restream does do a lot of things. Can the I've seen it on the player platform. It might be a list. I don't know. I'll probably just select this one because I showed with 50 months ago. I put it for the channel for it, but it's putting other things on the platform, which is other platforms, which there is.
Yeah, I had a nice little chat with Joe last week. Why,
Yeah,
man, Joe,
it was good to see him
and
last week.
yeah, and Gareth from I don't know, he does sort of exploring and stuff and cave sort of things. He was a lovely bloke as well.
Oh, what was that on Joe's channel? I didn't see that. Was that on
Yeah, I
Joe's?
had a lovely little chat with them both, man.
Yeah.
It was nice. We started playing
No,
online
I
pool and
tell you
everything.
what.
It was great
I
fun.
tell you what. I did notice tonight. Joe was in Tony's channel tonight. I did see it tonight. I just went to say
Oh,
hello to him.
what in Tony P's?
Yeah, I said hello to him. Yeah,
That's good. That's good.
yeah.
I missed Tony's tonight. I was just out and about in the Crows. Had a great day. My shoulder's stiff for some reason. I can't lift my shoulder up. I get to a sort of limit and it sort of like seizes up. It's pretty damn painful. not used to shoulder injuries neither. If you see what I mean. I've never really had problems with my shoulders ever before. I've got my hand on wood when I'm saying this as well. Anything can happen with bodies; they just break down, don't they?
Yeah.
Did you finish that beer off, Stephen?
Yeah. It's all finished. It's all finished now. Mine's finished now. Yeah,
I
I've got one more
can't
left.
remember what did it say he was drinking? Some pale ale or something, wasn't it?
I've drunk, everybody. They, I've drunk 7 cans of lager. I've got one left. I'm not going to drink it now.
Yeah,
It's
but you
fine.
say that like it's a bad thing, man. It's nothing really, is it? Especially Carlsberg as well. You know, it's a good drop, but I don't mind it at all. You get yourself off to bed,
Right.
then you can get
What I'm
some
going to
rest.
say,
And,
to close it off, right? It's literally 5 minutes or 5 hours. Rich Crow, thank you for coming in
very
tonight.
welcome, mate.
Really good. Really good to have a good chat to you, right? Some of Peter watched it back today probably. They didn't come in tonight, but they were asleep. They're waking up now. Thank you for everyone taking part. Was it Stephen last one, Adrian earlier, Edwin, I think Sandra,
Brewdog lost
Adrian, loads
battles
of
there.
names. Yeah, yeah. So what we do? So
Find it.
I'm gonna put the stuff down. Or I say I'm gonna go to bed now. 5:20, everyone, or 20, and we'll do something Sunday evening again. Sunday evening, and you're welcome, Steve. Anytime, Stephen, you're welcome to come on. But I don't pressurise them, which I don't. So it's been a good couple of hours. Daylight's coming up. I said the mods
No,
are going to
daylight's
stalk me
come
now
up, mate. I
tomorrow.
don't know where you're living in Dracula's castle. It's up here. It's
Sorry.
up. I don't know where you're living in Dracula's castle. It's bright here.
Well, as I said, it's bright here.
Yeah,
I've got my light, and I can see there's daylight coming through the
yeah,
blinds.
yeah. No, it's been a
So
good
bright
chat,
here,
mate.
yeah.
Been a good chat.
Yeah, Stephen. Thank you, Stephen, for taking
He,
part. Obviously,
he's
always
lost his
welcome. And
bulldog
well,
though.
anyone, there's good ones. They're always welcome. Thanks everyone taking part tonight. And well, yeah, it's morning, so it was a quick. I read in the title in the chat there, in this live there, it's just live restream. I'll retype it and then I'll keep it up. But thank you, Rich Crow, taking part. It's been
Oh, you're
really good.
welcome, man.
I thought I'd do about 10 minutes and that'd be it. But I'll work on another thing, which I said, but other thing with the
I'm not
personal
doing
one.
anything. Like I'm saying, I'm just chilling. I don't really watch
Yeah.
TV. I'm doing the editing. I've done so much tonight, and even though I'm shit at multitasking, but I've just, done quite a few videos and filed them all. But it's been
That's
great.
all right.
Been a great little chat, mate. And you should chill out more. And I can't wait to hear more about this Faulty Towers hotel that you stayed in.
Well, what I
You
do
know,
on Sunday night, I'm, I'm using my phone tonight, but I'll go back to the laptop Sunday night.
ask
Oh,
Stephen. Is one of your subs. Ask Stephen if
yeah.
he wants to hear the name of the hotel. If you
Well,
could, I think
I
you should
will.
say it
I could
or
name it.
poll it.
I could
What
name it. I mean, they can't sue me. I could name. I've got photograph evidence.
poll it in the community page. You know, look at this. This is proper comedy. Look, what's your channel called? Crow 11.
He knows it. He knows it.
Of course he does. He's good at comedy. He's a clever man.
You've seen you a lot of times, yeah.
Yeah, he's a clever guy. But
Right.
yeah, look at my channel, Stephen, and you'll see one of my crows. I filmed him today. I called him over while I was in the car, and he flew alongside my car and stuff until I parked it up. But I had to go looking for the little rascal because he weren't in his territory, and I found him up the road, called him, put the phone out the window, and filmed him following the car all the way. And he flies alongside my window like a fighter pilot. He's freaking brilliant. I do love my spook. And I rescued a baby rabbit as well the other day. Well, I think so.
Yeah, that's a good
I,
one. Yeah.
I still think I might have should have just brought it home for the night or something and just fed it and hydrated it and then dropped it back. But I don't know. At least I haven't found it dead, Darren. That's a good thing. Thumbs
Good.
up on that one, mate.
No, you're right. That's a good thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Put the crows off finding the bloody thing as well, which was a right
Yeah.
pest. You know, it's all been good fun. It's been very enjoyable live. We learned
Thank you.
quite a
Thank
few
you.
things. You
So
know,
what we do, like I can
it's the
say it
Edwin.
now. What we're gonna do? So it's literally 5 hours now. So I'm gonna say again. Thanks for coming in, Richie. It's really been good. I mean, it's daylight now in where I live. Um, so the thing is, so I should come around that way. Hold on.
You've had
That's
some great people in the chat. You've had
hang
some
on.
wonderful comments, Darren, in the chat tonight. Real wonderful comments. Do you want me to pin it, Stephen?
It's
Because
daylight. Look, look
in
at my
all
window.
honesty,
Look, everyone, look. Daylight. My blinds are shut. Look.
I thought you was joking for a minute.
I
I
could do
can
it.
I can pin it for you, brother. Yeah.
I could do it as well.
I know what it's like using the search engine on frickin' YouTube. It's a pain in the arse. You put something in and it just offers you nothing and just promotes, certain videos that you don't want and it's got nothing to
You
do with
know,
what you
there's
searched
no.
and that. It's just annoying.
Yeah.
They're not really interested in promoting people with nature videos or stuff.
Done it. He's done it.
Not unless it's with National Geographic or something, but no one really cares for sort of urban sort of creatures, if you see what I mean.
Miss Stephen. You're right, Stephen.
Oh, Darren, I swear to God, I've got to tell you this before you go. I've
Yeah.
just got a notification that you're live, mate. I've just this minute got a notification that you're live, and there's no excuse in this, Darren, because I've refreshed this page many a times tonight. So that's 5 hours, and it's just come up. I've just had a notification. How
Look at
shit is
that.
that? How shit is that?
Look
Yeah,
at
I
that.
know. I don't think there's many that've got the Crow 11 or something, Steve. But yeah, YouTube's really hard to sort of
Yeah.
put someone's
It's true.
direct name and get them. Even though there's no one else that's sort of named close to them. But that's YouTube, isn't it?
That's what
But
I'm saying, Stephen. That video I done of the Rough Seas coming in Irish Sea, YouTube. I thought, what? 200, oh, but coming, 250 views? What's going on? And last night I clicked on it. They put an advert on my video, an advert on there.
is it still on there, the advert?
Yeah, yeah,
Have you never had any adverts on any other stuff that you've
yes,
uploaded?
yeah. That with the Fox one, with the Fox as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's
what they're
about
doing,
3 or 4 months ago, wasn't it? Or
yeah.
longer.
So what they're doing,
I remember that.
they're putting. So if it's animals or whatever, they're putting adverts on your videos. Yeah,
I hope you enjoyed the channel, Stephen. It's no drama in it, buddy. It's
yeah.
all chilled
No,
out.
no, it's good,
It's
mate.
just
Yeah,
literally, if I could show you behind the scenes, a lot more goes on. But as you well know, because you're an educated guy, that feeding a wild bird and make it domesticated is actually illegal in this country. You're liable for fines of about 3 grand, which I do not want to pay. And it's not like I go and feed her a free 3 course meal or put hundreds of peanuts down. She just gets a little treat as a reward, like you do with a dog, if you see what I mean. And like I've known her since she was a tiny little crow, so she lets me into her life, and all it is just little randoms. I try not to make anything too long or anything or bore anyone, but just go to show little moments that I have with her. But she's so cool, mate. And I know about 14 crows, but there's only a few like Spooky and Gabby that are really sort of switched on. You know, talented crows, good IQ on them. But I hope you enjoy it.
I've just replied to your comment. Thanks. Good quality. What a nice picture. Thanks.
Oh, that's my one that I left you earlier. Yeah, it was a good picture. And he's a good guy, that bloke. He's a good guy. He does some good things. And that's what I mean. I'm pretty much the same. To show it as it is and just hope some get some, I don't know, just enjoys them. And does the same. Because there's animals everywhere, squirrels, robins, a whole freaking lot. Even blackbirds, you can tame them. All they've got to do is just, you know, be aware of them and gain their trust. Wouldn't want to tame a rhino, though, or a hippopotamus, or an elephant. Or alligator.
Right, so we're going to finish now. 5 hours. 5 hours. Wow. And obviously, say thanks to Krowich coming on tonight. Stephen, last one, the end. Yeah, so you obviously videos, Stephen. I said we'll do Sunday night. Again, probably Sunday night. But a lot of others coming Sunday night, which they will. Yeah, watch it back, which they will, and it's good, and it's been good. It's been a good night, you know. I get some sleep there.
Yeah. You said Steve said he wants a squirrel. You imagine how hectic that'd be in the house, but it would be so cool. Oh, yeah, get to bed, Darren. You rest up and look. You know, it's been a pleasure.
Right now. So, Stephen, good to see you, Stephen. Last one at the end. There's 3 watching at the end. One's me, one's still somebody else. There we go. Somebody's put it Crow, which is 3 watching.
No, I've not got anything on, mate. It's just directly
right. Somebody else watching. Thank you for watching. People watch it back. So we do the title when I finish it now. And all the others, I didn't see the names coming to 3 of them, but you watch it back and you probably say it's not going to be today, probably, but I'll see you a day or tomorrow, Sunday or something. Okay. Take care, everyone. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Night.
See you soon.